Fair enough. And then M going for Heroic versus G2. I get it, the contrarian, but also G2's performance right now, honestly, I can see it too. So
M had a very good result in the APAC Playday.
she did.
By predicting the bottom of the league team. So I think she's gone for it again, and we'll have to see how that one plays out.
I'm really throwing everything at the wall there by going Empire compared to everyone else, because if you go to their head-to-head, since both teams have ever existed as Virtus.pro and as Team Empire, they have draws in how many series they've won against each other, 5 apiece. So I think it's a risk, because technically Virtus.pro has more rounds won against Team Empire in the entirety of them going head-to-head. So I'm making a little stab in the dark and hoping that we hit, and otherwise my predictions are going down the well.
Well, if you hit Empire, you have my carte blanche to gloat on the desk. It's okay.
Thank you.
I mean, everybody gets to gloat every now and then. So.
We heard Fresh that day that he...
What? Got
Nothing.
all 5?
That's true.
I'm the only one to do that so far.
That's true.
You can try and beat
Wow,
me.
really?
There we go. There's a little bit of gloat, and you just brought it right back to me.
Yep, there we go.
All right. Well, some people also have to gloat about their current position. They have to be not just gloating, because there is a difference between
being proud,
proud and just being not a great person about it. And I'm just gonna keep it there. So, Challenger League teams are set. We have our groups, and we have so many teams that are competing right now, which is awesome, coming in from nationals, open qualifiers, and we all say Europe's biggest pride and biggest strength is that T2, T3 level that we have, that is so full of energy and young blood in EUL and anything below it. So let's talk about that, because we're coming up.
We are
on the season.
It's 1 week tomorrow. Challenger League starts 1 week tomorrow. So
cannot wait.
8 days time. And Challenger League is 4 groups of 4. So just to kind of preface of what Challenger League is, it's 4 groups of 4. They play
like
best of ones, back-to-back play days, back-to-back best of ones.
Nice.
Top 2 go through into a double elimination bracket. And here are the groups for Challenger League. So you've got Group A, you've got SkillStars Pro, Reply Totem, M&M Gaming, and Riddle Esports. M&M, of course, being the UK massive. What a team. We saw them last year in Challenger League. They unfortunately lost out to Kavana in the final, and then they unfortunately lost to Rogue. They're back for another go, but they've lost some of their players. They lost Nath to Na'Vi, for example. They've picked up some good players as well. They've got Tyrant, they've got Neo, they've got Solitov. They're looking really good. As we move through to Group B, you've got Rebels Gaming, Ovation, Viperio 86, Helios Gaming. I promise I'm not just going to go for the UK teams, but Viperio 86 again.
Oh, here he goes.
Another contender, and I think, as much as I talk about Group A and B, the UK teams kind of seem to me as the front runners of those groups. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Jess. No.
You can caster bias.
Yeah, the bias is coming through. Go on.
I will say Viperio, they've picked up a bit of experience. They've got Joe, who used to play for Na'Vi on their roster. So that's a little token for you there. I expect a lot from him. Big number. He can drop big numbers. We saw it inside of EUL last year.
Drops a lot of things.
He got dropped. So
yeah, that's a pretty big drop.
Yeah. So Group A and B, and if we can just bring the graphic right back up, we'll go through Group C and D. Group C and D are genuinely 2 group of deaths. Genuinely
insane,
either team. So we'll go through these in a little bit more detail. We've got Wild, and you could be mistaken for thinking that's a UK team. It's not. Wild dropped their UK roster.
Yep.
Picked up ex-City State Punks from GSA.
Oh, that was good.
Great team.
And they're a great roster. Yeah. We've got Death Row from the French League and Ascend from the French League. You know Ascend pretty well. That's Enemy and Ravon, who was, 2 of Jess's players when she was on Penta.
Yep.
And then Nubbles, who I know pretty well, which is ex-Chaos. Obviously in CL from being relegated way back in last year. They're actually playing out of Italy.
They are.
Really?
Nubbles is a Italian organisation that sort of came out of nowhere. So if you're wondering, do go check them out. It looks like they have pretty good resources for the team.
Pretty good resources. They're not doing particularly well in PG Nats at the minute, but they've got a lot of good gunners on that team. Hosty, for example, we saw him on Rogue last year. Yep. We know how good Hosty can be, so I found that very hard to predict. Even Death Row, they're the only team in the French Nationals to kind of go through and be in the finals alongside, BDS, Vitality and Heroic.
Which is amazing.
So that's a very scary group. And then the real group of death, Gamma Gaming, Hellraisers, which is ex-Charity, Makers, and Ghost Killer.
I just don't understand why Group D, obviously stands for death, is stacked so heavily. Because for those who don't know, Makers contains Gemini, contains a team that went to 6 Invitational.
Really?
That wasn't even a Challenger League team at the time they went to the World Championships.
Yep. Do you know
they
who-
skipped 7 steps.
Do you know who they beat at 6 Invitational as well? They didn't just go to 6 Invitational.
Correct.
They beat TSM. They
Yes.
beat SSG inside of best of ones. This is a Challenger, or wasn't a Challenger League team at that point.
It was a tier 3 team that zoomed their way. I have a bit of pride because Gemini is my old player back when I was the coach of Samsung Morning Stars. And I truly believe there was no more deserving player in the world that I've ever worked with than Gemini himself. I think he is a fantastic person and a fantastic player. So I hope, even though he's in the group of death, I hope he does well because it's going to be a rough ride.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good players, especially, Hellraisers. They've got a mission who played for
Yes.
VP. Gamma, we know Gamma very well. A lot
They've
of
been
people
throwing
in the-
every CL since
They've been
forever.
throwing CL
Yep.
since it existed.
And they keep at it, which shows their
Consistency.
tenacity. Yeah.
They're consistently, So it's going to be a real slog, I would call it, especially with the back-to-back play days, and then going through. But it is a double elimination, best of 3 bracket once you advance through those groups.
So basically culling the week in the beginning, and then we'll see who goes through into the playoffs where they get to play way more games, full series to show us what they have, condensed all into playoffs. So this way you can just focus on the games. You know that this is it. And during the year, you're watching the nationals and supporting these teams and these players. When does it all kick off again? Just a reminder for everyone.
It's a week tomorrow, so Friday the 15th.
15th, Feb.
Can I do maths? Yes, I can.
This man's an accountant, by the way.
It is indeed Friday the 15th. So there's a lot to look forward to in Challenger League. We either played, coached, and-
Coach,
and-
analyst, coach.
I never
Casted.
actually ended up
Why
in
did
Challenger
you-
League.
why did you
casted
never
CL.
play?
But technically you did.
I'm not good at playing,
Oh, okay.
and then I just made the skip from tier 3 to tier 1
Yeah.
in
there you go.
in the
I went
analyst.
from
So
being.
I never did Challenger League.
So
I went from across the world, so,
So,
we've all skipped steps.
played CL, got his team relegated into CL.
Yeah, I got the team relegated in
Left
CL. There we
before
go.
CL hit. I mean,
Exactly.
we've all got things in common.
Casted CL in its first season back when you used to qualify for Pro League because only the top 4 teams actually made it through. So yeah, we've got some history with Challenger League, and we want everybody to be watching it. But also, we want you to check out all the VODs for the games. And if you're going earlier today, I talked about the R6 Esports YouTube channel. There's content that we post on there, but there's also the R6 Esports, the VODs channel. So you can go on there on YouTube, subscribe, and make sure that you're there pretty much the day after the play day for each region, learning from the desks, learning from the casters during the game, and check out what your favorite and best players in the world are doing in their league. But it is time to kick things off. So Fresh says, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our pre-show brought to you by HyperX. When we come back, it's real quick, we'll start off with game number 1. It's Spartak Dynamo. It's Team Empire versus Virtus Pro. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. It's game 1, and it's Team Empire versus Virtus Pro. What a way to start Playday number 7. I know, right? How could it get any better? Don't you worry. We have some equally exciting games to take us through Playday 7 here on our double day week in the league. 2 more left, and it's next Monday and the one after. Let's start off with our first one. I'm Milos the Medic, your host for the show. With me are Jess and Fresh, and we're going to chat about Empire and VP. Starting off with Team Empire, because after this bit of performance through this year, we expect them to be at a major.
I mean, after the Mexico major, we just proved yet again that EU is back and they mean business, as alongside, BDS, who we keep saying they should win a land, but they never do. You know, always the bride, never the brides, or always the bridesmaid, never the bride, I think is the saying that we go along with. But Team Empire seems to have a clear delineation between what they do online and what they do offline. And unfortunately for them, their woes online continue, but they have been able to accrue back the points they lost in the first couple of play days of unfortunate losses, which means it puts them currently in the 4th position. So they are barely clinging on to that playoff sort of, you know, trying to get themselves into the top 4 for the major. They need to put points on the board. Otherwise, who's underneath them? Vitality, Virtus Pro, which their opponent is today. Na'Vi, as well as within arm's reach of them as well. So there is a lot of people nipping at their heels for that 4th place position. They need this win, and up against VP, who actually has more rounds against them in the entire head-to-head, that means that statistically, they are not very likely to win.
I actually worry a little bit about Empire. I worry that it's not just ping-related issues. I worry there's something deeper because they come out and they put in really good performances and they win like 7-1, 7-2 against certain teams. And then they go in this big slump. And it's kind of like, you know you can put in these good performances online, you're just not doing it consistently. And I worry if there's just something slightly deeper than that with Empire.
I mean, they did talk about in moving from stage 1 to 2 and even 2 to 3 that there was a bit of mentality reset, that maybe they were trying to change too much and they went back to an older, simpler play style they were more comfortable with, and that gave them a lot of success before Mexico, at Mexico, and during the stage, because they're still in a powerful spot now. It's just beating Virtus Pro is extremely important. You talked about head-to-head. This is overall, but also specifically in this league right now. 3 extra points and you clear Virtus Pro. If they tie, Empire would have the advantage. But same goes for their opponents of Virtus Pro Fresh.
And Virtus Pro are looking really good. They started with a massive slump, and I think their players will, you know, they've attested to that in interviews. They they just did not play well at all for whatever reason was going on. And they've come through. They're on a run. I think it's 3 or 4 games that they've won in a row, including what looks like a very comfortable win over Na'Vi on Bank last week.
That was the big shocker for me.
And it was a big shock, but it attests to where they are and the quality that they have. And they know that they've had particular issues, especially with late round. We documented their issues attacking late round. And they said, you know what, let's build a playstyle around Amaru on Bank, because we know we will have issues playing structured, slow siege. So let's increase that pace. Let's change our playstyle a little bit. And that's what I like out of VP, because they're creating these wins by solving problems with they've identified the problems and they're creating fixes, and they're reaping the rewards out of that with recent wins.
Solution-based fixes are obviously always going to be the most handily readable, available methodology to apply. But I think when it comes to VP going, okay, we've had problems over the past, let's be honest, year, and they're only just applying it now. You know, we're talking about late to the party. I think VP is a little late to the party here. But what I will say is there's another team in the league that they remind me of at the moment is Rogue on their attacks. And so if you've been watching Rogue's attacks, I think VP going in really fast to begin with, and then of course doing their step-by-step shows they're aware that time is an issue in the late round. And so what they've done is they've accrued and made up time in the early round by going zoom, 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 we're in. And now if we run out of time at the end, or rather we are accruing too much time in the mid-round, it's okay because we made it up in the early round.
And they take somewhat of a risk, right?
Yeah.
But there's risk associated with this, but the benefit that they get is it outweighs the risk. Because especially with that Amaru play, it could have gone south very quickly, and they could have been in 4v5s very quickly. But they identified that would become a key win condition for them and played around that, and it was really good to see from VP.
All right, head-to-head. We talked about the teams. We have specific players to talk about specifically and their stats. Shepard and WTG. I mentioned WTG in the last Playday, that he was kind of the unsung hero, and you did as well, Jess. And Shepard, we've been singing his praises since pretty much he was on the squad since day one. So what's going on between these two? What's the comparison, Jess?
Well, the big thing there is that even though their EPP is under 100, of which, to remind everyone, EPP stands for expected player performance, the expected player performance for this stage is 100. It will always be 100, but it will be resized every stage so that we understand exactly where everyone should be performing. I know it's underneath that, but considering the kind of impact they have between objective and survival rates, that's the kind of thing I want to look at here between these two players. Okay, WTG isn't necessarily getting all of the plants because, you know, he's not necessarily considered to be the one that should always, but Shepard is. And that game where we counted those plants on Clubhouse, my God, you couldn't keep the man from holding F every single attacking round.
And that's what these two players kind of show in their team, is that they might not put the numbers up themselves, but they
Correct.
generally enable their team. And the way they're doing it is, planting, especially for Shepard's point of view. He will just go in and press F. He reminds me of a really, really good Ace of Pyrite, because Ace does that in my
Ace does that, yes.
Shepard does that in pro play. There's literally no distinction apart from, ranked to pro play, but we'll ignore that for now.
But Ace does it on purpose. Imagine if Ace was playing competitively right now. He would be the next Playday. I believe in it strong.
I believe in it. The only person that's outdoing Shepard right now for plants
Is Prano.
is Prano.
Really?
Yeah, so Prano's the only one outdoing, which considering his imposition to Rogue and their speed at getting in the site, I'm not surprised he's also able to get
He also
plant
got, I think it was 4 on that Villa game where they changed their attacks up.
Right,
And there was quite a lot
so-
of plants in the coastline game, which was rare against
Yeah.
G2.
All right, our map ban. Let's go. We're still waiting until our lobby's ready. That's why you see us still on here with the timer off. Let's go.
Oh,
Villa
damn,
banned out by
okay.
VP. We're going to go to Cafe Dostoyevsky. Picked up by them.
Wow.
They're going to start defense. So Empire picked the attacking side. Just why, before I turn to Mr. Fresh and talk about the map pick
No.
itself. Go.
Oh, can I change my prediction?
I knew you'd do that as soon as you saw that.
no.
So the VP get baited into this.
No. This is a good map for VP.
We've
I
got
picked
head-to-head, right?
Empire in my predictions.
Yeah.
Oh, depression.
I think the reason Jess is doing this is because in stage 1, there was a head-to-head.
Yep.
VP beat Empire on Cafe.
Yep.
In stage 2,
Yep.
Empire beat VP on Villa.
Yeah.
So you was hoping to see Villa down the bottom there.
Oh, really?
And
I was really hoping
the
for an
rest of us were
Empire
hoping to see
map.
Cafe.
And poor Empire has been pushed into a map that, okay, their losses on it are only to BDS. So when I'm looking at their win rate, and if I took away BDS, if I took away one of the best teams in the world, then they have technically no loss on it for the past few months. But, I can't take that away.
But these two play against one another all the time in Russian Major League.
Yep.
They have a lot of history between them. At some point, you kind of become predictable if you're Empire and always trying to, force that Villa. VP are going to figure it out.
I mean, you would hope after all the times they've played that the map ban should be almost just a premonition for them. They just know exactly what's going to happen each and every time.
Yeah.
There's no way any of this is a surprise for them.
What is a surprise is that Empire for the longest time did not like Villa. So the fact that
know.
you're kind of hoping Empire
I know.
would go to Villa is a strange one, because Villa was always a kind of VP stronghold map as well previously, historically, long
Yep.
term. So both maps would have been, I think the point is both maps are very equally suited for both teams, very 50-50, right?
I'm just glad it's not Oregon, because I think there's a fighting chance for Empire going to this map. And of course, it's ironic that it's also a Russian map. So we're really getting a Russian derby like 20-fold. Oregon is a map that they've never won against VP. So going to a map that Empire has won once before in head-to-head a long time ago, but they have won it against VP before. And then, of course, the most recent one, VP won against them. So the head-to-head is just iffy for me because of VP speeding up their attacks. I showed you Buck Cafe and how big it is and why verticality is important. Well, if Team Empire is stuttering and balking like they are on their attacks online, and VP has sped theirs up exponentially, guess who's going to win their attacking half almost flawlessly if they've sped things up the way that VP has, and that's what scares me.
Well, VP is starting off on the defense, Empire on attack. Can Empire do anything on their attacking side and ban-wise to limit VP as much as possible? Because they're saying, they're taking chances if needed.
Oh, they play a lot of Florist on this map, VP, which is not unheard of because of the shield meta. I mean, taking Florist on this map is really helpful. And then on the other side, they take just a plethora of different operators. They've got the Maestro here, the Aruni. They've taken Warden a couple of times. However, that has been a counter adaptation. So do with that what you will. So you could ban almost anything. I would expect a Valkyrie ban because there's not a lot of teams that like to bring that Valkyrie. But you could also see a cheeky little Zero ban because we know WTG likes Zero here and there. I don't expect him to use a lot, but who knows?
It's I feel like for Empire, specifically on the attacking side, it's probably more a conscious effort to increase the speed of the attack.
That's what it is.
Rather than a particular ban. And Cafe is such a hard map to attack at speed because you think most attacks start from the kind of top red hatch, and you've got to go up there to get the drones up there first because of the way the drones spawn on the bottom floor. It's a very hard map to drone. So if VP are playing a lot of Mutant Mozzie, it can become very, very slow attack-wise for Empire, and that's where we could see them having issues. So I just wonder whether they take a few more risks, a few more assumptions, and try and speed up their attacks consciously.
You know what and I hope they're not listening to me, you know what VP could do? They could ban the ace because their predominant hard breach on Cafe is Hibana, and they actually never take the ace, whereas it's a crutch for the side of Team Empire. We know that they like to take the ace. We know that, of course, Shepard and other players can play the Hibana. They can play, but their preference is taking the Selmas, and it does a quicker job for them. So if they were to get rid of the ace, because of course VP doesn't necessarily use it on this map, they get rid of the predominant hard breacher for Team Empire, and my predictions go south really quickly. So all of this just culminates in me losing that prediction that I put
And
today.
none of us mind that.
Because you all went Empire. I think Hap said he might have gone Empire. You all went VP. I think Hap said he might have gone Empire as well, but, you know, yeah.
All right, well, our lobby, very happy to say, is ready.
Thank goodness. All right, let's go.
Fresh Jess, thank you so very much. It's VP, it's Empire, it's the Russian Classic, it's Spartak Dynamo, and of course, we have to go to Moscow, Russia for it. It's Snowy Cafe Dostoevsky. So have fun, pull up your books, and enjoy a bit of a read. We got Hap and M to take us through it. Enjoy.
Privyet, and welcome to the Russian Showdown, as we find ourselves going into the Russian place. Strangely, Milos phrased that in two ways. He said, have fun, and then bring your books. Which, to me, less fun.
I don't get it either.
I think they should just bring their guns and operators.
Yeah, well, that definitely
Shoot
gives us a good game of Siege, that's for sure.
Wow, a lot of people back Jess on this.
You know, I actually put 10,000 channel points on Empire as well.
Did you?
Just to, you know, apparently I went Virtus Pro in the prediction sheet
Apparently
according to Jess, so
Maybe
I win
Jess
either
changed
way.
yours. I don't know why, unless Empire win, in which case then I would know why. Sabotage. Sabotage. Look at that. That's a recent thread of games. Both of them have 2 losses within the last 5. But the thing about Virtus Pro, the story about Virtus Pro, the setting and the scene, is they get momentum. They build it by Twitch, removed by VP.
Okay.
So that's a bit of a choice removal there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna laugh if this is gonna turn into an Amaru ban. I don't think it will be, but
A Twitch Amaru
a
ban.
Twitch Amaru ban. Okay,
No.
gotcha. I was gonna say, just imagine it. After
I
last
mean,
Friday.
it would be, I think, curious wouldn't
Wouldn't quite
stretch to the imagination of Amaru ban. But as I was saying, Virtus Pro, they build momentum and they sort of thrive in it. And to be fair, going up against Empire right now, what we've seen on the recent couple of games for Empire is slow starts. They've lost 2 of them, won 1 of them, but the one that they won, they didn't really, you know, hit the pace that we sort of expected from them. They didn't hit the pace that I think we wanted from them and what they've been recently capable. And sure, it was a bit of a better showing from some of the players, but Dan was a little bit absent for some of the recent play days, whereas he was such a big force in the early stint of the split for Empire.
Yeah, definitely so. And let's get underway. Bans have been tossed out. It's I would say the Twitch is like the weirdest one out of the 4.
It's a
right?
very particular ban.
It's a very
Because, okay,
targeted ban.
Let's have a look at the history of Twitch. Recently, she's had some fun tweaks in that the drones can jump.
Yeah,
They've
become more athletic.
They've become very athletic. They
Yeah.
watched the Summer Olympics and went, well, we can do that.
We can do that too.
And they zap for the range of no limitation.
Yeah, there is indeed that zap now. It's turned into a laser, just
It's a
like
laser.
come out of the evil eyes.
Twitch is now the first hit scan operator in the game.
Is it what? The first hit scan operator in the game. Aren't they all hit scan because we're playing a shooter here? There's
Well, I
no bullet
mean-
travel tie.
I guess there's no drop-off really, is there?
No,
either?
there's no drop off either.
My favorite hit scan operator is Twitch's drone, which has no limits, obviously, outside of the zap time. But you look at the setting that we're in, you're looking at a map that does have heavy structural holds. It's, you know, if you're trying to attack on the top, you expect from an Empire defense a lot of stuff slapped into Cigar, slapped into the corners and the drop and the hatch. If you're down here, what we're expecting is, from Empire's hold, as well as any teams, a lot of stuff. Mute jammers aside, which can be caught from clever play with the drones, you're still looking at very solid holds. It's a strange sort of phenomenon, Cafe, because it was a huge problem in the old meta where it was a lot of slow holds, and here it's probably been the least extended out of the maps generally with the current Aruni Wamai stretch meta.
Yeah. And remember what they said on the desk last as well. Fresh, I believe, mentioned it. The Mute Mozzie combo could be making this very hard for Empire to drone all the way from that top. And add to that as well, there is going to be the Echo, which brings those Yokais and Evil Eyes as well. So really, some extra pace needs to be brought here by Empire if they want to deal with all the utility and the roamers as well. Maybe they will have to try and triage. Get rid of, for example, the roamers, just let them live and hit the side straight away. But if you do that, there is always going to be that information that lets them try and fall back. And, of course, hit you in the back right after as Milan gets the first kill right onto Joystick.
Opens it up, takes care of Joystick there with a swing round on the white stairs side as Red and Cigar starts to fall. Rask suffers next. He's trying to pull his way away, but through 2 soft walls, he just gets out of there. Hands over Lumber, and the rest of the team decides to drop because, to be fair, what they're trying to do there is waste time. If they can put a little bit of fear into Empire's roam clear here with the combination of not only a little bit of their presence, which is now pulled away, but, as you said, those Mozzie pests, those mute jammers, it's going to put Empire in a bit of a trickier and tougher spot to try and pull through. Now, with Joystick down, with less the ability to clear through and less grenades, they're going to have to be a little bit sharper about it. They have the sledge above. They have the ability to start trying to crack open some pockets of space, and Flores, too, who is probably going to get a lot of play, especially with Twitch off the board today.
He's going to have to get rid of that. And actually, I wanted to say, they don't have the buck. An operator we had in a know-how siege segment earlier today and can create some of these angles. Instead, it's going to be the sledge, opening up with that sledgehammer, and there's still 2 nitros on the board. So you see right now, Rask currently having one in hand, actually just swapped out of it, was probably waiting for someone to smack it open right above him. So he had the opportunity to get the nitro in to make sure, of course, he would be able to pick up that kill straight away. Either way, flashbangs are about to be coming in. It's just no pressure really coming down yet, though, from Shepard, who's just holding out the angle for now.
That's it. Pasha was actually able to rotate off of there before it became a big pressure situation. They've popped a little bit of space as they use the Flores drones to allow them the ability to cut off Sink and Coffee. Gets caught on the follow-up there. The swing round and the pre-fire down. Dan connects with Milan, who was sort of caught resting a little bit there. Try to catch the ankles, but couldn't quite lock it off. Rask is low health. He doesn't want to overextend, but look at the timer at the top, 10 seconds. Shepard's got to see if he can drop and make this connect. Dan's doing all the work he can, but over the top, there's Dan dropped. Now with only a handful of seconds left, an Echo drone drifts around the corner. The Nitro over the top doesn't quite connect, can't get it, and always comes through with the double that secured the round in those final 5 seconds.
Finn Nitro got shot there, actually. It was tossed over. You did see it go, but no explosion followed after when the Nokia phone was pressed. And that means Empire are able to pick up that first round here. They managed to identify the issue. All right, we just lost one of our members to Milan. There is a heavy roam setup. You know what? Let's just try and run right after them. As soon as the rest of the VP members dropped, they stopped the hold, truly. They just fell back towards the sites and just around it. Gave the top floor away to Empire, and that worked into their advantage. Able to pick up a couple of kills just by boldly dropping through that hatch.
That's, I guess, a good sign for Empire. They're off to the worst possible foot. Joystick had gone down, and here these 2 players that have been those consistency points. I'm not entirely sure if they're the current top rated for the team, but in my off-the-record books, they sure probably will be. Dan, and always, especially recently, we talked a bit about him, how he's so consistent, even when the team wasn't doing too hot. He was still sort of putting in a good game quite often. Recently, he's had a little bit more of a mantle to be able to perform in. Being sharp enough to put the pressure in the gunfight, I think, is where they're going to draw the most joy, because Virtus Pro build behind that. Virtus Pro can be aggressive. Things like Milan getting the slip and the drop on the opposite side when he's trying to hold on to VIP, and otherwise the pressure that was coming in against Sink and the backside, that is what Empire needed control on, and there, with a back foot, and not much time to do it with, they're able to at least find some.
And at least that first round will already be helpful. How often haven't we seen, especially since Cafe just came out, 5 or 6 rounds really going the way of the defenders on the map of Cafe. The X-Scars will be used to open up some of these barricades. Gone 6 as well, just barely sees the leg there, but it's not going to be able to catch off the player. It's going to be Joystick just holding it off right now, knowing someone was just inside the bathroom. Could be a rotation back from the freezer, but at least a bit of pressure is coming down already.
Kajeka is going on a bit of an adventure. Might want to run out here. That will be called, and Joystick will just hold. But you hit the door first, fire a couple of shots, and keep them concerned and guessing. The lock-off, though, was Shepard, who actually found Pasha elsewhere, underneath and onto the top of Whiskey. I believe that's where the body was. Though we did see another player playing towards the bottom of red, so it could have been elsewhere. It's actually there, the lock-off onto Milan, and that's again another body to full. Kajeka has to try and find his way back to the top. This aggressive game isn't really working out so far for VP. Kajeka is going to head round. There is someone who's gone for the swing. He's going to just not quite make it as a body drops on the site itself. Rask is now currently the only one left. Kajeka is caught, but is able to slip through. We saw why he did that. He couldn't rotate around to the door because he'd give himself up to the body that was playing just outside the train window here. Rask is going to do a little bit of last-minute restructuring. He's been able to get back up there. Kajeka has been able to at least put something else around the side of Rask rather than just good luck, mate.
Trying to come back together here. 2v3 they are. The plant needs to come down soon, but the freezer is not under control yet. And as the pings are coming down, there is plenty of information to work off here for Virtus Pro. Dan decides to quickly up onto an RCE, use it as a bit of intel gathering, maybe even take care of a rotation, a player or not. A piece of utility as Shepard just swings in and gets the kill. He digs in deep right away and goes to the plant. It's only up to Rask right now. Inside of the bathroom, gets the first kill. Rotates all the way over to the cocktail balcony. But the question is, will they be aware as he swings around the corner and is jumping on that table, hoping to find an elevated angle?
I mean, the first kill for this on Empire to lead them in was fantastic. Now they've just got to see if they can find a loose Rask. He's dabbled around, finds the first fight, and just locks it off. 30 seconds, and the last body's gone all the way up. Dan got out of there via the top of red, puts himself onto the skylight, is going to send a Flores drone in, and that's going to put a bit of a problem on this defuse. Has to pull himself away and wait for the explosion, and he's sending in the boys one after the other, and that's how he's stemming it. He locks it off with the gun, but I said we're going to see a lot of Flores. I mean, we're also going to see a lot of ways it can be used.
Yeah, definitely so. Use it as a bit of a post-plant security there. Able to use one to drop him off the defuse, then sending in the second, but he cancelled the controlling. So he just drove right ahead towards that corner whilst he actually jumped right after trying to get the kill. As Rask, well, he decided to try and stick it from there on, but wasn't able to successfully do so. And Empire now lead 2-0. Echoes being 6 picked out. The castle will be making it onto the board. And so far, Empire doing super well. They have been able to strike into the side, especially these opening kills in that last round. They were very helpful. Of course, a bit of a jump out we've had. I believe it was Kajeka that ran out. Or was it WTGs? Was either of the two at least?
Kajeka.
Yeah, he jumped out right after him, trying to pick up the kill. Managed to get that one. Did take a bit of a tag on his way back in because, had to open up the garage. It's a bit of a, bit of time that gets wasted there. At that time, there was already a lot of control for Empire onto the actual site as Rask tried to hold off to it on his lonesome for a very long time and ended up in a 1v1 in the end in the post-plant. Had the opportunity to potentially close it out, but, Dan still having 2 RCEs left. Would have, of course, used those first if they weren't trying for the active defuse already.
Now, one of the things I said at the start of this was that what we've seen from Empire recently has sometimes been a bit of a slow start. Whether they won the rounds or didn't on the previous play days, it didn't feel like the pace that we know they're accustomed to. They sometimes had to warm up to their opponents. They've come in red hot. They've made sure that they've hit Cafe Dostoevsky with their pace. They want to keep the pressure consistent. They're always looking for the next possibility. They're looking to put pressure onto the site. They're not sitting around and waiting. And against a team like VP, who they know very well, as we've cited and seen, they have to make sure that they keep that game because that is really the only way to stay ahead of the curve, especially when they're on the bit of the swing that they are here. The opening 2 rounds, and they're going to get cracked right into the third. The difference is so far we haven't seen Virtus Pro step themselves up to go for the full take. The drone was pinged, by the way, past from Kajeka, and Pasha then locked it off, but all of them are on the roof now.
All of them are indeed on the roof, not trying to challenge the potential run out to come through. This time also the Gun 6 has been saved as a grenade is about to swing around the corner. And WTG just into a safe space. But his ADS that was around the corner, I believe, has been taken care of. And as the X-Cars are starting to pop, you see that they're trying to create themselves a rotation all the way back down through the hatch, of course, as well. And Joystick, well, he has the opportunity to try and hold that. So we'll do that right now as well.
WTG has pulled back. He's under a bit too much pressure as the drone started to come through. Gone for the rotation underneath. The call on the window punch will have gone through. Joystick is just going to reverse repel and wait and hold on for anybody that might try and swing up the stair set itself. Red is currently entirely locked off and under watch, but as it should be with the start of the push here. Now they have that connection between Cigar and the big Christmassy piano-y beautiful room itself. Joystick is going to go for the entrance here instead. Feels confident with the lockdown and control they've got on the backside as all of the Empire players start to flood in. The difference this time round, Virtus.pro haven't gone into those early firefights. Unfortunately, the Gun 6 is caught there. Going to use the grenade to drop the bulletproof camera so he doesn't
he did get it.
But that didn't connect either. A bit of a mistake as Milan is able to open up with the double. Swung around with the Ump and able to find two heads, two quick blows to Empire.
Joystick now dropping down towards the bottom floor. Milan picks up his triple. Still with a UMP. He's doing some absolute work right here. Shepard is looking to try and maybe challenge the angle as well. Spots out someone on the back of Cocktail balcony though. He's thinking about potentially going for that gunfight first, but he's not able to hit him yet as Joystick just at the bottom of the white stairs waiting for someone to push in. Goes aggressive right now. Tries to go for the pre-fire, but Pasha is the one to get that one in the end. And Milan locks it off with a 4K. So flawless round from Virtus.pro. Now will be the first one on the board, as Empire already have managed to pick up 2. This one looked a lot more convincing from them, though.
It was good. It was better from Virtus.pro because they didn't try and overextend. They didn't try and throw themselves into the fight against Empire, a team that we've seen has had very good intel on those roams. And I think that's something that VP have clued into. Although they were playing a lot of Mutant, they were playing a bit of Mozzie earlier, they weren't entirely in control of the drones. They weren't entirely in control of the game that Empire had. The runouts were watched. Yeah. Those isolated plays were unfortunately even more isolated because Empire said, well, we've got one player here loose. Let's just keep a focus on that. And you guys do this and sort of bait the play. Virtus.pro didn't fall for that this time. They had some ideas on drones. They didn't try and swing into them aggressively. And I think that caution and that application that expect that Empire know what you're doing is something that's going to help them in the long run of this showdown.
WTG could have been picked up earlier though, because he did actually rotate down, but as he moved into the engine room, he saw that the top part of the barricade had been destroyed, and that gave him the idea that someone might still be on the rappel, actually holding off the mining hallway next to it. So instead of trying to rotate up through the red stairs and maybe get a C4 up to the roof and get a kill like that, he decided to go back up from the white stairs. With that, he saved his life. He saved the opportunity to continue trading rather than losing the first initial gunfight yet once more. And I think, of course, it's just a small detail, but in the end, it does all lead and it does all contribute towards that round win that Virtus.pro now have. Empire already have 2 attacking rounds, though. It is considered quite good. Let's see if they can make it a 3rd, maybe even a 4th, if they're feeling confident. But, you know, 3 will always be the first point of, or the first goal, a milestone. Will be going forward the current 2 that they have. So they're again preparing on the piano side right here, trying to put up as much pressure as they possibly can. They also know that every single take on this map starts from this top floor, and thus they'll start opening up again. The drones are starting to roll in, the hatches are being opened up, and you see the pests are being taken care of. It's just the question is how many VP players are actively trying to stop them from getting this top floor control.
Well, you can see WTG is putting a bit of an eye. There goes the barbs, and that's going to force Kaid into a slightly trickier position. Those triple walls are locked off with a single claw on the floor of the bathroom. And with a bit of a rotation around to the mirror on the back side, it's all steady droning. They're playing their game in a way now as Virtus.pro, where they want to be aggressive, but they're keeping a bit of an arm's length and an arm stretch. And the response here from Empire is to see if they can get control of white. Again, they're trying to isolate the play and the players. They're going to see if they can cut off from the back on the cocktail balcony side. Always is going to step up here and just put them into a tricky, unfortunate, uncomfortable situation. The body on lumber is waiting for the possibility of a swing, and they're going to sort of sit pretty and hope that they're able to get the early take.
Always has been spotted, tries to fall back. Doesn't know if Krisheka knows, of course, but Ras gets the first kill. Yeah, once more, Repel in actually came through. Joystick is about to be swinging right onto him, gets that kill, and that means that Cocktail now seems to be in control. Always with a grenade kill. Will be bringing it up next as well. As Milan manages to find a trade, and we continue going on here with another C4 from below. It brings it back to a 2-2 with just 60 seconds left here. Empire, well, they need to find a plant at some point, but at least they have the opportunity to take that top floor control now with no more nitros on the board.
There was at least 3, maybe even 4 people died this round because of explosives. It was really just this sudden, like, hit him with the barrage, boys! And everybody was suddenly dead in a multitude of different places. And I guess that's the hold that Virtus Pro wanted to play here. They had a couple of bodies that were locked off and keeping a bit of security and a bit of pace. But now, obviously, it's just going to come down to the fight as Shepard and Always are going to see if they can cruise their way across. They have everything they need, in a way, at this point. They still have the hammer to hit down and open up some angles. The one thing that's becoming a bit of a pressing matter is 20 seconds. Whatever they stick has to work and connect. And Always, well, he might stay up here, but it's a massive risk, because if anything goes wrong, you won't be able to recollect that diffuser, so they're going to have to double down. Go for the drive and hope the cover comes through. The first fight comes out. Virtus Pro, no, they just need to pull back, and it's round the back. Here it is, WTG! Off the back of the side by the Christmas tree, and whatever you guys call that. I saw there was a debate on Twitter.
There's so many debate. I don't know what to call it now anymore, because everybody's using different calls for it.
There was a lot of different ones, and Dez,
yes,
Dez as he does, waded into the mud.
Of course he did.
Waded into Twitter and poked the fire.
Like he likes to do.
He likes to do. I mean, I assume if you asked even our desk, there would
maybe
be
that's
at least 2 different opinions.
You know what? Next time, No House Siege, we're just going to do call-outs.
No House Siege, you get on it. Every time Medics just suggested that it's called Dez and Split. Well, Dez has to be the lower one because he's short, right?
Yeah.
And then Split is...
But the Split one doesn't make sense, really.
I think that's the joke.
I know. But before people are thinking we are going to be serious.
No, we're not. Hi, welcome to Rainbow Six Siege. Hi, welcome, Virtus Pro. Thank you for joining us, 2-2.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, a spicy round. There's no 2 ways about it. As I said, it was a
very explosive round.
Yeah, a cacophony of explosions littered the top 2 stories. But only one team was able to stay standing at the end, and it was the swing of the shotgun. A great read, and I was about to say it, but then the play-by-play kicked in, which was the Virtus Pro player inside Laundry went for a first swing and then pulled away, didn't continue the fight, which they could have done because of the rotating play around on the backside, because of WTG.
He was just, you know, taking a sprint up there. He wasn't even trying to slowly go around the corner. He knew he had the opportunity. One was planting, the other one was taking a fight deeper into reading. So that was the perfect moment to swing around with that shotgun. Also little to no time left to actually get off the plant and try and go for the challenge there. So perfectly timed out by VP in the end there. I was actually praising Empire. I liked their use of the sledge. They were opening up on default spots right next to the pillar, for example, just to make sure that no one was actually hiding there. And all those small pieces of information, while they led eventually to them being able to go and attempt to plant. It's just that the lack of, for example, a flank drone is really what could have been the difference maker here. Scyther is instantly being downed here. Rask wins out on that first gunfight, finishes him off with the pistol. And that is VP taking the lead here yet once more as Joystick is in hot pursuit now.
Now that was, let's try and exploit a moment. They obviously had a drone and idea on where that player was, and Scyther took a risk, tried to spray through the soft barricade to get it. It was great reactions from Rask, suffered a few bullets, swung around and connected with his gun at the point of everything popping open. It's that sort of situation. It's tracer bullets. You have that to work with if they don't lock you off quickly. Joystick being there so close afterwards, you know, if Scyther had waited another 3 seconds, 4 seconds, they might have been able to pick up a trade. It's one of those opportunities. Do you take it when you have it, or do you wait and see what happens later? Either way, it gives Virtus Pro that leg up. Hey, remember last time we were on this site and Virtus Pro had an early leg up? They still lost it. It's still not over. There's still a lot of work to be done in Empire, making sure that they do all of their work so quickly. Look at the pace that they're applying. Look at the same drive they've done before. The next step will probably be WTG, where Milan was playing before.
Yeah, Mewjummer in that position is going to be taking care of the first RCE Retiro. Means that the utility deeper into the side is not going to be able to be shot. And the first Nitro lands as well. Always is the first one to fall on these Nitros. There's still, I believe, no Nitros left actually. It's just the only one that we'll have to worry about. Now got used. Still another piece of utility on that board that could be coming in clutch at the very end. We still have 3 smoke canisters. We still have 2 Evil Eyes on board. And Empire, well, they barely have any control. They're on that first floor. They have the hatch open, but they don't have any of the openings that they would require to go for a drop or an actual take. And as they now seem to be putting down a little bit of an ID towards the bakery side, they have the opportunity to catch Karjeka off guard, but they need to be very quick for it. The question is, do they know? It seems like they don't. The Elder comes in and picks up the first as Joystick instantly responds.
No, they 100% had an idea that he was there, but they couldn't quite connect with the kills, and he was quick enough. Pasha pops the shotgun round the side, leaves Shepard alone. The mute jammers, the Aruni gates to cover the approach from Freezer. The adaptation Virtus Pro utilized was what drove them towards the end of the round here. Sure, their reactions to the fights happened quickly, and sure, that kill on the top could have very easily gone the other way if a couple of stray bullets had connected elsewhere, but still, pay attention to those Aruni gates that were on Freezer. Pay attention to the changes that they put in place there. Even things like, instead of just opening the anchor holds on the Freezer, they opened higher holes as well. They had more choice and more extension, and Empire had to go to a plan B that just did not connect.
Did not connect this time, indeed, and we are going to see a bit of a change to come through. I think on the board, Maestro as well. We're going back to bar and cocktail lounge, up to that top floor. Let's see how it will work out this time around. We see being done here, the bar being opened up with that shotgun, is all for visibility, because very often teams like to try and go for the plant in that deep corner. You just come out of cigar, you get in deep right, left behind that table, and try and go for the plant right after. So normally you do see this bar being opened up because it allows you to get some line of sight from the Freezer, and normally that little table there as well is going to get punched in by Pasha the Aruni. If he feels like it, of course. Now, there's another way at it, actually. Another operator that can be used. He's very efficient in doing this exact thing. Can you guess who it is? It's a single operator who's super efficient in opening up that bar and the table and anything you want on
Does
Cafe.
it rhyme with...
I don't think it rhymes with
planker?
anything. No, it's Oryx.
Oh, I like Chanka.
I think it would be... Well, maybe it would work. I don't know.
Maybe, sorry, have I just thrown it out?
don't use the
Sorry,
ammo,
no, only Oryx can do this.
You can just run into it.
You can just run into it.
And you don't use any ammo for it. So
You lose a little bit of health.
no, you don't actually with the bar.
Oh,
Only
really?
with walls you lose health. So, like, Oryx can just run into the table and into the bar and not lose health,
Don't
and
take
everything is
Oryx
destroyed.
on a night out, but do take him
On Cafe out.
on Cafe Dostoevsky and Rainbow Six Siege. Or if you do take him on a night out, just...
Give him a helmet.
If he starts kicking off, just be like, I don't know him.
I don't know who he is.
Sorry about this. He does this all the time.
I don't know him, but he does it all the time.
I don't know if he does it all the time. Hey, WTG, what you doing? Last time we saw you on this hold, both times you were generally locked in towards the fight here on the top red. This time, it seems like Virtus Pro have pulled away. They're not going to keep a solid hand on Cigar. They know that that's the approach here, and they want to make sure that they're in a position actually to say, well, to be fair, playing and waiting for them to come a little bit closer has paid off a couple of times now. Virtus Pro might be able to do the same thing as they let the first bit of this hold fall. Instead, go for a secondary. WTG is underneath with the C4, has the potential to throw that up if the pressure starts to come towards Rask, as we hear that laser gate on the connecting door go first. The grenades are seeing if they can connect elsewhere. The rotate onto Whiskey is going to give the idea that there's a man in the corner. They're going to start burning everything. The ADS didn't actually catch the first grenade, but it does that one, and that keeps the shield a little bit more solid. The flash didn't quite roll far enough. That one definitely will. And now it's just a matter of seeing if they can pull themselves back and restack.
It's like it when defenders quickly go on the camera right after they lose their current position. Bit of a, of course, a bit of a mispress there. Either way, going to see more of these X-Cars being used. You hear the ACS-12 actually going off, and only one of the two pellets will be detonating. It's right above on that background. Just look at the angle here that Milan is setting up. We'll be able to take care of the RC as well. Wonder if they're going to be aware of the fact that he is playing down there, and that is going to be the kill from that angle. Milan now will be falling back and jumping back on that big table.
Yeah, that's no way you can stay for too long, but it's paid off very early on. Joystick, in the meantime, is able to spray into the first fight and the second with Karjeka, putting a bit of a balance back. back over the fight towards the long bar itself. Joystick is trying to keep driving himself. He wants to go further up white. They're holding off the cover in the rotation, and a canister gets popped. 20 seconds, and that's now the concern. Do they try and run their way up white and push the fight onto Pasha and Lumber, or do they rotate and go across the firing field that is Milon repeatedly hitting that heavy hammer shotgun? They're going and trying to stick it just on the in row of the default plant, with Always offering all the cover he can. Pasha drives his way through, looks for the first fight. He goes high, but Joystick went low, and that just leaves Milon with that big hammer-hitting gun. He's been able to open up the second person this round. Now he has the moral decision. Do they try and take the fight all the way down? It's made for him by Joystick, revealing that they know exactly where he is. The Bulletproof is looking all the way over the long bar as they're going for the rotate. Fortunately dropped, with Empire locking off the even half just about, and we find ourselves 3 for 3.
Good for Empire there. They managed to pick up 2 early rounds, then had a bit of a drop back as VP managed to, well, chain 3 up in a row. And have managed to at least get that third. That keeps us in a very even split here. Well, perfectly even. A lot of even. Yeah, even, perfectly.
It's all that, innit?
It's hard. His language, this is. Bar Cocktail, Empire going to the top floor first. And we do see no 6 picks from them. The Hibana, though, is being swapped out for the Thermite. So X-Car is turned into an Exothermic. Of course, both do the same job, just one is a bit more flexible than the other. However, the Thermite creates these bigger openings. And technically, on that top floor, you only really need 2 openings. You need to open up right into the piano from the top of red, and then potentially into the bar from piano on, just to create yourself another rotation. So those are 2 angles you could go for. And let's see if those will indeed be the play here for side of Virtus Pro. Milon, this time, not having the opportunity to go to the Twitch because they banned it themselves, will be on that sledge. Has lost the SMG-11. Now, many would have said that this is going to be hurting his pick rate quite a bit, and Buck is going to be even more prevalent. However, I have not quite seen that yet myself, though. So, I think it's not as bad as people expected it to be.
No. This did trigger a cool conversation that we had in the group chat the other day.
It definitely did.
About, obviously, hey guys, you see the patch notes? You see them pretty patch notes?
I think as soon as those patch notes come out, that we're definitely going to see more Buck.
Oh, we're going to see so much Buck. Why is that, Hap?
They get 2 heart breachers in the patch and test server at least. So it's not live yet. Don't worry, it's not live. It's being tested first. But it seems like they might get 2 heart breach gadgets, which suddenly makes him very capable at opening everything.
That's it. And I think that's the very exciting prospect is all of those operators with a hard breach gadget. You think of, him, you think of Capitao, you think of all these people with a lot of pocket utility. Now, if you're looking at a map like, for example, Club, or in some places Cafe, where you've got hatch jobs that need to be done, suddenly they're just as good as someone like Ace. They can open just as many as someone like an average Maverick player. But then you have all this other pocket utility. It's a very exciting prospect for what may feel like a bit of a minor change. Enough about that, though. That's future Siege. Let's talk about current Siege. And currently, there's a bit of a siege happening over the top of the floor here. They have all the eyes for the potential of some destructive run-out capability. Rask with the Jackal is going to see if he can find some feet that might have gone for a bit of a roam. But Empire aren't really playing that game. In fact, they're happy to stick themselves all towards the top.
Seems to be a lot of utility being tossed down here into the Cocktail Balk. Evil Eye, however, still alive. Always feeling quite safe as well. Just jumping onto the table for now. Pings are coming out, and Milan is thinking about potentially getting a second grenade up there. He needs to angle it a little bit further. He's thinking about maybe even going for the player right here, opening up a very small hole, which might land that grenade right next to the table. Actually, no. It's for an entry of the RC, potentially to coming right after, as grenades are being tossed in on either side.
They're trying to find the first body, Virtus Pro. They don't want to overextend because they know the danger. I'm assuming that was to an Evil Eye that was just underneath that drop as often as placed. There's a Florist drone that's making them a bit uncomfortable, but they can't quite swing into the fight. Scyther actually had more room to escape that if he wanted to, but if anything, it's just going to buy them a bit of an opportunity here to open up the split instead. Scyther still dancing. His place is now untenable. There's no way to really keep yourself safe from those 2 angles, and it's Pasha that actually opens up Dan with the first swing round. Dan, who is obviously caught as well, isolated in the bathroom, couldn't really go anywhere else. WTG's going to long arm the grenade down white stairs. Goodbye Joystick. Caught out, and now they've suddenly got a bit of momentum. 2 bodies down, and 1 more for measure underneath, and suddenly Virtus Pro is everywhere, from no control and no locks to 4 bodies down, and an attempt on the diffuser. Make it a flawless, and Virtus Pro, they fired into that top floor.
For so long, it looked like Empire had this round sorted, right? Like, the grenades, the first set of them came in, weren't able to find anything. The first RCEs managed to get taken care of as well. But as soon as that freezer opened up, the big angle was created and the first pick went their way. Suddenly, it all went VP side. And they managed to pick up these kills one by one without even losing a single one of themselves. And Empire, well, they lose out on their first defense. Still have 5 more to go, however, to make sure they lock off a win here. Currently, as you can see in the live ranking, on the 10th place for the team that was the runner-up of the major. Second in the world, up to 10th in Europe. It's weird how it goes sometimes.
I don't know if the live rankings
I was going to say,
working.
I wouldn't... They have 1 win, right?
Because usually there's
2
up
wins.
and down arrows as well, regardless of...
Yeah, but I think at the start it was already like this. You know what? I'm just going to get the Liquipedia open just to see whether or not...
Get the Liquipedia
I'm going to get the
open.
Liquipedia open. Oh, live ranking's not working.
I knew it!
I've been betrayed. They're 4th. I know.
I've gone with a new system. I'm doing all of my research and trying to keep it in my brain so I cast more fresh into the game. Because before I would have like 2 books in front of me, as you know. And I'd get too lost in the source, you know, lost in the source of
See, and I've heard them say before, they are 4th, and Vitality and VP are right behind them. But for some reason, I just went with what was on my screen. So that happens sometimes.
Get that claw back.
Just trying to drop the,
Trying to
the
drop
one
the claw.
plate. Wasn't placed in the right position.
The mistake is you're supposed to say yeehaw when...
Oh,
no!
You're not getting that one back.
Oh, he's going to hop up on the table.
Oh,
Does he get it?
Why didn't you
gets
do
it.
that before?
Yeah, he could have done that before. I guess desperate times call for creative measures, and there's at least one.
All right.
That wall is got. And obviously, thankfully, with the changes where you can't destroy your own team's gadgets, that mute jammer survives. Because that was very close. That was a very good change when that happened.
Yeah, I really liked it as well. I know the first couple of days, though, people were like, hey, can you come up pick your mute jammer? Because I want to put... And I'm like, no, you don't. You can just put it down. It's like, but I will destroy your gauge. No, you won't. You can just put
Now
it
the
down.
real danger is teammates throwing gadgets through your arena games.
That's the only danger.
That happens too
That
often.
happens quite a bit.
Yeah.
Especially when someone is right next to the renegade and then someone's like, oh, I can get the electric claw through, and then steps out the way, activates it right at the moment.
Des is a very specific story about Staff FBL and exactly this causing his death, but I'll let him rant about that later. For now, let's rant about this approach. Virtus Pro has been able to take across the top, and they're going to see if they can put some pressure onto the Cocktail Balk side. Joystick, well, they suffer a bit of damage, but actually they suffer all the damage towards those Hibana pellets. That's what I was talking about, as underneath they still have the cover, and Virtus Pro is going to have to do a little bit more. Cover the smoke. I mean, you might be able to get some of them, but not all of them this time. It's a shotgun, it's everything, and there's a bit of an opening, a bit of a hole, and that's going to put Joystick in a tricky position, not just for angles, but also potentially a very wily grenade.
I don't think they're going to get a grenade through that. Just if you look how messed up
$1
that wall
million
is.
shot.
That's going to be having to be a very, very well-tossed grenade in that case. But VP, they managed to get that opening. Now a bit more pressure is down onto Joystick, and he's thinking about potentially going through that window. You just saw him look at it. Grenades being tossed in. Still, Joystick needs to go a bit more aggressive here as flashbangs are coming in on his back, and has to drop the hatch at some point. Still has the opportunity to do that. Drones are definitely spotting him out with Denver. Jump out for the double! Empire are able to lock off 2. It's Rask, however, to find 1, and suddenly he's in the middle of the site here. Has the opportunity to pick up some kills, but no, it's the prone angle from Joystick. I believe that is, no, Scyther that will be able to pick up that kill. Leaves it all up to WTG right now on the back of the white stairs. Goes for the 1 on the top, but it's Joystick to lock it off in the end there. And Empire, the great jump out from Den there, or run out rather, able to pick up that double kill. Locking off this round.
They put all their focus into Joystick, and it took one wily Dan to be able to slip his way around. And Rask was in a position where he was able to get the kill not long after, and then decided to try and drive his way through onto site, but that would have been called.
Yeah.
And that was covered because Joystick still had done all the work in terms of just saying, hey guys, look at me. I'm above Laundry Hatch. You got to get rid of me. You got to kill me. Everybody, ha ha ha, look at me, look at me. And then it allowed the rest of the team, because not only had they wasted so much time at that point and so much utility, but all the focus of all 5 players was on just Joystick at that point.
Yeah, it definitely was. Everybody was trying to focus on Joystick, trying to take care of him, forcing him to drop that hatch, but the rest of Empire was like, don't drop, just stay there. We're going to try and save you from whatever is trying to take care of you.
Live rankings. Fixed.
I've heard. The bane of my existence.
Thank you, production. You are
The savior.
a gift to us. Do you... Okay.
Do I?
I'm going to point at something, and do we mention it?
What do we point? Oh, I don't think we mentioned that.
No, we don't.
No, I don't think we will.
That's a whoopsie.
That's a whoopsie.
Not from production side.
No, totally not. You know, it happens, I guess.
happens.
Maybe it's a bait.
Could be.
Could be. We've seen that before.
Don't trust everything that you see.
Yeah. Some things are a lie on the internet.
Oh, well. 4-4.
Everybody's going to be so confused.
No, some people will have worked it out, and
They will.
they're probably the people who have worked it out
Are the people that need it.
that wanted that.
Yeah.
But 4-4, Empire versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro thought this was the time to take a time out. It's even, and they expected more. And to be fair, well, apart from you guys at home who voted primarily for Empire, the desk seemed kind of firmly in the favor of Virtus Pro performing better on this map based on history. Even those that thought that Empire could take the showdown, Jess,
She just gave up on them.
She gave up on it because this is, statistically and historically, a great map for Virtus Pro and a less great map for Empire. So far, the fact that it's even, the fact that it's a 4-4, is a little bit of a worry for Virtus Pro, who think that they should have more of control of this map.
I'm pretty sure I typed down, but apparently I didn't. Because I typed out the entire teams, right? So I typed out G2 Esports, for example, for my predictions. That's a bit of a... Oh, well. Apparently it says VP here. Anyway, we are in the round. I just quickly checked the talent predictions, by the way, because I wanted to make sure whether or not I was actually Empire or VP. Just so I know whether or not Jess is going to take a big loss or a big win at the end of the game here today. The bigger win will be with whoever is going to be able to pick up the majority of the points, because they are all still in contention. As you can see right now, with a working live ranking, 4th place from Team Empire, 6th from Virtus Pro. And Nitro's being... Dan, you did not have to detonate that. That was on your side of the wall. That did not even go to the outside of the building. Had no opportunity of picking up any of the VP players. But yeah, it's going to be the first of 3 actually gone that are available. So still 2 there. As right now, I believe that's an Evil Eye trying to take care of some of the X-Carrots. No, it's not.
Ooh, the claw
just
caught.
late, rather.
Yeah, just a little bit late. Doesn't quite get the connection they want. It opens up a bit of a hole, but it means that they can't extend the hole for now. However, they can put some dangerous utility in there if they feel that's within their power. The mute jammer might cause some more problems, but the setup that they have here is the attention played underneath. An explosion on Whiskey doesn't quite connect with anybody, as they'd opted for a different rotation, instead taking the drop and not opening the rotation from the top of red stairs into that little nook and cranny on the corner that often gives you the width to fight a player in Dan's position. Remember, he was the first gone before because they were able to breach this wall to his left-hand side. This time,
he's running.
It's the grenade. He knew what was coming, and he very succinctly got out of there.
It's a very small hole. It's very tough to challenge, as Joystick is going to be able to pick up the first on the round. I believe that was through the... No, it was actually outside of the window, so he's going to be able to get that kill. Turp Skurzeka, that's the line gone. No more E1Ds to pop, and that is definitely going to be helpful there, as a flank drone has been set up, just to see if someone is pushing up on the white stairs, just so WTG has the opportunity to take the bathroom under his control and potentially push into the freezer afterwards. Now, we did see the last time around, they opened up into that freezer just to create a bit of an opening on the VP side. This time, they don't get the opportunity to, as WTG, well, they thought about swinging, but there's someone really far up, actually, in that hallway just sitting there.
Well, a very quick pick back up there, and Pasha puts at least one back in their favor, but in a 3 versus 2, you've got to do more than just scream across the site. Always takes the next 2. It's a trade, actually, to lock it out with Pasha in the Virtus Pro timeout. Didn't quite pay the dividends that they wanted it to. Joystick was that problem, that thorn in the side of Virtus Pro there, as was pointed out, headed out the side of the building to get the opener, and then from that point onwards actually looped all the way back around to find another fight in the top. Virtus Pro were a little bit stalled, a little bit stunned, and I think that was how they actually planned it or took it the first time round. And Empire, if we're going to compliment how Virtus Pro responded with their defenses to Empire's takes, same thing, opposite side this time round. That loose play, that aggression across the board, that is what led Empire there into that round. Now they're only one away from confirming OT at least.
That will be the goal. Just to at least get that 1 point in. It's going to be helpful in the long run. You might not know it now yet, but you never know if that would be the difference between making it to the major, that one singular point, or to just drop out of that contention after all. So there is still 2 Playdays after this one, so there's still plenty to play for here. You want to make sure that you keep and stay inside of that top 4, because you know it's just harder to break into that top 4 because you're just more reliant on every other team to drop the ball somewhere. Either way, it is going to be an extended hold into the bakery. Of course, the same with VIP. That is quite default. That is basically every team ever nowadays. You need to make sure someone is in here just to stop them from opening up that freezer freely, or to drop them, let them drop the hatch freely. So that is why you see that player in VIP. The bakery one, it's a bit risky. If you lose the player inside there, suddenly there's a full rotation and a lot of lines of sights that can be used by the attackers. So it's good to keep that in mind.
Well, Joystick might find himself not truly exploring the ins and outs, as he's gotten himself a bit closer to home for the hold here, and they're going for a top-down clear. Rask is still bringing the Jackal. Shepard is trying again.
Trying
again.
Oh, he gets it.
How does Medics always know where to go to?
It's probably when you see 0-1, 0-1. It's like he does something, you know?
I think Medics just has a sixth sense.
He might have a sixth
run-outs and a player struggling to do something.
That's it, right? And it's like every single time a player is struggling to get something done, we somehow catch it.
Medics is there like,
I exposed another one.
Got the slipping in his words, but slip-in is the first thing that they do here. Virtus.pro have slipped in to the top floor. They're going to steadily start to pull apart some of the clear and see if they can get a confident swing. The drone just got caught by that mute jammer, freed and allowed to move further forward, steadily setting themselves up a network that's being watched a little bit by Empire, who have handed over the top floor and most of the middle, though they are paying a bit of attention there.
Definitely still looking. They have some cameras, some defaults are still up. They're trying to get the information, see what side is first being hit. We should have that one Nitro available on Siter. I want to use that one to your oh, that is unfortunate. Didn't completely get open up. The wall did get open up, but the flooring underneath didn't. It's going to be the Sledge that has to revisit that one with the hammer, just to make sure that the Caber finishes the job there. Either way, see some rotations coming through as the defaults are being opened up. The power positions are being exposed, meaning they need to find new spots which are a little bit safer. It doesn't help if you stuck 2 of your explosives, 1 into the floor and 1 into the little bit that was left on the top of the bars there. It's definitely not going to be helping you, because that was an angle they wanted to open up. We said it before, you can only do that with the Buck. Technically, you can also do it together with the Sophia in that case, but that's a lot of utility gone for literally nothing there.
Russian operator, Russian map, Russian showdown, and a Russian opening as Pasha trades off with Rask and Joystick, but always, in the midst of all of this, is able to swing around and get the opener. They're starting to try and put some pressure back in. The Lion can't quite connect with the default, popped up always, gets one more with that massive behemoth of a gun, and now Virtus.pro find themselves yet again 15 seconds trying to pull something together, a 4 versus 1. As the coat that was checked was the one being worn by the man. The shotgun tries to get the last, but it's always to carry them over. As I said, the Russian operator in the Russian showdown gets the triple and puts them in very good stead to lock off this map.
Russian map, Russian teams, Russian operator for the triple kill. Couldn't get more Russian than that. That would be the only way. I bet you someone is going to make an edit now of that triple kill and it's going to put the anthem over. Either way, 6-4. Singular round away is Empire now from picking up the full 3 points. And even though Jess just abandoned them on the desk here as it was going to Cafe, I believed. I put up my 10,000 channel points on them.
You did? I mean, you know, I guess you said that you put them on.
I really think I did. I'm going to check the history of the Google Sheets to make sure no one edited my predictions.
Imagine if you discovered
Imagine if someone did.
All of ours were being edited.
And Jess was the only one to go for VP in the end, and she just changed all of ours.
But that wouldn't make sense.
No, it wouldn't make sense.
that story wouldn't make sense. I think... I'm not good enough with if I've ever edited someone else's spreadsheet,
Crap walking
it's,
dairy comes through, by the way.
yeah, it's a mistake. I just suck with spreadsheets.
I don't speak French.
Oh, is the edit history in French?
Yeah, there's a French. I don't know how to get there now.
Sacre bleu.
Yeah, big sacre bleu. Well, you know what? I'll find out after, and I'll report
get our
to
best-
Twitter if there has been a crime.
Yeah, if something's gone wrong. Hey, Empire. 1 round is all it takes to lock it off. Virtus Pro have a distance of 2. They've been able to at least find 1 attack round, and they found it pretty well. But since then, they've been a little bit lost in the sauce. Even with the timeout, they got themselves to the 4-3 position, and then it's been 3 rounds threaded by Empire in a row. They're free now to see if they can step up here in the middle again. And if we recall, this sort of fell apart because so much attention was played to Joystick. He was free to sort of sit on that top and be a problematic figure for them. And now it's down to Virtus Pro to try and, I guess, get a handle and make sure they don't get punished in a similar stalled way.
Need to make sure they get their pace on. Need to go to that second floor, actually, in this one, because there is no basement. Openings are being made, though. Just a small one into the piano, probably to get drones through. You might be able to... No, I don't think you might be able to rotate through that. Just 4 of them, of course. Bit of pressure coming down onto the bathroom. Rask on the upside down rappel. Nitro comes out, but Rask not into a position where he could be caught. Saiter, however, does catch someone as WTG to be shot away from those windows, dropped all the way back down. He's just going to stay put, even though his wall has been kind of, well, destroyed a little bit by the VP players. Can just hold on for now. It's going to be challenging the piano and everything that comes with it.
Well, they seem to have a little bit of a sharper take and tack here as they start to bout that pressure. Scythe is here to offer some support. The medic is in, the doctor is on the corner, and they can try and, I guess, predict and potentially overheal through the grenades with the new health system and seeing if they can push and prop and prod against them. Joystick's actually gone a little bit wider. Now they have 2 of them. It's Milon that suffers the first firefight as Scyther is able to make sure that this top stays under. There are more bodies to try and have a second and third if they want to dig themselves back in, and you can see them setting up for the attempt on the pressure here, but now, obviously, that they've got to see if they can double down. The time has passed. They can't quite get the full revenge, and Scythe has got himself back up to a topped-off top bit of health. The width on the balcony here by Joystick as he's waiting for the crossfire to come through, takes the fight to the man on the opposite side and drops them. That's going to instantly get called, but now suddenly Pasha is in a very tricky situation. Does he go for the fight with the dock? Does he keep crawling and creeping his way forward? Joystick hasn't overextended. There it is, though.
Beautiful
leaving
timing.
just Rask alone, and it's Joystick that locks it off. Empire find themselves the full win, shut down the run of Virtus Pro, and now with those updated rankings, second is where Empire currently sits.
They're indeed going over to that second place, and that makes them look good for that major. Currently on 13 points, just, you know, Rogue, Havana, teams that are right now behind them, which were before them were ahead of them at the start of this game. Still have to play, still have some points to be gained, but they already put the first step down. They put the first 3 points off the board for today. And with that, well, they are starting to head back towards the major, which will be in Sweden this time. 3 points, just didn't believe in it.
It's always tough to call.
It's always tough.
I'm excited for whatever conversation of I told you so, or I did not maybe tell you so, but I believed that maybe there was possibly a chance might happen over the desk. I can actually already hear them arguing.
Yeah, they're coming
about
in
it.
and they're arguing
So we'll
about
throw
it.
it to some ads, and then we'll let them do whatever it is that they do. See you soon.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Team Empire were able to make it and beat VP, their Russian rivals. And before we go to a bit more gloating here on the analyst desk, let's have a chat with our victors. It's Team Empire. Hello, 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 Dan. Zdravstvuyte. How are you doing tonight? Congratulations
Hello.
on your victory. How are you feeling, man? 3 points? This is going to push you way up in the standings.
I'm feeling great, of course, because it was very important match for us, and I'm kind of happy that everyone from my team did their best to make it the win for us.
And let's talk about the map in general. It was Villa, Cafe that were set in the end, and we were thinking, okay, is this really going to be, Empire's comfy space going to Cafe Dostoevsky? Was this something you pre-planned to go to?
We were just thinking on what maps we will play against them, and we kind of knew that we are going to play like Cafe, Villa, maybe Bank, because VP almost never play Clubhouse and Coastline, and that was really bad for us because it's kind of our main maps in our roster. That's why we were preparing just Cafe, Villa, and Bank for these games, and it went well.
If only you could go to Consulate, eh? Times were different. Well, talk to me about that Twitch ban. VP banned it, and it's kind of an oddity. What did you think when you first saw that up? Is it something that you think is directly against your lineup, or is it a general thing just from your point of view?
I was really sad then they banned Twitch because I play Twitch on Cafe, and I really like her gun. And when they banned Twitch, I knew that I'm going to play Floors. And it was kind of hard for me because I don't like Floors gun at all.
Really? AR-33 angle grip? Are you serious? Like one of the best in the game. What are you talking about?
It feels like G36, like low damage, but high fire rate. And still, I don't know, I just don't feel comfortable playing this gun.
Fair enough, fair enough. Otherwise, Floris' kit, how you warm up to it? Is it just the gun, or, the utility itself also bothers you, or what?
Usually I just warm up on the operators that I'm going to play before the game, and so I was not warm-upping on floors at all.
Understandable.
Then that's why I did quite not a lot of frags on attack.
It's all right. You won. The W is a W at the end of the day. And you ended up having a 3-3 at the half. You guys started on the attacking side, and you picked to start on the attacking side. Why specifically?
I don't know, just maybe because if you do a good attack side, like 3-3 like we did, you feel really confident that you did great on attack, so you just need to finish it on defense. It's because Cafe is a defender-sided map.
And we saw quite a bit of the Tashanka played downstairs in kitchen, holding on to that bakery area. Is this something that you'd expect this to become metagame, holding that bakery space, or what do you think?
I think Tachanka is playing more often now. He's being played because maybe people understand how to throw his fireballs normally. And I think in the future it will be maybe one of the most picked operators instead of Smoke.
All right. Zoning out your opponents with the Shumika launcher. All right. That's something that you want to hear for all the Tachanka fans out there. But for all the Empire fans out there, Dan, what would you like to say?
I want to thank everyone for the support. We love you all, and thank you once again.
There you go. And next Playday, you go up against G2. Now, you've played against G2 like a million times and won. So what do you think is going to be different for that game?
I think it's just going to be like a great match as always, because right now almost every team in EUL League are at the same level of skill, and every game is almost 50-50. So you will never know who will win in this match. You will just see it during the game, during a great match.
Very excited for it. For all the fans out there, both Empire and G2, make sure to tune in. That is Playday 8. It's October 11th, which is this Monday, with more set up for that day. It's Empire VG2, game number 1. Make sure you're there to catch it. Dan, thank you very much. Spasiba Bosho. Thank you for this interview. As always, congratulations on your victory. 3 full points for Team Empire, and closer to yet another major. We'll see you next Monday, hopefully. Till then, bye-bye. До свидания.
Bye-bye.
That is then the man. Happy, comfortable, and Empire won.
I was like, oh God, am I meant to fill the gap? I'm not prepared for this. No.
No.
No, I know what you're referencing. The fact that I have, won the prediction, being the one that
Why?
gets to gloat.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
no.
the only one who predicted Team Empire to win this matchup.
Fresh
Pick VP.
It doesn't matter for me because I'm just a host. I don't know anything. But
Okay.
it's Fresh that was wrong and you were right. So
Yeah. Really zoom up on his face because we want to see the pain.
the
pain
the
of
plastic divider is
losing
still
to me.
there. If you want me to.
pain.
Pure pain. See that VP behind you? Yeah, they lost.
They did.
Yeah, they lost. And
did.
the Empire behind me, they won because I knew they would win. Because
What I liked about Empire was their attack. The very first attack was on the
Yeah.
Kitchen Bakery.
Yeah.
And they did a very normal attack, and I thought, here we go again. But always, he just ran down the red stairs and took out the Echo player. They showed a little bit of initiative to just get those 3 attacks. They get 3 attacks in the attacking half, and they can defend it out from there. We saw VP when they played G2. They only got 1 attack. It's the same story again today, 1 in 5. They have a real issue attacking this map. That's 2 in 11 attacks that they're getting on this map, which is significantly below what they would expect. And Empire turned up today. I was actually really impressed, especially with, like I said, their attacking half.
yeah, and I was a little unsure in the first half, but okay, yes, they accrue the rounds they need on a exponentially difficult defensive-sided map. When I've been speaking about this map in previous about G2 and whether they choked or not, this is what I'm referencing. Cafe is 77% defensive-sided. It is hugely defensive-sided. So when we're referencing these kind of things, we aren't just making it up. EU at the moment is struggling to attack Cafe, whether it's time management or whatever it might be. It's a hard one to crack. And you saw the MVP there, the man himself, Joystick. I wanted to see whether or not his stats over this stage had changed considerably because he was down in the dumps for a little bit, and actually that puts him in, finally, rather than having a negative KD, he has a positive one now. It also might put him even on his entry and will have raised his cost, which is really good for a man who's second lowest rated in his team currently. So good day in the office there for the Empire boys, but a close shave on some of those rounds, of which we're lucky that even though VP put the pedal on the metal, that they weren't able to capitalize on those loose members of Empire just taking chunks out of their team.
I think they struggled, VP specifically, on the attacks. They gave a lot of 1v1s to the
They really
defenders.
did.
I remember, I think it was Joystick where he was playing
was.
the window of Cocktail in that little area.
In minibar?
Yeah, in minibar. And he was getting I think he took 4 1v1s and he won every single one. And it's like,
can't
please
do
just
that.
2 at the same time and you will kill him. You might lose a player, and it was just fundamental issues like that for VP, and they just couldn't get over the line on the attacks at all.
What a shame, because
This
I think
is-
VP's turning into a good team. I don't think this was truly indicative of the team VP is at the moment.
I think that top 4 is starting to really settle at this. 13 points for Team Empire, 9 for Virtus Pro. It means that for this, VP have to win the next 2 games and Empire has to lose both of them
Yeah.
to realistic, to make it very
It
clear.
takes it out of VP's hands, right?
Basically, so you have to do your best, but also your opponents have to do their worst. There's Vitality that is still within earshot as well. We'll see how they end up doing today, if they can collect their points. So yes, the top 4, there's still a lot to talk about, and we'll recap it at the end of the show. But that was game number 1, Empire VP, a great way to start our day with 4 more games to go. When we come back, it is Rogue versus Team Secret and a big fight for relegations and who can step away from it. See you in a moment.
don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out, and that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our memes, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. They're all our best laid plans.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. It's game number 2. It's Rogue versus Team Secret. We had a fight for the top 4 earlier on. Now we turn our attention to the bottom. And this is, you might be thinking, Milosh, what is your brain? Is your brain all right? It is creating correctly. Rogue at the bottom. Yes, because we're looking at the entirety of the year. Stages 1, 2, and 3 for relegations at the end of it, not just for stage 3. That's how it works in EUL. We have to tabulate your performance through the entire year, which makes sense if you ask me. We will talk about...
A little bit of shade there, Milosh.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I had no clue. Team Secret, though, on one side here with UCAN. It's the UK Massive, man.
I was going to say, I'm still not sure we've inducted them into the UK Massive or not. On the basis they don't play inside of UCAN, can we induct them? Des and Ace are shaking their head.
The UK Council has spoken.
The UK Council has spoken. They are not a UK Massive.
There we go.
They are GSA Massive. If that's the thing.
Fair enough.
Anyway, they've got an opportunity today. They go out and win, they will not be auto-relegated. This is the big kind of...
The stakes are high.
The stakes are high for them. They're up against an opponent that lost in the last Playday, that they will have played numerous times across GSA, EUL, and they'll feel that they kind of can counter that playstyle fairly well. They'll know that playstyle. So I'm hoping that Secret come out and put out a good performance today, because it's all in their own hands to escape that 10th place auto-relegation. Should they win today as well, they can also close that gap with Rogue to try and completely get out of relegations.
Regulation win.
Yeah, so if I just set the scene easy, if Rogue win in regulation, then they clear themselves of relegations completely. Or overtime as well.
Okay.
If Secret win in regulation, Heroic are auto-relegated and the race is on for kind of 9th spot. If Secret win in overtime, everything's still to play for, but Heroic have to beat Secret's result not to be auto-relegated later on today.
And they're playing against G2, which right now, I mean, who knows?
I mean, I will say,
it is up in the air for this matchup. There's a lot still at stake. We're Playday 7 and we still haven't really had a good idea. I think we might need to wait until the last one for it. But Rogue have that opportunity, like Fresh is saying, Joss.
Yeah, I was looking through the entirety of the ratings for all the players in the league, and their bottom-rated player of Rips, who we would consider to be a highly smart player. There's not a lot of necessarily smart players there, but I would rank him to be in one of my top 5 in the EU League of having some of the best game sense and understanding as to how to play a situation. Unfortunately, as a result of his role, he is the lowest rated in their team. However, in the overall standings of ratings, he's like still in like the top 20 or whatever it is. So he's actually the lowest in the team, but also quite high in EUL. So the whole team is putting in massive efforts to rebuild the roster, and they're doing a damn good job about it.
And speaking of Rip specifically, we talked about the way Rogue attack. Now, he's the one that's sat on drone when he's enabling those people to go out and get the kills. So in that round, he often, if Rogue go out and they're successful in that attack, he will get 0 kills. He will get 0 deaths. He will get 0 plants. but he is kind of the smart mastermind behind the attack, calling stuff out on drones.
We don't have stats to indicate how good of a job Rips is doing, so please watch carefully. I know you did that segment about their droning, so go back on that segment as well, because it really is telling how smart he is.
That was last Monday, so make sure you tune in and so you go back through the VODs. It's exactly where we went through. That is on the Rainbow Six Esports VOD specifically. So let's have a look at our map. Let's go. This is going to be very influential as always. We're going to go to Coastline. You're left with Villa and Coastline, and what a way to fight for relegations if you're Secret. You go there, you're starting off on the defense with Rogue on the attack. Jess, your thoughts?
It's a mixed bag for both of these teams, the results they've had on it. But when it comes to maps like Chalet and Coastline, I hate going to previous results unless it's overwhelmingly bad or overwhelmingly good, because this map is just full of surprises. The new changes have make it more defendable, but with Rogue just being the new Rogue it is, Secret are going to struggle against that.
Throughout this stage, both of these teams have played a lot of maps, and their map preferences are really hard to read in that it indicates they've got a 6 or a 7 map pool. Coastline was up there on the higher preference for both teams, so I'm not surprised we see it. But when the stakes are this high, to go to such a hit or miss 50-50 map.
What did you predict?
I had Coastline or Chalet.
Okay, so you picked one of the two maps I think are the most chaotic and give the best chance
because
for a team
it's
who
kind
probably
of
shouldn't have
the
won.
1 and 2 preference for both teams. Both teams love both of those maps, so I thought we would go there.
Even with your prediction, before we go, who do you think's going to win based off now you know it's Coastline?
Rogue.
Yeah, I also think Rogue. Well, just based off their recent attacks and the decision-making, I do
so
think
good at it.
Rogue should have beaten G2 there.
I agree.
But for a
I
couple
agree.
of failed rushes,
I
bad
agree.
1v2s, etc.
Yep.
So let's see how it'll go. It's fresh, Jess. Thank you very much. But we're going to go to Coastline. It's sunny Ibiza. I know it'll be a bit of a change in pace as things are getting quite cloudy and quite cold here. So we're going to toss it over to our casters. It's Ace and it's Dez, and it's their favorite map. Enjoy.
I feel like I'm being forced to enjoy Coastline more and more, as I feel like it's been probably 3 of our last 5 maps or so.
Well, you messaged me earlier, Des, and you said, we've got Coastline, and I said, Des. I said, Des, just you remember that G2 game that we had on the last Playday, and oh boy, what a lot of fun that was, and it was Rogue involved in it as well. So I've got every confidence, Des, that this is going to be every bit as exciting. Rogue versus Team Secret, and Rogue fighting for their lives, quite literally, inside of the EUL in this one, Des. Any win will do them and will guarantee them safe.
This is like where, if you're heroic, you're sat here watching, evaluating, nervous as anything, because you know that realistically at this point, your chances of survival are out of your hands, as mentioned on the desk. Secret need a strong result today to guarantee that it is heroic, done and dusted. But between these two teams, it is that battle for 9th place here. Whoever loses finds themselves pulled much closer to it. And if you're Secret, Rogue may just move a little too far away in the overall standings, despite, as you can see in the top right corner of your screen, Rogue currently be in a spot to get to the major, and Secret really yet to pick themselves up off the bottom of the table. First 2 bans have flown through, though. A Secret banning away Nomad as their first ban to come out, and Thatcher, the old stock standard ban, it feels like, coming out for Rogue, quickly followed up by their defensive ban of Valkyrie. It's again bread and butter, those two just go so well together.
It is Team Secret coming in. We've seen Secret play Coastline twice, and we have seen a funky ban from them, Des. We've seen a Warden. We've seen a Warden previously. I don't know if we'll get that one coming out again today. Possibly not. Maybe the Mirror instead, or going to be Mozzie. Another one that you could maybe describe as a little bit funky. One that we don't see too often, the Mozzie ban. As you say, Mozzie particularly powerful, able to basically get a pest on each stairway and stop a lot of drones getting into that top floor.
It's just how strong he is as a roamer at the minute as well. You know, the Roni, we've all seen the nerfs coming through to that. The fact that you got the pest, you got the C4. Just a stupidly popular roamer for a lot of what would be entries on the attack inside of maps at the moment. So, not too surprised to see it taken away. Did wonder if we keep on seeing mute bans being a thing over something like the Mozzie, so glad to see it's gone away. And I was really quietly excited behind the science scenes of the last game, Ace. So I've been banging about Twitch now for a few weeks, and how strong I think she is with the 3 drones, the considerably jacked up, like, drones got a new 2021 update coming out, which makes them really fearful. And then she actually drew a ban. I was like, that's about time that she does see a little bit of action in the banning phase. However, in this game, as you've mentioned, it is going to be that Nomad and the Mozzie from Team Secret. Quite specific. We're keen to see what their play is going to be around that. We start out in hookah and billiards. Nothing else really worth shining home about. We are in this day and age now where I think at the start of the stage you'd see Iana or Finka, but now more and more teams are saying, you know what? 4 nades, 2 gone 6s, 2 really good gadgets. We'll bring them both. Why not?
Twitch, as you say, particularly an interesting operator to pick up on. She's certainly seen an increase in pick rate. She's up to, I like to calculate, as you know, Des, picked when available.
Presence.
Presence takes into account bans, but it I think overinflates a little bit. I look at picked when available, so literally when a player has the opportunity to click on that operator, how many rounds have they done it? How often have they done it? When the choice is there for them. 27.5% coming in for Twitch. I will get some previous figures, but I would estimate that she's usually down at 5 to 10% between stage 1 and 2, so quite a significant increase, as you say, coming along with that significant buff to the drones. So we're going to have some quick progress onto the underneath here. Rogue coming in on the attack. They are attacking Hooker and Billiards, but initially they're going to look to clear out underneath. You always got to be careful of the vertical denial. Out comes a nade there, not going to find any success, but Keenan needs to just watch himself behind that bar.
I think they did destroy a gadget or two along the way because you heard the kind of zap of the electrics, as I believe it may have been ADSs upstairs that potentially got cleared out. Keenan's still hovering off on the downstairs, and you were right about the pressure because now it's starting to amp up. It's crying onto 7 to get things started out. Leon swinging in for a second just a few seconds later. And inside 2 seconds? No, inside 60 seconds, 2 are dead.
4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 as Ace has managed to find himself a nice nade kill onto Kendrew there. Rogue taking a commanding stance to this opening round. And it's something that we did see against G2. If you remember, in their first attack, it was actually a bit of a rush onto the Hooker and Billiards side. It's been a little bit calmer this time, but nonetheless, they are still getting the kills. Out goes Pack Bull, cannot find himself a second, gets sat down by Aces, and it's going to probably all be for nothing. Is that explosive jump out as Gomfi now finds himself 1 versus 3 using one of those corner salvation stations to get himself juice back up and into the fight. Looks to take the challenge onto the double window there, but is not going to be able to find his man, who just dips, ducks, dives, and keeps himself out of sight.
Nothing really to worry about here, I think, on the side of Rogue, knowing you've got so much time to play with. You can choose to get back on your drones and take your time here, but they're taking gunfights. Gomfi does collect the triple in the round, but shut down on a great trade coming from the window. Good first round from Rogue, all fueled by those first 2 kills that they found downstairs in Sunrise and Blue.
I think Team Secret might have a little bit of trouble here today. I know we're only 1 round in, but I feel like, as Fresh said on the desk, Rogue were close to the win against G2 on this map, and I feel like coming back with a couple of tweaks, a little bit of information, knowledge, experience gained from that G2 game, they could be a really threatening presence here in Ibiza, in the La Perla Blanca resort of Coastline.
Are you selling a club to me or a game of Rainbow Six?
I'm trying to get you in, Des. I'm like one of them street promoters. Trying to get you.
I can imagine you, when all goes wrong in casting, you back out and think, right, I need a job, what can I do?
When?
Ticket seller in Ibiza.
When it all goes wrong, how rude.
I'll drag you down with me in some minute. We're there together saying, come on, quit a shot, come in. It'd be unbelievable. Either way, I agree with you, but also to give some lean towards Secret here. You've seen Rogue play on this map. You've got some information you can gather. You know, so for them, it's also not a bad choice to come here as well, although ultimately those last 2 maps were a choice that Rogue had between Villa and Coast, and they chose to come into Coastline. I do want to reference that G2 game, because you mentioned a couple of rounds that went awry and they ultimately lost out 8-6.
1v2, 1v3.
It was the same story last stage. Think back to on Chalet, round 7 and 8. You know, Aces whiffed an easy headshot onto a planter that would have won them a round, and the second round beyond that, they lost a 1 versus 2 against an Alder. So the scoreline says they've lost to G2 in both of those games. It doesn't tell you just how close they were to beating them, and I guarantee a Citizen in Leon's head, rent-free.
Crying there.
I love how you say the word crying straight after that, it just fits the bill perfectly. Beautiful.
Crying just showing off that new long range that the Twitch drone has got, taking out the default cam all the way down the 90 corridor, and already Secret feel a little bit on the back foot here, Des, but Kendrew tries to get something going with the run out on the Legion, doesn't find his man. We've got Gomfi almost on half health there. He's again going to have to think about taking a visit to one of those corners donor stations to pep himself back up. He doesn't want to be taking these fights too aggressively on that low health. He does have one there. He's just waiting on the cooldown at the moment.
Cooldown.
Cooldown.
That's a new one. Now, I do like how there's a contest coming in from Rips on the Book onto this window early on, because I spoke about last time we were on Coastline how more teams are sticking a defender inside of security. Reason being, you look all the way through lobby, you can see through the triple wall that opens up inside of site. Thank you very much. I believe it's medics in this one, but you can see everything from down in lobby all the way up. It's a medics, indeed it is. You can see all the way up from security in towards site there, so it makes it really hard for the attackers to come in from the service entrance side. So really, as the attackers, you want this clear. Lobby empty, security clear, and they've just achieved that with Cryin having yet another opener, this time onto the triple kill master himself, Gonfi in the previous round.
Great start for Rogue, but levelled out as Sleben manages to find Rips. Leon, however, just absolutely chugging away with that thinker weaponry and managing to find himself a kill. Prano gets inside his sight, getting that diffuser down, and kills are just dropping one after another here. Des Kendrew taken out by Leon, and all of a sudden Keenan in a 1 versus 4 finds one, but completely impactless. It will be nothing more than a consolation for Team Secret as Rogue come through looking as solid as they did in round 1, take round 2, and starting to find a little bit of breathing space even this early in the game.
I said it a couple of weeks ago, watching Rogue at the minute is really fun. It's, many would look at it. I think if you showed this an NA team or an NA coach, they'd have an aneurysm watching back some of Rogue's games, because the way they play is so fast, it's quite loose, it's aggressive, it's far from the kind of chess game style of play that we see coming out of regions like North America. And I spoke to Leon about this. I asked him, do you think this has got legs in it as a strategy type? Of you guys being quite aggressive, not so much a rank play style, but it's got that kind of feel to it at points. What do you think of that? And he was like, truthfully, if it works for us now and gets us out of the precarious position we're in, where we're facing potentially against relegations again, I have zero complaints. But what I like is it's giving them a solid footing. They're finding a style that makes them happy, that you see the smiles on their faces after each round. It's not like, God, that was really tough and really hard to get through both mentally and physically. They actually managed to make it work for them on a kind of motivation scale as well, and it's shining in the gameplay. So if this is the start of them for something beautiful in future, I'm all for it.
That's it. It doesn't necessarily matter whether in 6 months do Rogue look like they do now. Is the gameplay the same? Is it not? As you've said, if it works right now, the absolute #1 priority, there is no other way around it, Des, for this team is survival. That's the top and bottom, and they are very close to it. A win here will do that for them. They can start looking towards 2022, and if they can do that with some confidence under the belt, maybe even a major appearance, Des, that's going to be something that they wouldn't have thought would happen during stage 2. And so a big part of it is if you can come out here and play with a little bit of fun, a smile on your face, that passion, that confidence, you'd be amazed how many more rounds those teams pick up.
That magic word, passion.
Got to have the passion.
Yeah, you got the passion, they got the passion, we all got the passion. Let's see how the round plays out. You saw the interesting setup coming inside the Hall of Fame, by the way, where there's a shield, a couple of magnets in there, a Banshee set up inside it. They really want to hold this off. ADS
really
is also committed in. They've really dug in deep into saying, no, you won't have this one. One shot drone going down. So you can already see the kind of blue glow all across the ceilings and the walls, which will make this rough. However, what you're going to start doing then is tossing in a bunch of nades to clear things out. They've managed to burn their way through. And now finally they have got some kind of gain inside of Hall of Fame itself. However, quite a bit of utility wasted, gone through about a minute or so. It's not world-ending. But, good attempts coming out of Secret at least.
Certainly is. We're going to have the Hibana opening up that VIP wall now, which may force, I was going to say Team Secret back a little bit here, but Kendrew just running up towards the breach almost, looking to make that challenge if anybody wanted to poke their face through. Now, he sees the rappel wire, so you got to be careful. The man on the end of it is currently on drones, but Kendrew's managed to sneak his way back in here, but well aware, Aces steps in with a pre-fire and shuts him down, whilst at exactly the same time, Packbull manages to find a headshot onto Leon, so that's going to be some of those nano boosts gone along with him, and it leaves us in a 4 versus 4 just after the halfway mark. But importantly, Rogue are in control of VIP. And what a headshot from Aces onto Packbull, absolutely deleting him out of this round, and he's just walking through him, Des, like a hot knife through butter.
Tell you what, the man's got one hell of a swing on him. Maybe he should become a golf pro after he's finished with Siege. 3 in the round that he's just kind of stepped around a corner, gone for the spray and won the gunfights. It's ludicrous. So much so that the plant has gone down once again. Crying has been down onto the ground, but not yet taken out. The 1 versus 2 with Rips on incredibly low HP. Slebber's got to do it all, but Prano, this is the problem when you've got a fragger playing in your supportive and IGL position. Have an absolute field day of picking up kills once it's gone down. 3 on a bounce for the side of Rogue. And Secret have really got to come up with some magic ideas here, Ace, because it's not looking good.
It's not going in their direction at all at the minute. I just want to have a quick look at Rogue. Team Secret inside of Stage 3. I'm just going to bring it up because I want to see what their attacking win rate has particularly been like on Coastline. And Des, I gotta tell you, it ain't great. We've seen them play there twice. They've got a 50-50 on Blue Bar Sunrise. They haven't been successful attacking Kitchen. They've got a 40% win rate Hooker Billiards. The only site that they've consistently attacked well is Penthouse Theatre. And I'm not being funny, we might not even see Rogue play there.
No.
So I'm a little bit concerned for Team Secret at this point, coming into a second half attacking phase, which we would expect them to maybe be able to pick things up on Coastline. The history over the 2 games that we've seen them play so far in EUL Stage 3, it's not great.
It's just a bit dire when, ultimately Aces, there's not really much Kenny could do there when he just swings in the doorway and instantly bangs the man sat in the corner. Clearly, Kendrew thought he was safe. The short answer, as we discovered, was he was not. There was no cover coming in from inside a Penthouse to help keep him alive, and the biggest freebie of Ace's life, then second into VIP and getting the second inside of Theatre. As I mentioned, just swinging everything that moves. We're very used to seeing him do that on maps like Clubhouse. I'm always thinking about him swinging with the SMG-11 coming out the breach, for example. Is a nightmare on that CC site, and he's only gone and done it again in the round. So 3 on the bounce. It's a good half already for Rogue, but they really want to put the pedal to the metal here, accelerate it towards a 5 or 6 round half for them, and leave Secret reeling.
Yeah, that's it now. What I want to see from Rogue here is you got to be clinical, Des. When you've got somebody on the back foot, you got to really push that advantage. I want them absolutely pinning Team Secret down here and just giving them no opportunity, no space to breathe, no way back into this. You know, that's often what we see from teams that are struggling in a league. It's generally that they allow other teams that opportunity. You know, they'll get a few rounds and then they let them come back into it. I don't want to see that from Rogue now. Show us the continuation of that evolution that you're able to lock it down. And we're getting some great footage of Ace's little tour through Coastline as he just picked the Team Secret defence apart.
It means again the first one, the one with Kendrew, no support from Penthouse, moves into VIP and gets another one, like inside of Theatre because no one's holding 90, swings 90, gets a third and then finally gets traded out. But you're down 3 men at that point, unfortunately, Secret, and things aren't going to go too much better for you. Don't forget as well, of course, if Rogue walk away the winner here, they do jump over Team Empire, moved into second place after their win in the previous fixture.
If you'd have said that to me in Stage 2, you'd have been like, no way.
No.
No way.
No. It just wouldn't have been a thing. But they move up to 15 points, which is only 2 behind BDS. Quite a terrifying prospect.
It's what I love about Siege. It's what I love about it.
I think if BDS get the 3 points later, they are locked in, I want to say.
Yeah, for the major. Yeah, they will be.
That'll be it. There'll be another team qualified in there after SSG made
they're
it
enough
yesterday.
clear.
After their
They're
victory
enough clear.
over Dark Zero.
Yeah, they're looking good for it. We're going to have Aces pushing in aggressively once again. VIP wall has been opened up, this time attacking onto Hooker and Billiage. Just gets himself a nice long line of sight there through onto a man, makes the challenge but can't find one. Kendrew's going to get spotted out in 90 corridor, needs to be careful, but it's gone for you, should have been careful as Aces finds him. Leon straight onto Keenan, crying onto Kendrew. Team Secret, Des, they are backs to the wall and they are getting absolutely pummeled by Rogue right now.
Aces is the bowling ball, they are the Skittles, and they are just falling over one by one. In all these rounds, you've just seen, it feels like, well, we have seen 4 entry kills coming in from the side of Rogue, and then it just turns into 2, turns into 3, turns into 4, and before you know it, the round is done and dusted. It's hard for them to find any kind of win if you can't win a gunfight. It doesn't matter what they've tried to roll out in the last few rounds, and Leon, with a great little bit of vision coming in on that drone, should be enough for someone just to yellow ping the hell out of him as he is doing there, and all it's going to take is a gunshot coming in from a push down 90 or a nade. anything to polish him out, but let's not forget that's one of the 2 last members. This is easy breathing for Rogue at this point, Ace.
You can just see them scrambling now, trying to get onto an angle that will allow them that shot onto Packbull, but he's going to move away before that opportunity presents itself. Sleben locked inside of Aquarium now, challenges onto what he believes to be the Iana, but it will only be the clone coming in, the Gemini drone now. Leon,
Good night.
Aces, flawless, no more needs to be said.
It doesn't really, does it? It's one of those rounds where you could break down each kill if you wanted to, but it just doesn't matter because not a single one came back the way for Secret. Round after round, it's just turning into an absolute bruising and battering for Team Secret. And I do want to take a look, actually, while we've got a bit of time, since, we've got an on-screen slaughter. I ain't got to tell you about how detailed and graphic that's looking right now. Looking at the overall standings, if things stay as they are, Rogue look like they basically move clear. I think
They're safe. If Rogue win, they're safe.
They're done. And then that then leads the scrap kind of towards the 9th and 10th.
Heroic
place,
are loving this right now. Heroic are loving this because
rattle
they
Team
just,
Secret.
they need to just get in. It's going to be a 2-horse race. It's going to be a 2-team fight over who is auto-relegated and who gets to fight to survive.
Heroic are 6 points behind Secret. There are 3 games still to play for both teams, so there is every possibility that if Secret's mental just completely falls to tatters and Heroic do find 2 wins out of seemingly nowhere, they can be in overtime, of course. They could do the leapfrog if they really wanted to.
They could. There's a lot needs to happen there, and the first and foremost of that is 2 heroic wins.
We are getting very excited about Heroic. And how many of us predicted Heroic today?
I was very much on the fence with that game. The G2
what did you
heroic
go for in
game.
the end?
I went for G2.
Oh, okay. I think I went G2 as well.
I just feel like heroic have an issue winning games. The best way that I could put it,
the only one who went for
the best
Heroic.
way that I've been able to put it through the stages, heroic can win rounds, but they can't win games, and that's been the struggle for them.
What is this? Milos is just what? Okay, then this is magic. He's walked in like flashing off a pizza while we're here stood casting.
Something to look forward to.
What a man. Everyone's out there scoffing pizza and we're just screaming over our own kind of slaughter in this game, it feels like. Let's see, though, how round 5 plays out. And for Rogue, I think you can already guess exactly how things are going. Aces, 4 rounds in, 10 kills to his name. Leon, 5-1, hasn't always had the best time on the entry. But at least in this game, although not picking up the entry kills himself, he's definitely starting to stack up the frags. And on the other side, look at their kill count in total. 7 kills across 4 rounds for Secret. That's not a performance of a winner, unfortunately, Ace.
A great little example of the change to the mute jammers there. If you've not seen that in action before, you saw some of the ex-Kairos pellets just muted out, but then the ones up at the top of the wall able to breach through, because of course now it works in a circle sort of radius on that wall, and so the top corners of the wall, the very reaches there, it doesn't quite extend that far, whereas it used to be a cylinder all the way up the wall. So the Hibana able to take advantage of that. The nades follow in, clear it out, and they've got the breach onto the default wall now. In comes the nade, and good night! Aces shuts down Packbull behind the bar. He's not going to be serving up any cocktails for the remainder of this round. 5 versus 4, Pranos in. He's getting the diffuser down, Des. Secret aren't even competitive right now. That's another one where Rogue have been able to just get established inside a site and get that diffuser activated.
Well, we're killing one person as well. It's all it took, and they had full control of the site from there. Keenan getting pulled back up off the ground to make it a 4v3, but they've got to get all these kills and get the defuse down in about 20 seconds, Ace. I'm not feeling too optimistic about it. Prano finds one, Sleben another across onto his former teammate, but it's the final 2 flying through for Rogue, and when I say flying, I truly mean soaring towards the sky. They've got 5 rounds on the bounce.
Honestly, there's a bit of me that looks at this thinking G2 must be sat watching thinking, whew, we got away with one last Playday.
Yeah. I mean, we look back at that game and everyone knows exactly the kind of player to talk about. 18 kills, I think it was for Citizen in the end. Far from saying it's a one-man mission.
It's quite interesting because I looked at that map back today. I did the stats and I had a little watch of it back. And obviously, that was one of the standout elements was Citizen's position at the top there. And he did go big, but it's very important to note that I think it was up until about round 9 or 10, the team were actually very, very even. Citizen then just had a big spurt of kills at the end that took them over the line, and teams need those players who can just step up. Who can step up when it's needed. But it was very, very close through a lot of that game, and then he got a 4K, and it just sort of took him away from the pack.
4 big rounds in there that I chalked up to being 3Ks, 4Ks. So it was just like, the man's hitting some naughty shots, but that's what you come to expect these days. Just about the team rallying around that and getting some big results to really, get G2 back on track. But we'll see what the off-season holds for them. Let's see how the final round of the attack goes for Rogue. So far, it has been lights out, knockout, nothing coming back from the side of Team Secret. The gunfight's not able to be won. The strats, irrelevant, it feels like at many points, because the pace at which Rogue is coming has just been absolutely terrifying.
The best thing sometimes about a 6-0 half is there's always a little bit of excitement in me because there's an opportunity for a reverse sweep.
You're an every cloud kind of guy.
Well, I just look at it,
right,
and I
they
think
could reverse sweep.
and occasionally we get them, and they are the most exciting things when they happen. I'm not saying that this Team Secret is going to reverse sweep right now. There's going to be something that needs to change, but
Stop.
I do. There's still that element.
Stop.
I can't. I can't, Des.
Just ingrained into you at this point.
Excitement and entertainment is just ingrained into my life force. Now, Kendrew, he's got himself inside of office at the minute. It's going to be a kitchen defence for the final time for Team Secret here before they move on to the attack. The problem is, especially over this side of the map, but there's Blue Bar, Sunrise. Rogue have been able to pick this apart so far. Now then, getting aggressive,
no.
Cryan does exactly that. Finds the kill onto the man in office, and that's going to start to squeeze Blue Bar. It's going to start to squeeze Sunrise and apply pressure to that side of the map. Aces, Leon getting their kills. Keenan, Gomfy managed to find 2 back. 3 versus 2, and we're barely halfway through the round, Des. This has gone at breakneck speed the entire game so far.
That's been the story of it, it feels like. However, Secret have found those 3 kills, make it 4. Keenan coming up big with a 3K in the round. Means that Cryan, 7-2 on the Twitch, has got to land them all, but it's a 4K for Keenan. It happens from time to time. A big round coming out for him. It is something, Ace, and I know exactly what you'll say. Oh, well, they can maybe do it now. They've got 1, they can get more.
Momentum.
Yeah, sure, but it's 1 player with a 4K.
No, in reality, there's a long way to go.
A man of reason finally joins me on the desk.
There is a long way for go for Team Secret. They've got themselves a couple of kills in the mid round there. They've kept themselves in the fight, but they have got a lot of momentum to try to stop from this Team Rogue side. That 1 round is not going to impact on them too much, and getting them on the defence now, I'm just sort of concerned for exactly what they're going to do in terms of the roam. You've got Aces, who we've seen have some confident games so far this stage, where he just proves a nightmare on the roam, and it could well be the same again now.
What was it you were saying about Secret? Their best attacking win rate is on this side?
Best attacking win rate? On this side. I've got to be clear about the sample size.
What is the sample?
It's 1 round. 100% win rate on Penthouse Theatre. It's the best they've got, Des.
Look, you know how...
It's the best they've got.
You know how I
What do you want me to do?
I get really upset when there's like a sample size of 2, 3, 4 rounds. I'm like, great, so they're all from the same game.
They've only played the map twice. It's difficult. I can't come in and say they've played 20 rounds on Hooker and Billiards, because they haven't. They've only played the map twice in stage 3.
It's just irrelevant. Just don't say
it.
Stop. You're giving me false hope.
Well, no, the relevance is in the fact that that's the best that I can pull out for them. That's the point on attack, is that I think Team Secret are going to have a struggle here against Rogue. The best that I can find for them is the fact they've won on Penthouse Theatre.
And the words of Twisted Sister is that your best won't do. We'll see if it will be the best. However, a little bit shaky about what that could mean in the future rounds. A slower start in this round as you maybe come to expect. Rogue not charging their way into the map, but definitely looking to be a little bit problematic out towards the doors. I think with them starting out on the more extended hold sort of side, as you can see here with the mirror, they want to hunker down, don't want to lose members too early, else the whole thing falls apart. So that should give a little bit of time and structure to Team Secret here to think about how they want to construct this attack. Where do they come from? What have they got to clear? Play with the full 3 minutes you've got. Coastline, I always say, one of those smaller maps there. Every single sidebar theatre has got an external facing door or window. It's not a huge map. You should be able to take your time a little bit more on this map than you might on, say, Villa, the map that we could have gone to in this series.
Gomfy's got himself established underneath on the Sunrise side, and I was going to question just how much work Rogue were doing underneath, and it's clear that it's not very much, as Sleben's able to walk in and find himself an opener onto Prano there, and what an opener to find, Des. Onto the smoke, 3 Toxic Babe canisters gone with him.
I think you're looking at it, it's more just about the wanting to extend horizontally rather than looking to try and play from below. Rip's almost being naded out, but will keep himself alive, at least for now. But I feel a little bit dicey inside of there. He's so focused on keeping this wall closed up, playing behind the shield. That was a very wonky grenade. Keenan. Okay, we'll let that one slide off to the 4K in the last round, but that could come back to cost you.
It could do. You know, you've got to maximise your use of utility that's available to you. Now, Rips is looking to use those angles through into the kitchen. You got to remember, of course, they do work both ways, and if he gets the opportunity, but it looks like Keenan, for the time being, has just dipped himself away through into service bathroom. He'll probably look to maybe push up those theatre stairs now. Leon under a little drone pressure, at least inside of sight. Kendrew sees the man, but as he peeks round the corner, Crying is waiting ready. Jaws open and crunches shut at the first opportunity, taking the ace down. That's Kendrew gone, and things levelled up for Rogue. 50 seconds left to go, and Team Secret, they're just looking a little bit lost for me, Des.
I mean, they started out strong with those nades from below, doing a bit of work, but since then they have stalled out for the last 60 seconds or so. I say that Sleben starting off, or carrying on where he left off with another kill coming into the round. That's his second. Now Patbull's the one trying to push his way up onto 90. Needs to be careful not to get swung on here, but Leon finding one back. It's Keenan falling down, the 4K master from the previous round. Sat in the back has the mirror. You can see all these Rogue members moving down towards the south side of the map. No one wanted to get naded out here. So surely that's when they think about a rappel could be an option to get inside, but it's Crying off towards Aqua, finding another on towards Patbull. Sleben onto the 3K in the round. Is that what's going to come down to, Ace? Or are we going to need superheroes in this game? Can they find any more as we enter that final 5 seconds? Aces is down, Crying still standing, but no, it's Sleben with a 4K in the round as well. 2 big rounds coming out for Secret. But you got to look at that round and say, part of that was down to Rogue.
They didn't have the diffuser, Des. They didn't have the diffuser in hand. I don't know exactly where it was in terms of accessibility with only 8 seconds left to go, but it was down in Hall of Fame. So, okay, I'll go with that. I think they could collect that and get it in there. And you'll remember, Des, you criticised, but I said Team Secret had 100% win rate on Penthouse Theatre, and that continues.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic.
Let's just hope that Rogue haven't offered them an olive branch there by letting them go to their best attacking site.
Maybe not. There's a call for a rehost coming in, which I imagine we'll get to in just a second. It's been a rough game for a couple of members on the side of Secret, mind you. Kendrew and Patbull, 1-14 between them both at the minute. I do feel kind of bad for Kendrew, because he's been swung by aces when he tried to step in and slow walk his way through a quiet area of the map. Suddenly someone's got a long angle to him from across the field. It's ridiculous. And so in his spot, it has been a rough game. However, as we've already seen, Sleben, Keenan, even Gomfy with his 3K in the earlier round, back in round 1, there is still some signs of life there, but it's a long way back to the top.
So we're going to be this time seeing Rogue defend Blue Bar and Sunrise, deciding to move themselves away from Penthouse Theatre. They're going to head down onto the bottom floor, and I think Rogue, one of the differences I want to see is just a little bit more attention to the floor they're not playing on, Des. We saw it last time. I tell you what, I was about a little bit of early attention to the noggin of Sleben.
I mean, that is just what feels like aces to a T. I remember back on Team Secret for when Leon was playing against Eminem, I think it was just run out heaven. And no doubt Leon's got some of that energy about him as well, wanted to try and get cheeky with this one. I tell you what, Rips could find himself caught inside of the bar here. They droned him out as he was still putting down the bulletproof, but these walls still need to be opened up, so Rips can creep his way back out towards Cool Vibes, keep himself safe. Well, they may fancy himself a couple of gunfights here, Ace. He might feel a bit cheeky and up to it against the side of Secret, pushing him from pool entrance.
Aces manages to find himself another on the round. It's going to be a Nitro on to Patbull, and Ace is starting to run rampant inside of this one. Gomfy manages to shut Leon down with a headshot, leaving us now 4 versus 3, 4 versus 1 though, as Aces goes for a long run out, finds Keenan and Gomfy, and leaves us now with it all to do for Kendrew. No. Manages to get his man who's being pinged out because he's still stood outside. I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody stay outside for as long as that, Aces, but it leaves Kendrew in a 1 versus 3, Des, facing what could be a match point round next time around if he can't clutch this out. He's got low health. There is very little he can do here.
I can't believe Aces is on 16 kills. It's absolutely
unreal.
Ludicrous.
Honestly.
Jumping out a hookah window as well, God.
The improvement we've seen from Aces over this stage has been staggering.
I think his performance is so directly correlates so strongly to his motivation as a player. Like when things are a bit flat, they're not going so well, he's nowhere to be seen. We saw that after he had his breakout towards the back end of last year. And then you come into a stage where, new team members come in, new play style's been developed. He's like, right, let me
Let's
add him and
get
see
it.
what I can do. Old Aces is starting to make his big return, and that is glorious. Kendrew is going to try and do what he can here, but he's got to kill 3. He's got 60 seconds in which to do it, and the diffuser still in hand, of course, let's not forget. All with about 10 HP to his name. Finds 1. Reminiscent maybe of the Nello clutch coming out here, and we saw it at the Token Army Major. Not to all PL finals even. Not quite to be the case, though. Does get shut down from inside a blue bar. And, well, Rogue find themselves on match point.
No surprise, really, given how the beginning of the game went. This point was always going to arrive. Team Secret, I think the best they could hope for, Des, was to get as close as possible before it did. As it is, they've only managed to get themselves 2 rounds back, and now Rogue have 4 opportunities, not only to close this out, but to secure themselves for the next year of EUL. And given their stage 2, given being dragged into this relegation fight, that's going to be massive for this team. And as I said, coming into those final 2 play days where Rogue are going to be fighting for those major spots as well, it could make them almost unbeatable because they're going to be playing pretty carefree at that point.
I think it's the big thing when you look back towards last year, and I think Leon said it on, I want to say it was Twitter, he mentioned it. He said, when they played the finals, they survived against M&M, they stayed up in EUL. He was like, the 3 months of grief and stress that has put on us has just been huge. Yep. Even though they were confident they would win and beat the team that lost, whether it was Kavana or whether it was M&M, they still looked at it and said, that still gives you a lot on your mind that, oh God, I could be without a job in a few months. So for them, I think it was a real big relief point. And now they've been through that once, they don't want to go through that process again. They want to send someone else down there to experience what despair can feel like, and it's looking likely to be the team they're just about to hand a 7-2 defeat to here in Team Secret.
I mean, yeah, that's about the only silver lining that Team Secret can be finding right now is that they do have at least a commanding lead in that bottom 2 battle. It's really theirs to lose at this point. Heroic are going to have to do something unbelievable to be able to bring it back. So the likelihood is that challenge probably isn't going to come onto Team Secret's 9th spot.
The org name of Heroic is very well suited to the situation.
It's going to need to be.
It's going to have to be one hell of call it a super heroic effort if you want to go to that kind of level. But either way, it's going to have to be some magic coming out. Let's see how this round plays up, though. You've got a couple hanging out towards white down here. We saw a wonderful 2K C4 coming onto the white window in APAC yesterday. Team's a little bit overzealous, it felt like, at points, and, got stung pretty hard on that one. But understandably, Aces, he wants a piece of the action. He wants to get himself in the fight. Drone at his feet, cleared out, and will surely now back away. There we go. Out towards Aqua. And towards the window, because why the hell not?
He's not going to back away. He's going to have a little peek and see if he can step out of that door and challenge onto the white stairs window instead.
Surely you see the
no doubt keep himself active. He does just catch a glimpse of him there, but Kendrew, they are difficult shots to find. Only a couple of pixels for a fraction of a second. He's going to slip away, but so is the life of Leon Gids as he gets taken out as that entry death this time. That's going to leave us 5 versus 4 for Team Secret. Now getting themselves inside of the map, being able to use these vertical angles. They want to get themselves into VIP, use that buck skeleton key, use the sledgehammer. They just really want to rip up this entire floor here and make the defenders very, very uncomfortable inside of sight.
So far not looking too bothered by it though, mind you. A lot of them have just pulled back, and oh my God, you've got the Iana still looking down inside of Theatre, and they're pushing into it. What is this? Yeah, you're coming in for the swing. There's 2. One from the white stairs from Prano, one coming in from 9C. It's been an absolute shutout. Sleben finding 2 in the round, but unfortunately, the 3 versus 2 makes this look all the more unlikely. Worth mentioning, there have only been 2 entry kills in this entire game for Secret, both of them coming out of Sleben. Can he do enough to find the final 3 and keep Secret's hopes alive?
Sleben just taking shots from the main door there, just trying to do anything he can to, I think, get himself inside of the map to try and start getting something. It's actually Kendrew was down at the front door, my apologies. Sleben's going to join him now on the lower level, and this is going to just have to become a direct route 1 push towards site here, Des. There's not much of a choice for the 2 of them. They just need to try and initially find a pick. There's 30 seconds left to go. They need a kill or 2 here.
They've got nades on side as well, don't forget. Those 2 are still in the back pocket. 7 pulls one out now to toss it in, so they can make a little bit of space with them. and he comes on the push forward, I think trying to remove away one of the bulletproofs that maybe was stacked up on the wall. Kendrew does find one. Not bad, but they've got to find the next. Looks at the one inside of blue as it bounces around the corner. What a shot coming out of Sleben. A 3k in the round. Prano left entirely alone. Pokeballs are coming out. Don't think that'll quite kill the man, but does put him low. You'll have Sleben playing on the door, coming up nice and close. Loses the one out there, but the plan's going to hit zero, or the time will hit zero, sorry. It goes down. Kenny can't win that fight. Rogue have secured the bag. They secure their spot in EUL for next year. A triple kill from Prano in the round. A dominant performance coming out of Rogue.
Prano with a great 1v2 there, managing to win his gunfights. It was well played from the beginning for Rogue and throughout, and what a performance they've just put down on Coastline. I don't think anybody's going to be rushing to take them again too soon back to that map. It's been great to watch. Aces particularly, what a performance.
Slowed down towards the end, but when a man's on 16 kills, you're not going to complain whether he's still
You got to
going.
spread them around a bit. You got to give a few to somebody else.
17 and 6. What a game out of Aces. It's been ages since we've seen massive performances like that, at least consistently it feels like across the last few Playdays. But as mentioned for Rogue, that was the victory they needed. You saw the excitement out of the boys at the end as well. Really turning a corner, and it could not have come at a better time in Stage 3.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, they did what they needed to today. It's going to just take a little bit of weight off the shoulders. They can enjoy the last couple of play days, and, you know, I'm sure there's going to be some celebrations tonight.
I'm sure there will be indeed. Now, we need to go and celebrate with those pizzas that Milos came through and took away earlier on. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the analysts are going to break down that slaughter from the side of Rogue.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a matchup. Rogue able to take it, and in what fashion would their attacking side start here on Coastline? We have them on the line with us, so let's have a chat with our victors. Hello, Herr Prano. First of all, how is your keyboard doing after that last round? Did you test it? All right, is the control button working?
I mean, if you saw in game, I was lagging quite a bit, so I had to test if everything's still working. I don't know, but it's working, so it's good.
I'm so glad any tech issues have been ironed out. First up, how's your hair doing now?
It's actually pretty good, don't you think?
You feel light.
Yeah, I do. That's why I only pick 3 speeds to run fast and go for a plant as fast as I can, obviously. And to match that, I just had to go light on my head as well.
I mean, makes sense. Usually 3 speeds do go very light on their heads. I need to try it out with my own. So maybe I can go full shaved and all that thing. That would be a look for sure. Prano, congratulations on your victory today, and you push yourself out of relegations for the year. Seems like your impact on the team here in Stage 3 has been very much felt. So talk to me about the team synergy, how you guys have been doing, and how you guys been feeling in general with this, because stage 3 has been a completely different Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're feeling pretty confident right now. We're happy. I mean, we've been friends before. I know the guys obviously for a pretty long time now. They've been in the scene for a very long time. I've been in the scene for quite a bit. So we always had a great synergy, and we knew just when we were like in a good mood and then everybody's happy, we just perform way better. They just needed someone that is like taking all the support roles, which I'm doing right now. I was always happy to doing it. I always wanted to, because I've been always more of a passive kind of player. But in my previous team, I had to kind of take the fragger role because it wasn't really working when I was just on the hard support roles. So yeah, I was really happy to get the opportunity to actually do what I wanted to do for a very long time. And yeah, it's working really well for now.
And one thing that kind of we appreciate a lot on the analyst desk, and Fresh even talked about it in depth on Monday, is your attacks. Did you rework the way things kind of worked for you on the attacking side? Because everything has been looking so well-timed, like a really well-oiled machine here in Rogue. And I just want to ask you, like, how has that been happening?
Actually, I have to give a big shout out to my teammates for that, because they're coming up with just as many ideas as I am. So they're making my job way easier. But also when we're scrimming and I come up with like some crazy ideas that we've never done before and they fail, we just do it over and over again and see where our issues are and try till it finally works. And it shows on game day. We just synergize very well. We coordinate it, we time it correctly, and then rushes and executes work well, I guess.
You talk about coordinated and time correctly, but then G2 Rogue happened on Monday. So what was going on there with that 8-6?
We just lost to ourselves, to be honest. I mean, we've shown today that we are very good on coastline. It was just a day where we didn't perform very well. I guess everybody was feeling kind of off, and they played it well enough to beat us. But I still think on every other day we should have beaten them, and we lost to ourselves on Monday.
You got the 3 full points today. Next Playday, you play BDS, and after that, Vitality. So 2 more opponents, 6 more points that you can gather, including the 3 that you got today. And this has already boosted you up to 15 points, which is quite a bit. Looks like not just out of relegations, but possibly to the November Major. So, Prano, are you guys going to go to the November Major? You're so close.
I mean, the job's not done. I can't say anything. We will see what we'll do next Playdays, but we're obviously gunning for the 6 points that are remaining.
So what to expect then against BDS?
Just what you can expect from Rogue. Can't say anything more than that.
All right, fair enough. And final question, more of a personal one. Do you think at any point in time you'll mimic Leon and get yourself a cat as well?
Hell no. Obviously, I got to say something real quick. I'm sorry. I mean, I like cats. But Leon started the cat thing. Can everybody else just stop bringing their cats? It's like Leon's thing. Okay,
Do not listen. I'm sorry. Cut him off. I'll cut you off right now. I swear to God, if somebody actually does exactly what he's saying right now, you're right. Never getting an interview. Cats when you can. That's how it goes. You're not cat shaming people, Pano. We don't do this here. Okay. Pets are great. We're happy with them. So
just bring a dog next time.
Honestly,
next time.
dogs too, and ferrets. Fortunately, Fabian kind of got himself out of the whole thing, so no ferrets for us anytime soon. But Pano, anything you'd like to say to all the Rogue fans out there?
Obviously, first of all, I want to thank Rogue as an organization and the team for trusting in me and picking me up. I was not really surprised, but happy to get the opportunity, I would say, to show what I'm capable of on this role. Everybody has been great to me so far. It's been actually very fun to play the game again because, it's been a bit shaky before that. Obviously, thank you to my teammates, and I gotta say thank you to Sam for saving me back in May. I really appreciate that. To all the players on Secret Door, I want to say I have no issues with them. I really like them a lot still. I had a great time when we played together. Pekbo, Gomfi, and Slebem especially because I played with them. Kendra and Keenan not so much. I wish them the best going forward, and I hope I see them next year as well.
All right, Pano, dankeschön. Thank you very much. And for all the fans out there at Rogue, they play BDS. That is game number 3 next Playday, October 11th on Monday. Make sure you tune in. The match should be starting around this time here. I would say exactly this time, but Rogue kind of went ham against Secret and then made it, the game finished a bit earlier. But Pano, thank you again, and we'll see you next week. Till then, cheers. Bye-bye.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
And there he is. I have to confirm, keyboard is working just fine.
You know what? For people who don't understand the reference, it's actually a karma crouch spam, we'll call it, because it was done back to them via secret in a previous game. So it is just a little bit of a clap back, and you know, if you dish it, you need to learn how to take it as well. And well, they took it in absolute fistfolds. Look at Cryan's cost. Look at the entry kills on Aces. There was not a singular man outside of Rips who dropped the donut, but he was the man we said is the one moving. He's like the puppeteer. He's the one moving everyone into positions to make things happen around Prano, who, of course, both of them sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, but they had a huge impact we just can't show you.
Look at those plants as well, Jess.
Oh, unbelievable.
So many plants, and we referenced it when Rogue played G2 on Coastline, just how many times Prano planted. He did it again today on Coastline. The map that you think is more like Team Deathmatch, they're still getting the objective down, and they're still getting the diffuser down. What Prano actually said in that interview was really interesting, is that his teammates trust him.
Yeah.
So he can call some funky stuff in practice, and they try it once, it fails. Normally teams can throw that out. They keep doing it until it works, and that's why in-game they just trust whatever call-out's coming in, and they're reaping the rewards of that.
What's the highest expected player performance in EU? I forgot to bring it up.
We will ask production, but that is probably 179 official.
Whoa.
This is the highest APP. Dude, this is not just the highest APP. This, just for those that were not around when Aces, played over the past 3 years, this was an average day for Aces.
Yeah.
This is old Aces, and I am so hoping that this is back to form for Maurice.
To understand, or to give you guys an indication of him almost doubling what an average player should perform in an average game, to the point where they lost 2 rounds and still he would have lost points on his EPP based on that lack of survival or thereof, whatever happened in those rounds. It just goes to show how much impact he had beyond the stats we showed you on there. It could have been things like disables, it could have been things like trades, it could have been a whole host of things, to the point where he is now our highest rated player for expected player performance, which on the very last Playday, I will be crowning the victors of expected player performance, cost, plans, and I think I'm doing clutches 1vx's. So I will do those 4 categories. I will crown a winner in each area, and it looks like at the moment, Aces might be the front runner for expected player performance.
And when you've got a player like Aces doing so well, Rips can just orchestrate from the back. He can drop the donuts, 6 steps, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Aces go
it
kill.
Literally doesn't matter.
Aces go kill. This is this is definitely the old way of doing things, and I'm very happy. I hope we get to see Rogue at the major. They're so close to it now. A point here, a point there, and with only 2 play days, 6 points in total, they could be very close to making it for the first time in
SI20. Last time?
Yes.
SI20, where they got knocked out in quarters and didn't even stay for the actual.
You bring it up every time because it's so brutal, but the team was going through extraordinary rough period outside of the game too. So
Milos brings it up every time as like a bad thing, but I just want to say I was happy because I got Corey's room from that event because he left. So I stopped sharing a room with Shas and got Corey's room, so I was quite happy with that.
That was in the before days.
Yeah,
right? Well,
the before times.
Oh well, Fresh Jess, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it'll be time for our match of the day. It's Na'Vi, it's Vitality. Can Na'Vi take down Vitality, who are all together in their boot camp? We'll have to see. See you in a moment.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, 'cause the future is now. Not backing down, 'cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time, our match of the day. Team Vitality versus Natos Vincere. And you see the man in the middle there for Navi, secretly, with his beautiful beard. He is going to try his best with the squad like they did last week. They could not grab it on Monday. We'll see if they can do it today. And same went for Vitality, who went down to Kovana 7-4. You're thinking, hey, Vitality are all together in Paris. I watched Stage 2 because I'm a huge EU League fan. And they couldn't.
I watched Stage 2 as well. I'm a big EU fan.
Same.
It's for those drops, Jess.
Damn it.
I got him.
Got it. It was all about the drops. My bad.
Well, let's talk about Vitality then first, Jess, and what they have to offer today. Because Fresh was saying earlier on when we were talking about the match today in our HyperX pre-show, maybe this was just, the off day. They just came in, got together. What do you think?
I think that might be part of it. I do think that Rise played quite well, his usual kind of thing. I don't think much knocks Rise around. He's quite a veteran of the scene, so he can work under any kind of circumstance. But I think the others really thrive off a bit of momentum, a little bit of communication, and that might have been lacking on the day. But considering they lost that one, I do think they're very, not lucky, but I think lucky is the only word I can use, that Rogue won their match, because Rogue was already kind of in that position of taking like a top 4 anyway with their upcoming matches as well. So knowing that their opponents would stay further down on the rankings, them clutching onto 5th place at the moment is still intact, and they still have a possibility of making the top 4. So they're in a good stead to at least overtake Kavana, who's in the 4th place. Haven't played, of course, so we won't know for sure. But that is where we are sitting. If they lose this match, I think statistically, or not even statistically, anecdotally, in my opinion, they won't make the major.
Yeah, it's completely in their hands, but it has to start with a win today, right?
It has to.
Yeah.
Yep.
It starts with success, as they say. It starts with a victory. You know how that goes. So that's Vitality. Navi on the other side, they really dropped the ball the last few Playdays. 7-4, 7-5, 7-4. I mean, it's so close.
Yet
but you're not
so
even
far.
getting it. Yeah, honestly, they're at 7 points right now, and the top 4, man, like that game versus Vitality is oh so important, and then winning the 2 after.
Can they even do it?
I believe they're still in the run, but I think they would have to probably win all 3 games
Okay.
and
Yeah,
hope for
pretty
results to
much.
go the right way.
Okay.
And it's a shame, right? Because Secret is he the only Swedish player inside of EUL?
Do we have any other?
No, he's the only one.
He's the only one.
Only Swede.
There's no Fabian.
Yeah.
No.
So it would be a shame not to see Secretly at the Swedish major,
He'd
but
be at the window, be like,
Hey guys, let me.
Hey, guys.
let me in. And I think for Na'Vi, it's been a rough stage, and I think they themselves, they don't necessarily know what's going on, and it might just be one of them kind of things of get through the stage, regroup. They're almost certainly going to SI, regardless of their league position.
Yep.
And there's a very, 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 very slim chance they don't go if they finish low. But they're almost 100% going to SI. So it's kind of like for them, it's more about regrouping if they don't make the major, and it's looking unlikely that they will make the major.
The only loss that actually surprised me, like with Kavana and stuff like that, I can understand them losing to Kavana and all those kind of things. BDS as well, like I can understand those losses, but the loss that surprised me was to VP, because I
Yes.
don't understand how you lose that match when you're in good stead, in a good stage where things are going well. I don't understand if it was the map. I don't really know what to quantify it as, but it was not good.
These are some of the slips that Na'Vi have been having against Kavana, against VP, that normally in a normal stage, in stage 2, they wouldn't have
they
slipped
would
up.
have won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, our lobby's ready, so we're
Okay.
going to be very quick on this. Let's see which map we're going to be playing on. Vitality, Na'Vi. Let's see. This is very important for both of them. Vitality needs the points to go
No.
into the top 4.
Not again.
And we're going to go to Bank again.
don't
That's
do
where
this to me,
Na'Vi
Jess.
played, and they lost to VP 7-4. Vitality start on the defensive side as Na'Vi has picked the attack. How is this versus last time? Well, Na'Vi started off on the defense, so maybe something to learn from here. Who knows? Your thoughts? Lobby ready.
It's like they're doing it again. They're just taking our hearts, they're putting in their hand, and
Is
they're
this
just,
Vitality?
No, this
No,
is
Na'Vi, sorry.
Na'Vi,
Yeah.
and they're just like punching it over and over again, going, we're going back to Bank. Every time a team has tried to go back to the map, things have gone badly.
When you run
Tell
it
me.
back, it doesn't go well.
When you run it
Yeah.
back, it's trash.
Na'Vi beat, it was
Fnatic,
G2 on Bank pretty comfortably. Then they lost to VP, but you're just wondering, was that a blip? Maybe, maybe not. Running it back is always a risk.
All right, let's see then how it goes. Na'Vi versus Vitality. They're about to cash it in on Bank to see who can advance into the top 4, and if Na'Vi can still survive, if Vitality will miss out on yet another shot over their careers. Who knows? A lot on the line for this, and going to OT is not going to benefit any one of them. So regulation is all about here. Fresh Test, thank you very much. Let's then toss it to our casters. Again, we're heading to Bank, and we got Happen to take us through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. I just had to do it again. But yes, for both these teams, this game is going to be very important because for both of them, a win here means they will still be in a good spot to potentially fight for the major. A loss would mean that, unfortunately, those dreams will start to dim slowly away.
Very slow.
Very slowly.
All the way
Like 7 days to the next play day.
until...
Not even. 3. And then
It's 3 years. Yeah, it's 3 days.
Yeah.
To the next play
10
day.
more days.
It's a super week. The 3rd super week in a row for us. The middle was APAC. Have fun. Have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun, have fun. No.
Oh, what? How many did you say?
Shinka's having a lot of fun. Well, I did have fun, 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 have fun. Any more?
I think we're good now. I think we got it.
We've had enough fun.
Heading into the bends.
Now we head into the game.
Oh,
Good luck, have fun.
All right, there we go. A different iteration.
Good energy. Good energy at the beginning of this game, which is what you want, because these are 2 very good teams. They have a bit of a fun recent story in that it was one or the other that was able to get to Mexico. Vitality were the ones sitting at home watching, and Na'Vi, they got there. They didn't have the best time when they got there, but they got there.
They were
And
there.
Still getting there is the feat, is the tough challenge. Now, obviously, with a recent turn of form and with how competitive the middle of the table has sort of found itself, there's still a fight to have for the chance to get to Sweden, Sverige.
Yeah, definitely there's the opportunity to. Team Secret, the team that just lost, is the only team in the league that has no more opportunity to make it to Sverige.
Well, yeah, obviously you're going to pronounce it better.
I think it's Sverige.
Well, you pronounce
Milos,
it better than me.
How do you say Sweden in Swedish? Is it Sverige? Sverige. Sverige. Yeah. Sverige. No, he says Sveda.
I like how whenever you ask Milos a question,
He just comes by.
he walks over like a teacher. Like
But,
he does a
you know, I'm
teacher
asking him a question, and he teaches us the right answer.
But he does do a teacher walk. Like you could
He
imagine.
could be a good teacher,
a
actually.
fantastic teacher.
But what would he teach? Probably languages.
Languages.
Yeah.
History, geography. Well, you can't teach everything.
Optometry.
Now you're just teaching selfishness. Hey, those are the bands, those are the cams. We're into the game. Vitality versus Na'Vi on Bank. I'm curious to see if we'll get the full sort of tall extension. We have a lot of that possibility. You're looking at Rise on the role of the Vigil. You're looking at the cams offered by Valk, and she can offer a lot on this map. We've seen quite a big pickup of her in terms of how Bank has swung in. There is obviously some changes, but not a huge amount of changes to the map. The most I think we've seen in terms of change is obviously
Just the hatches.
Is Vault, is the option to now have a plan B on your approach into the basement.
Honestly, I think you can literally list the changes on your one hand. You have the 2 hatches that got changed. You have the 2 skylights that got changed. The windows from the garage. What do you have left? We have the steel or the concrete beams on the stairs that became wooden. So we got four big changes there. And the spawns. There we go. Yeah, I think that's all 5.
That's
5 big changes.
But I think what we've sort of seen from teams is the fact that the map feels different on comp is purely because of meta difference more than anything. Obviously, it's been quite a while since it was last in the game in terms of a comp perspective. We see these tall extensions, but we sort of saw those developing across maps that haven't gone out and gone back in. It's more of a stretch of the meta of the playstyle here. P4 playing on the role with this roam possibility, as I said, they can stack themselves with a lot of possibility. And it's sort of the ones that I highlighted as having that option that Na'Vi's saying, well, let's not pay attention. Saves. He's slow crept his way in. They're going to prep themselves now for a bit of a pacey take. Cactus is trying to hold the angle. It gets knocked through, and P4 gets saves round, and that's through the hatch all the way from the top of square. They're able to strike there and take the body out and the connector, and that puts them in a really tricky situation. Na'Vi thought they'd been very sneaky by finding their way all the way through here, but Blur, well, he's going to see if he can actually try and battle somewhere back. They still have a very firm hold on that hatch. Nath still has the diffuser and an eye towards the site, but look over towards green stairs. They still have these hatch controls. They're more than happy to play above the site.
Now, Blur does cover up the hatch, though, so there is no direct threat really coming down towards the Monty for now, and Grenade will force Cactus to fall back just slightly. Grenade, smokes are being tossed in here as Blur gets the first kill, knows the second one might be around the tellers, and does get picked up. It's going to be Nave that tries to get in deep just to make sure there is a plant opportunity for the side of Na'Vi. And as he goes on now, he commits to it. Surely a bit of a collapse will come on the way. Cactus trying to run in. It's Doki to pick up the cover, however, and that means 45 seconds on the clock right now. They need to go for the retake, but it's a Monty. And of course, Doki up in the Yana against them. And Nave just somehow manages to get a kill out of that now. And I'm quite confused about that. What if Doki gets the kill instead? So it's just up to Rice now.
Honestly, the fact that the pair of them moved underneath Blur's push towards square, took the distraction and went for the plant here is unbelievable. Trying to outrun and outgun a Monty that is making sure he stays one heavy step ahead of Rise, doing everything and finds it. Gets the shake and the shimmy onto the shoulder, but with only a couple of seconds left on that clock, just has to time this well. Na'Vi lock it off, and kudos and credit for them seeing an opportunity, taking it, even with an Echo still on the board, utilizing just the cover of the smokes to get the plant off.
Well played by them there, indeed. And, you know, we mentioned how P4 got saves very early on through the hatch from all the way on the top of square. But he managed to do his job before, and that was to open up that wall so that Monty could walk through with the shield extended. And that's exactly what happened there. Smokes came out, the plant came through, the cover of Doki was definitely there, and a grenade to follow it up right after as well to get the second. And now, the good hold of Vitality completely bypassed. Because it looked quite good. It was a 2-on-4 situation. It's just that the clutch factor on the side of Na'Vi was too big in that round. That's something they need to make sure they prevent from happening. It's not a great way to lose your first round. I think it's better if you just get flawless rather than losing a 2-on-4 in terms of mentality. Luckily, they're all at the same place. They're all in Stade de France. We will definitely see the coaches to... well, act if necessary, because now they can see all the body language as well. They can see if the players are starting to, well, lose hope or be like, what do we do? You know, it's not really going that well. I know I'm saying this has just been round 1.
I was going to say.
Not going to happen now.
It's been round 1 and you're like, when you give up hope.
I'm not. I don't mean to be that
When
deep.
everything is against you.
But I just
and
need
your
to
back
say,
is against the wall. You
if
try
it
again.
happens,
If it happens, they're there.
coaches are now there, and it's
They're
easier
there.
for them to spot, I assume.
Yeah.
I don't
you're right.
assume it will. Let's just keep that clear.
Stokey stepping up on the first round and now stepping in towards the fight, potentially on the top. They're not too far away, but there's always the present danger. You have to be quite swift here. The Pest is going to stop a drone entering with any pace, and the thing is, sometimes it's a bit of an auto-catch because you don't really know it's there until you throw the drone in through and catch it. You'd have to drone a long way round, so it does limit the use of utility that can otherwise be played and popped here. Doki's just trying to keep them guessing and open himself up some options that he can move and manipulate around. There's 2 bodies, one around the long desk side as well, to see if they can try and put some counter pressure in, but it needs Nath, who's currently above the skylight, to hold off to allow Blur to get the entrance here. They're isolating that square staircase, and that's going to push this buck all the way through. The pings come out, and suddenly they've slipped past. You assume a skeleton key is about to hop and pop onto the wall just here, next to a man who will get the awareness. The Aruni is almost caught. The grenade over the top doesn't get them either, but Doki finally does.
I like how he just repelled in right after. He's like, that grenade should have surely killed anybody who would have been inside. Just repels in, and, well, turns out it was still someone. Bibu still inside the elevator here, has the opportunity to pick up the kill onto Doki. I'm not sure if this is a, no, it's not, that's the real deal. I thought it was maybe a Gemini, but not the case here. And Bibu alive for now, might be calling for a bit of help. The hatch needs to be opened up, and it's being done exactly so by Shinka, allowing him a rotation all the way back down towards the basement if they need it. Bibu back on site now, but Saves already very deep inside the tellers.
Yeah, Saves had made his way there pretty quick. He knew there was going to be a bit of a pacey rotation. He was playing around lobby to give them a bit of that width there, and that is going to give them a bit of this countenance drop and the pop on the cam, limiting some of the intel in the pockets as they start their approach down the top of the white skylight stairs. Now, with Cactus being this backline, he's just keeping a bit of a reach and a bit of a hold on anything that might be around them. Ready to pop with a super shorty, but it's Saves that's still popping off in the meantime. Digs through the middle, finds one. Rise is just playing above the hatch that could get open, but instead he's going to use it to swing around. They know where he is, but he wins the first fight, goes for the second, can't get it. Blur in the middle of the room with Nath keeping him covered. And Na'Vi find their second in a row.
Very well played there. I was going to say, like, see the castle there is trying to line himself up into the right spot next to the castle barricade. I'm like, I'm interested to see what this will turn out to be, but then Saves like, I've had enough of this. Just storms into the site and takes that kill. This ends whatever was being prepped there. And Na'Vi currently 2-0 up against Vitality. Vitality, who previous when they were all in France together inside of the Stade de France, had an amazing run. And then in that very final game where they had the opportunity to qualify, they all went home. Right now, they haven't been able to find success in the first game. Second game, not the strongest of starts so far. But it's still early. It's still round number 3 that we're getting in the way of. And it will be Teller's office and the archives. Of course, Cactus's current position is called Teller's. The area behind it is the office. Either way. See a top floor extension just slightly. Cactus doing the exact same right below next to the elevators, making sure that from the side office you're not going to be able to just jump in straight away into the elevator hallway. Just looking, there's no Cade on the board that could be used to get all 4 of those walls with a single electric claw. Instead we do see the mute has been in combination with the Mozzie throughout this game. However, I don't think Na'Vi has had too much of an issue yet with their information game.
You know, it's always one of those things to call there in the situation is Na'Vi's pace. Is it the fact that they're going to expected positions based on prep and homework and research and all of that stuff, or is it the active drone game? Saves being able to get there, I think, if anything, is more punishing the lack of intel that Vitality's bringing. Or, in any case, actually, they're not really bringing a lack of intel. We're seeing them double down on a lot of these intel operators, and yet they're losing sight and losing focus on players that are able to get in positions to punish them time and time again. Rise here in the first firefight, comes through the wall of the stock as the drone drifts on by. There's a bit of active intel, has potentially a slip out there, finds it, and P4 finds Blur. In the meantime, the cover comes through, and they punish the pace from within the office.
Tries to go aggressive there, but Doki manages to get it from the rappel. Just sprays from the right to the left, and that means that the CEO office is now cleared out. Allows him to enter. As the rest of Vitality still debating whether or not to keep control of that top floor or to give it away, because you know how important it can be, but the buck has been taken care of. It's one of the two soft breach operators that were brought by Na'Vi. However, there is a bit of redundancy. There is still a sledge, there is still saves, and he surely will be starting to open up soon with still 2 Nitros on the board.
Did you see the difference there? Durkee, instead of swinging around Banana, sent a drone out first and was able to find some success, talking off secretly, drove his way into the site, or at least the rotation close towards it, flat on with the push, took the first, the grenade, almost takes care of Shinka. A bit of a moment there where Shinka went for the fight based on intel, but it was the swing of the grenade that almost cost him. Now, as he knows he's under a bout of pressure, it's going to be down to Bibu to see if he can offer some swing, but as the entrance might come through from behind, there's a bit of a spray, bit of a pre-fire from Secretly, who's doing loop-de-loops. That's the last one, though. Rise from the back line of the open office, gets one and tries to get himself reacquainted with the possibility of finding a second. The rest of the pressure is still coming towards the site. The long line down the back gets popped open. This gives Nace the backbone to the site itself, a precious wall to get a hold on.
Just looking through the monitor right here, saw someone just cross. It's going to be holding it off for now. Of course, still 3 and 3, 40 seconds on the clock. Saves doing a whole lot of work here. Trying to open up all the angles, trying to find out if someone is actually inside the site. Now, none of that is the case. Of course, we have, I believe it's kitchen and open area, and then one is quite close, actually, towards the side. It's Shinka that is in that side office for, of course, that hatch. As the thermite charge is now about to be placed, there's 20 seconds left on the clock. They need to be very quickly now with getting that plan down. Might have been better to go to the office instead, but instead Doki inside of the B in the archives. They want to go for the plant, and he will go down. 45 seconds, and now they need to get the flank watch on point.
Saves gets the first. Bibu sprays down a post plant, but Rise has slipped his way around at the back line just to watch Shinka drop out. Sprays over, finds Nath. But they now know where he is. He's going to see if he can get a bit of a connection and have some semblance of safety. They just drop him in response. Na'Vi, they seemed like they slowed for a second, but still saw an opportunity as a route into the site. They had the confidence to make the plant stick. Okay, there's 11 seconds left. One of those gunfights, one of those flank watches goes awry, and suddenly you're in a tricky situation, but their third round in a row, and Vitality, they're going to take a necessary timeout team talk.
Now, I'm not sure if the setup was as I thought it was, but I think that in the kitchen we saw the quad wall being reinforced towards the open air, like the bottom square. That allows them to just walk in that case. And we do see some teams actually opening up one of those walls. And that's due to the fact that you can then set up a crossfire. So if people try and run through the door, at least you're aware. And you have the opportunity to try and challenge them before they manage to make it to the inside. That wasn't the case here. They were able to just run through. They go for the plant. They managed to put it down. 45 seconds on the clock. And as they try and retake, the members of Na'Vi are just too effective. Look at P4, by the way. He's just being so vocal right now, explaining what they need to do better.
It's good to see.
It's good to see vocal players.
It's good to see vocal players. It's good to see passionate players. They know, obviously, the importance of these sort of matchups as well, as it's a team that they have been compared to and compared against quite a lot. And, you know, there's periods of growth for both these teams, and they know that they should have been more competitive so far throughout this game because they're having these little moments, but Na'Vi keep finding a weakness and finding and exploiting a weakness. P4 as a player, that's his job. That's his role when he's on the attack, is finding and exploiting weaknesses, and he's very good at it.
He does on the defense as well.
Exactly, and seeing him be the leading voice for a situation like this is perfect. You want to make sure that your professional person in that position is able to read where things are disconnected and where they can sort of talk about them and thread it back to the rest of the team. If it came down to other problems, if it came down to other holds, you know that there would be other voices as vocal. So, can they take the lessons learned from this? Can they try and find themselves a little bit more confidence in the trade situation and control over a Na'Vi that just keeps punishing them so far?
Yeah, Na'Vi, thus far, has been phenomenal on this bank so far. They've been able to pick up 3 of those rounds. Really starting to sway the favor. Well, not even starting to sway it, just starting to like put it in concrete. Just put it on the floor like that. Really making sure that this game's going their way. 3 more rounds they have on the attack. 3 more rounds for Vitality to start making something happen here on the defense themselves. Let's hope that the tactical timeout has worked out. The Yoka drones are being put into a position far into the lobby. It's a lot of information that they now have in this position, something they might have been lacking before. Let's see if that will be the difference maker. Just those two Yokais giving away the information.
Na'Vi are starting their approach now. They're expecting more expectation here from the hold than they've been.
Oh, no way.
Before, and that is just a tragic start there. Caught out rotating underneath the white skylight. A very... It's an irritating death because he knows he's misplayed that.
It's very unfortunate indeed the way that went. He probably had no clue someone was up there and tried to just go down, gets picked up, and lose the Banshee as well. You're always going to be losing one in that situation. Doki just using a grenade for some barbed wire there onto the, spiral stairs here. Shows you the plan that Na'Vi want to go for. They want to just quickly force themselves through. However, P4 and Bibu both in positions to stop that from happening. There is, however, an opportunity to get rid of him, and that will be from below. You have the opportunity to get inside of that vault, open up that hatch, and maybe even get a grenade through right away. Instead, it's the ADSs that got wasted first. A new grenade is getting tossed in. That lands quite far. It gets rid of the Mew Gemmer, but it's not going to be enough to actually deal damage to Bibu. Maybe. Oh, there you have it. Second grenade will actually catch. Beautifully tossed in. And now it's just P4 inside of the office here, the front desk.
Was that all the way from the double door on the swing round? Well, let's see if Banana is the next place. They can try and put a bit of a split in. Finds one, almost finds the second, but picked up by a teammate. It's the third! Just missed on the connection there around the swing, but actually no. Someone else got the pickup instead. Either way, suddenly, Vitality's been able to actually strike back. They found a bit of a revenge and response for the play that had otherwise been suffered, and now the two Na'Vi players are very separated. Also from the diffuser. The kit sits at the top of a very long staircase right now, and that is the worry because it's surrounded by the blood of your teammates, and you've now got to see if you can try and apply some pressure elsewhere. P4, well aware that there's somebody on the swing, but he's not going to give the game away. 30 seconds, all the pressure is on for Na'Vi. They've got to be the ones that have to push. P4 has no need to try and apply the pressure back on. Blur, in the meantime, has snuck his way up, but not very far. Cactus had the eyes on the watch. P4 has the lock off. There's some more energy. There's some slaps on the back, and there is a bit of a wake-up call from Vitality.
There it is. That's the first round, and it started off very strong here for the side of Na'Vi. They managed to get that first one on the rotation down the skylight. They managed to get the second inside of the elevator with a very long tossed-in grenade. However, after that, it was Vitality with their crossfires, their cross angles, because where someone died, someone new just took their place. And they managed to keep a hold of those strong positions, basically effectively putting all three remaining guns right onto the spiral stairs, gunning down three of them, three of those Na'Vi players who tried to push up. And round 5 now about to start. Tactical timeout worked for now. They've got their first round. May it be due to Na'Vi being a bit too eager with pushing up this hard onto the spiral stairs in that top floor. It was a good read from them. It was a good crossfire that was there, and also good decision making to quickly replace those positions that were lost earlier.
3-1. They've finally been able to find an end to a round where things have gone their way, because to be fair, the first round, it was a very sneaky play that got Na'Vi the lead in, and since then things didn't quite connect. The second and the third sort of had their own problems, and these were little mistakes and little slip-ups that were leading to Na'Vi able to punish them. This round opened the same. The most recent round opened the same. They started with little mistakes, little punished moments, but taking the mantle and bringing that round back into their favor, that's probably the best mental win you can have, because it starts with, oh no, it's happening again, to no, not today. But you still want to see if you can get a handle on those little mistakes. We've got to pay attention to the early round here of Vitality. That is where the biggest problems are still happening. That is where they need to try and thread this back together.
That wall, that quad wall we just saw there inside the kitchen, it's what I mentioned before in the previous round, where we were actually in the archives, and the tellers, of course, doesn't matter as much now. Still no opportunity to truly try and contest though, so there is a lot of free ground to be gained for the side of Na'Vi inside of this square area. It's just P4 really that is trying to challenge it as much as he does, and as we know him to, trying to figure out where they are. There's a player inside of the elevator. P4 just staying put for now, but I believe there is a bit of pressure coming in soon.
P4's playing this much more passive than he was in the previous round as well. It's one of the things worth noting. As I said, the early game is where they are struggling. Blur, in the meantime, he's waiting. The flash is going to pop in, but it's the pressure up. White, I don't think they expected it. The drop comes through. P4 is probably going to get the read that somebody's in long as well. They've covered the movement for Bibu. Rise is still going to hold around the White stairs, but he doesn't want to get dropped from the skylight as well, as his position will be revealed too. So he has to make the decision. The one he's made is head to the top and see if he can drop and take the fight. In the meantime, they're still going to see if they can recollect. Pre-fires, spray and pray, and hope that they can get a connection. P4 is going to make a move and try and slip out of there as the swing comes through. Naif gets the first, and the second fight is angling its way. If P4 has gone unchecked, this could be the next bout of pressure.
He cannot go through these beepers here because that will give away his position, but Doki gets the kill nonetheless. Instantly grabs that drone, 3 on 5. The advantage is still for Na'Vi. There's a minute 10 on the clock, and you look at the amount of utility that's left. We still have Bibu with a Nitro, still Shinka with a Nitro. Those could be used there as Blur with a bit of unlucky timing there. Spots someone running away as he opens up the ceiling, and now Shinka is waiting with that Nitro to try and find the right spot to get the kill, and that will be on Naif before it actually detonates there, but he is in the DBNO stay. He's not completely out. I'm not quite sure if he plays down the exothermic before, because if he hasn't, there's going to be a second opportunity for him to go for the actual pickup. Definitely hearing this now. Does still have the exothermic left. We'll be placing it again, but Bibu still has a Nitro left himself as well. Decides to not go for the toss here and just holds off to the rotation for now.
As it gets popped open, we're looking at 30 seconds. The Secretly's trying to apply some pressure here onto the quad wall itself. Saves, dropped through and was the man of the moment previously, but they're aware of this rotation that might come through from that room stacked with so much potential danger. Bibu, hovering over a hatch with his C4, gives him, well, not an option really of a rotate because it's too close for the danger, but he drops and picks up Nathan. The swing round onto Doki, saves. In the meantime, in the core, but the C4 gets one more. Bibu finds his triple, locked off by Shinka with a shotgun, suddenly in the middle of a 1 versus 1, and a shotgun for the double!
Oh, you saw it right there. Says had no idea where he was. He made a 360 or 2, but a shotgun for the double in the end. They see the moves are starting to liven up right here from Vitality. Shoulder punches are coming out. It's like, let's go. We got this. We're bringing it back from 0-3 to potentially 3-3 now suddenly. And Teller's Archives will be the next site. Now, this is where I had the most critique. They were just allowed to freely walk into the Archives here with the side of Na'Vi. That is something Vitality needs to prevent from happening now.
That's it. We're still seeing the early game go Na'Vi's way, and it's still coming down to these sort of clutchy, swingy one way or another ways, and it's getting Vitality to the line, but you're still sort of sitting there wanting, I guess, a little bit more. I'm not sure what you're wanting a little bit more of in the early, because there they tried a more passive play, and Na'Vi was still able to sort of punish it. They tried to bite themselves in. Don't get me wrong, they almost got the opening kill on Blur. The sort of altercation that happened around Long Desk and the protection of Bibu inside, we think if he wasn't there, Bibu wouldn't have been there, and they wouldn't have won the round potentially, because Bibu, the man of the moment there, pulled the triple.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely did well in that case. Is that an early C4 that got tossed? Yeah. They have too many C4s, so Bibu had to use his to make a rotation, I think. If I understand that well. I think, yeah, it's to the top there into Janitor. Not wanting to move Shinka all the way up with the limited time you have during the prep phase. This a Nitro Cell gets used early on to make sure there is that rotation availability. Still, however, 3 left to be able to be used to stop Na'Vi from their vertical hold. Something they love to do. Blur and Saves both carry those soft breaching capabilities here. Let's see if they're going to be able to put those to use, or if they're being met with a Nitro Cell themselves.
BB using a C4 for rotation just gave me that flashback towards when Mozzie had a shotgun.
Yeah, I understand.
How powerful that was.
I liked it, actually. I mean, yeah, I get it, right? It's like you need one shotgun operator less on your lineup to make sure that you have those rotations. But it's also just like, if you're on the roam, you can just create the rotations on the go. You just shoot 3 bullets and you suddenly have a rotation in there. As Doki already, I think, deep in going all the way to Banana. Maybe the Beepers will give away some of the game here.
That definitely will. Shot the camera and dropped. And Bibu's playing around here. They were in these situations before, and while they were unaware, this time they are.
Beautiful.
2 stories of a catch and saves was there with open hands and a fully loaded gun that was pointed towards the bottom of the elevator. Rise picked up next, but P4 at least finds one back as Doki eyes down the white stairs. P4 with a second causing problems. The Valkyrie underneath. And that puts Secretly out of action as well. 3 frag grenades still left. The Maverick wasn't the biggest draw in the pool here in terms of the utility he can bring, but still very important for a player to bite back. And we saw the energy he had before. He's making sure that carries on.
P4 on the front line here. Knows one is inside of ATMs after Saves managed to pick up the kill. The drone is being pinged. They know it's there. Trying to find an angle, but can't quite do that yet. Snave just jumps over now as well, so surely that call will come through as he decides to open up onto the elevator hallway. Just create another angle that the defenders will have to worry about. There's also a direct entry, of course, into the archives, into tellers rather, that they will have to worry for. So as a Gemini is trying to get as much information as possible, he know that Navi's trying to go for the office now.
That's it, and it's currently jammed, but they do have the option of verticality if they want to put the risk in. We just heard, I think, a gun 6 pop off towards the potential of a swing round onto the backside. The flash is over the top to make sure that they have some approach here as Shinka has gone for a sneak around green. Gonna see if he can potentially come back up the spiral, the square stairs, even with the idea that it was locked off as Doki goes through. Nate Berry's behind, and Shinka's movement here could be that make or break. The pings are continual, and the hot fire comes through on the back. Shinka sneaks through, but there's one, got the cover, there's a triple for P4. It's just Saves, and he's not gonna lock it off. And they find themselves back in. More pats on the back I think I needed for P4. The man has fury and fire, and he's not done yet.
He was the one that was most vocal during the tactical timeout, and he's the one that picks up these oh-so-important kills every single round. Really showing up big here. Now, 3-3. Looked like it might have been a blowout in the making from Na'Vi. It looked like they were setting their dominance upon their opponents of Vitality, but then Vitality decided it's time to fight back. And now a blitz is being brought out.
Okay,
I'm not quite sure where this will come into play. We are going to lockers. Is this just going to be a quick push down from the servers right into CCTV, red, and onwards?
I mean, you're looking.
How heavy is the roam of Na'Vi? That's the question.
I'm so curious. Whenever you see a blitz on the board, you're curious. And usually you will see it in a game where it's, if you're at this point, it's 5-1 or 6-0. And they've gone onto the attack and they're going to play a blitz and take them by surprise.
Such a good drone.
A 3-3 with how intense this game is. You've 6-picked onto a blitz.
Oh, this is helping them very. You might not realize it, but the hatch being reinforced in bottom square, that makes it so none of the Na'Vi players have the opportunity to open that one up and grab an angle from behind. So if they do decide to rush, the only real way you can challenge is either directly from CCTV or the blue stairs that Saves is playing in.
All right, Blitz, where are you? What are you doing? You're currently droning out. You want to head towards Saves. You're going to try and take that shotgun face on and see if you can put the pressure into what is an awkward fight for whoever's at the top. Usually it's a bout of waiting and expecting a lot of utility to come through. It's a long clear. Doing it with a blitz might just be that bit of pace.
Might be a bit of pace to come through. It's definitely not a rush, though. As they're taking their time, just checking those yokais for a bit of information, see where they're coming in from. That might have been some sort of pre-placed. No, it's actually just to guide the spawn peak, or the run out rather, from the side of stock, just to make sure there's a bit of pressure coming down into the Vitality players early on.
Well, Rise is actually going towards the drop on dirt by the looks of it. They've read that there's quite a width and height to it, so Cactus with a diffuser is going to move a little bit ahead, but is probably going to meet 2 English shotguns held either side, as well as potentially the canisters. Though those head a little bit further up the quick blue stairs slow. That is the mantra, that is the method, and that is the hope that they go a bit undetected, but not far behind is a big clunky shield, and that is going to hit every single alarm possible. The first drone, the call, there might be some attention, and the rotation from the smoke down yet again.
Oh, here he comes, and now he has extra ADS speed as well together with that shield. Gets the first flash, it's Cactus with the first kill. The second goes down, it's Blur inside. It's going to be smoke canister, so they have to fall back a little bit. But P4 already down on the blue stairs here. It's just a complete shutout from Vitality with just Nave left now. Has the opportunity to use the Yokai drones, but instead he chooses to go for the gunfight. It's Shinka that loses out first. It's a 4-on-1, but they get it in the end. B4 gets that final kill. And it turned out to start quite slow, but it became a rush as the round went on. So very well played by them. They also realized we cannot just all go through that tunnel because there will be someone on the server stairs, and that's exactly where they came into play.
That was it. It was so well executed. The moment that the pressure started to come down, they had other support structures. They had other places. Sure, the first firefight happened away from the servers, away from the stairs, and another place, I believe, on the opposite side to draw some attention. But then the swing, the pickup, and the cover from Cactus connected to lead to the first Vitality attack.
I want to say I like how prediction was so certain Vitality would win.
I saw that.
When it was a 1v4, they already swapped to the cat. It's like, you know, you're saying GG when there's just one player left of your team. It's match
Production
point.
is toxic.
I didn't want to say it, but it does come down to that fact. Either way, 4-3. Vitality have the lead. After Na'Vi won the first 3 rounds of the game, they have not been able to win a single one after. And I think that if this round does go Vitality's way as well, we are definitely going to be seeing a tactical timeout from Na'Vi, because that will be 5 chained in a row. That's definitely something you want to stop before it gets out of hand.
That's it. I mean, you have to give so much kudos for the team talk. The moment that happened, because the rounds were slipping away from Vitality.
And kudos to P4, actually.
Kudos to P4, for sure, but also the rest of the team that stepped up. Because sometimes passionate pleas can fall upon deaf ears. Sometimes teams don't have the best reaction to that sort of emotion. And, you know, it's one of those things where it shows a lot of trust in the team and a lot of that sort of confidence that when you are getting this sort of high pressure, high intensity, and high emotion speech and match and game and whatever, that you respond well and you respond to it. And that is entirely what we've seen here from Vitality.
Responding well to whatever the call was that came through in that tactical timeout. We will probably never know, but the players definitely do, and it seems to be working out for them. Being together really works out well, as Rise knows that the drone is being threatened with its life and just decides to play the savior, hunting for the player, whoever was it, that was putting down those bullets. I only count 4 players on the side. There's 1 on the loose. Oh no, Nave down there in the garage. Never mind, I just lost him. Bottom of the frame. I was going to say, there's 4 people. Where's the 5th? But it's just outside the frame. And they're all downstairs at the basement. So that means it's free play for the side of Vitality up on the top floor here. However, the biggest real threat will be that laser sight you just saw. That means there is a shotgun right around the corner, secretly waiting for someone to peek in. And as a drone will be trying to get the spot out, it's going to be a smoke canister to be deployed. But it will most likely be followed up with a perfectly cooked grenade. Maybe even more than that. You see them slow walking around the corner. The flashbangs are coming in. They're going in with the skeleton key. Beautiful shot. How do you deal with a shotgun, Emmy? You just bring one of your own.
Bring your own, and now they've got close for the second fight with a shotgun. Rise locks it off, but with the other utility that gun brings, hard bullets. They don't connect with the Echo drone that slips on by, but still the confidence to throw a flash and then go behind it, baiting the idea that a grenade is to follow next. The swing in, the aggression is something Vitality have in spades right now. There's still an Echo on the board. Nath is isolated on the far side, and he can bring those drones round. Vitality are droning out. They're clearing themselves the pocket of space. They have 50 seconds, and now as the back wall starts to get blown open, Blur is the long-range fight potential. In terms of utility to bait out, the smoke's obviously gone. There is still a C4 in the pocket of Blur, and they know that that's going to land exactly where it needs to, so what do? Rotate. Diversify your push. Find an alternate angle, and that is going to be the hatches. 30 seconds. More than enough time to get yourself cracked in.
P4 is going all the way to the garage right here as Doki hears it open up. There is the Nitro, there is the Yokais. They know they're on the board as well. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, P4 is definitely putting up some pace here. Doki gets the first kill, but instantly gets traded out as the plant needs to go down. Now they get the Yokai, they get the second! Ryzen The rest of Vitality just collapsed at the very final seconds, and I had my wonders about whether or not the garage push would be working out that late into the round, but able to get that surprise, get the yokai, well, not the yokai, the Echo instead, who controls the yokais.
Ignore the yokai.
Ignore the yokai in that case, just go for the kills, and Vitality now 5-3. No technical timeout. Na'Vi continuing their current pace, and Teller's Archives will be the next one.
5 in a row. 5 in a row for Vitality, and they are looking scary. They are looking so good at just putting the pressure on when and where they need to. Again, if I'm going to talk about how the teamwork has to be built around the idea of having those high-impact conversations at times when you're down, when things aren't connecting, and building from there, it's also worth highlighting the conversation of there's 20 seconds left. Okay, we need to do this. And whoever made the call, whoever sort of drove that, that's a lot of trust at that point. Instead of trying to force your way in when you have a clear route to potentially a site, but you still have utility to bait, to instead split yourself into 3 different locations, put yourself back into the line of danger, and then to act on those calls with the sharpness that they just did.
This play, though.
This was just filthy.
Beautiful, just coming in with the skeleton key right there, and then the second one as well as the shotgun swings around the corner. He actually managed to get a pellet off, just not quite the kill. I also want to compliment the fact that there seems to be no questions at Vitality's side. The call came in, you go garage, the rest goes here, and you just do it. You don't question it. Question it later if it's necessary. Doki, however, gets the kill. Bibu drops. That's going to be a good start at least. The head comes out, trying to get into their heads right now as, well, they definitely need a bit of help here, so maybe that is it.
2 players having a good time always when they play, and they're going to make sure they put a little back of that heat back onto the board there. The take on the first, and that's not how that goes, P4, but at least it wasn't cooked.
That would have been worse. Imagine if it was cooked and he just killed himself like that. That would have been very unfortunate here for... Well, he just spots the long angle there with the actual jump on the drone. However, it gets taken care of. Just a bit of a wallbang to come through right after. Still has a single grenade left. Now, I don't think you're going to be able to toss that into the right angle. Saves, however, holding it from the side of Archives, able to stop anybody from moving into top square. And Vitality, again, calling for a bit of a rotate here. Different approach. Lost one of their members, deciding to go more towards the lobby side right now. Whilst the rest of Na'Vi still, of course, holding on to that top floor control, whilst Rise is trying to put some pressure down.
Rise is going to see if he can open up the swing angle and try and just widen the approach so they can try and grab a single Na'Vi player. It's a dangerous game. The longer you're out here, the more you've got to have the trust in the players. But as we said, and as we spoke about before, that's something Vitality have. It's also fair to mention that they are in a LAN environment. They're all in the same room. They have their amazing support staff behind them. Those sort of energy, or capitalizing on that, is an easier thing to do. One slipped past, and the disc will go over the top to bait a little bit more attention. Those are all getting caught, though, trying to find the fight here on the spray. There's multiple bodies. One slips through. Rise suffers. It's only a matter of time before they now start trying to angle some grenades up there.
And now this wall needs to open up, and that will be Selma that takes care of the job. Players are inside and they're above and they're everywhere, so Vitality really need to hit the nail on the head right here if they want to make sure this execute sticks. Rise is on the angle, he's waiting for the flank. A grenade of P4 kills himself, and Doki, not quite sure how that one happened, maybe from the top floor. Either way, it's going to be a 3-on-4 situation. Vitality is a man down, and also they're P4 down.
Yeah, I suppose I have some questions. Maybe he tried to blow it up underneath Banana, but was a bit too close to the fire and suffered himself. Either way, Rise is the one that gets the lock on the opposite side and saves. Dug in, hopped up, gets one, gets dropped, gets traded 10 seconds. Blur is able to lock it off from above. The diffuser is smoked. He's going to have to take the damage, try and tank it and move on. Only a handful of seconds. Now saves, leading a bit of that. Blur left on the board, finishes the work saves did in dropping the diffuser on the back line. Threaded together, Na'Vi find one.
Yeah, they managed to find one finally yet again in round 10. It's going to start now. The opportunity for Na'Vi to try and equalize the score yet once more. Or the next opportunity for Vitality to set themselves up to 6. It was a very close round in the end, though. Diffuser being dropped is, of course, the key part. Saves able to get that from the verticality. Again, I'm not quite sure how Doki and P4 were both dropped with the same grenade. Maybe, as you said, it bounced back and, you know, he got quite low. Or maybe he was being shot at whilst he threw it and then got the kill, but also got himself with it because he wasn't like 1 or 2 HP. I don't know. Doesn't matter in the end.
It happened.
You can continue asking the question.
It happened.
It happened. And that's it.
Unless Doki caught it, ran at him, took them both out.
He just grabbed it along and he's like, I'm taking you with me. You know, it's just maybe. Maybe Buddy blocked it, made it bounce back.
Maybe.
So many opportunities here.
Headed it.
Yeah, maybe. Just a bit of a footy game, you know?
All these possibilities, and none of them true. 5-4, but 5 of those for Vitality were in a row, and that has finally come to an end. Na'Vi found a round, their first in a long time, and they're going to be feeling that just as much as Vitality are. Vitality still have a lot of energy. I think, again, 1 or 2 of those moments went their way, and it could have been 6-3 on our board at the top center.
Yeah.
Both teams are aware of that, and Na'Vi's still yet to take their time out. They still think that they can build behind this and push it. The drone in the bush is going to have the read here, and this should be a quick pickup. Doki obviously doesn't know it's there, but he's at least going to lean into the fight and takes it even whilst droned.
Fire headshot with the MPX right there. Rise managed to do a little bit of damage. He used the skeleton key to try and lock off that kill, but failed to do so successfully. However, there's going to be a bit of a drop, and Bibu has the opportunity to take control of that top floor of the side of CEO. Player inside of the janitor now, though. Naif has opened up some of these angles. P4 gets a grenade kill into saves, at least brings it back to equal numbers, and as more of these magnets are being tossed out right now after the grenade kill just came in, it is a player like Blur that feels like, I could be meeting the same fate if I don't protect myself from any of these grenades that come in. So let's make sure those magnets are down as his position does get spotted out, and Blur, Bibu now, actually, has that grenade available to him. I might actually just toss that in deep.
He's thinking, he's eyeing up the possibility. Obviously, Nath is around the back line on janitors as well, so anything that comes through needs a bit of support, and that's slowly coming. P4 stacked up here towards the janitor door. That's going to give a bit of the game away that they're approaching, but it will draw some attention from Bibu. The pop of the smoke pulls them back. The ping over the ping gives them the game, and Nath gets dropped, and there it is. The ping comes through. Nath can... Oh, well, not even Nath. Nath can't do anything now, but Bibu can potentially enter onto those windows and swing to put pressure onto Blur.
3-on-4 situation this time in favor of Vitality. Very important round for them. Doki playing below just as secretly. It's just Blur left on this top floor, and with a minute left on the clock, while Vitality, they want to make sure they at least open up some of these angles down towards the site. That does mean they need to get this very final player. They need to catch him off, and as grenades are starting to be tossed in, it's actually Blur with an impact. It's being droned out very heavily right now, though, and that means the pressure will surely be on. You see the support coming up from Doki onto the main stairs, wants to help if it is really coming down to this moment, as Blur is taking even more damage, will finally be picked up. P4 turns his attention to the main stairs, but as the hatches are being opened up, they have the opportunity to drop now. 30 seconds, secretly inside of the kitchen, Doki inside of the elevator. Are these the right positions?
Well, they're the ones that they're stuck in for now. In 20 seconds, we know Vitality can do a lot with a little bit of time. The first thread is going to come here, around on the back line, and that'll give the game away on where Doki is, but he has the impact if he wants to rotate. Unfortunately, no option is presented as Shinka locks it off. 10 seconds, and the spray through as they try and find the first fight. Vitality find the next round, and they find themselves one step away from securing 3 points.
One small step away from setting themselves up for a potential major run yet once more. I have no clue how long they will be in Paris this time around with every single one of their support staffs, and you just want to see them back in Atlanta again. You just want to see them back in a major. And Na'Vi, well, they've decided this is the time to call the tactical. They have a minute to talk. It seems like the support staff is doing the job right here. Everybody just sitting back. I like how relaxed Doki looks when he's... Do you see like he has a very slouched kind of stance whilst gaming? Just sitting back, barely reaches the desk.
He's chilling.
He's chilling. And he's somehow out-fragging most of the people in the league, you know? It reminds me of... was it Shepard who was playing with his leg
Leg up.
Leg up, yeah.
Sexy Cake does that as well.
You know, it's amazing how some of these players can like play these crazy positions and then pick up so many kills. Be so good at it.
Well, now, as they're on the precipice of having to thread every remaining round potentially in a row to bring this game back to their favor after such a strong start, they found themselves stumbling under a re-energized Vitality, who have found all of the passion of being in the same room powerful enough to drive back into this bank game. To the top we go. Na'Vi are going to try and hold Exec and CEO to see if they can lock off. The swap of the Valkyrie to the Alibi is going to bait and put some pressure on the windows, and the swing is going to be slightly disallowed from the approach otherwise could have been.
For sure. It's always interesting, actually. Like we never really saw much Alibi until the MX4 Storm, of course, got that 1.5. That's when she really shot up in the presence. I think we can say the same about Frost. It's an operator we actually never really saw. I know Gamma liked to play with it a bit in Challenger League here and there and managed to get quite some success with it, but once the 9mm managed to get that 1.5, that is really the moment when she started to shoot up in popularity. And even though she lost it now, it's still being played quite a bit in maps like Chalet, for example.
The gun's solid, and the disturbance that can play on windows is solid too. And, you know, occasionally you'll see the slug gun from one of the Italian operators.
Yeah, the ACS.
Not too common. The ACS can have a bit of a fun. I know a lot of people not in the comp scene will run the ACS just because it's a very fun gun.
Stoldersma, his favorite gun, actually.
I think it's Easy's favorite gun as well.
It just sounds so great when you shoot it. It
sounds great. My friends, apparently Easy stole his personality from Toldersma. My friends generally play the ACS as well. I never get a chance to look in. That's how fun that gun is. It's people who casually play Siege.
They just use it.
They just want to play the ACS. But moral of the story, hey, look how good her other gun can be in the right hands. Utility that can get brought as well. Again, played underneath windows, causes those problems. We've seen a lot of people take fights through alibis. They'll take fights through them rather than, like, you know, just sort of sit on the laurels because it becomes awkward as an attacker.
I think Frost and Alibi are being played quite similarly, and you might be able to how, but you see often prisms being placed next to those windows as well, right? So if you want to take a gunfight through it, you're going to have to shoot through the Prisma, which means they will know exactly where you are. It makes these, as you said, it makes it so awkward to try and take those gunfights through, whereas Frost's often placed under windows next to door frames just to catch people off guard and to force them to, you know, when they jump in, to look down first before they go for a gunfight.
Is Blair doing a run out?
Is he doing a run out? No.
He was toying with
think about it. It's like just quickly checking up in the garage, you know, seeing if the coast is still clear. Sometimes, you know, you have that one sneaky person trying to go through just to try and disrupt, but not the case now. Not quite sure Secretly feels so safe anymore inside of the elevator. Of course, that's the opportunity to get a magnet down. Stokie just barely misses the head there. It's also still repel up on side of the garage side on west. Cactus able to potentially put up some support there as well.
Now Rise might find himself swung on from Blur. It's the buck underneath. Get out of there, Secretly. Get out of there. As he's suddenly in a very tricky situation. He still has a disc by the look of it in the top corner, but whether he expected that to be in there or not, and it happened as soon as he had the floor dropped from underneath him, who knows? 50 seconds though, and they still haven't been able to grab the first player from Na'Vi. Blur is still loose underneath as well and could become a problem, but the first opens up. The elevator finally falls, comes down, press the button, and Secretly was delivered. But unfortunately now it's out of order and you've got to take the stairs as your way up. The swing onto Banana comes through and the first fight goes against the Rise. Still on his namesake as he keeps pushing higher and further. Nath drops on the long office table and the angles are being staunchly watched by Rise, who's swinging, getting even deeper into the site. The call will come through as Blur picks up one and saves a piece. He's to your left, mate. You've gone right past him.
There's no time for it. They need to get the diffuser now. There's just 10 seconds left on the clock and it's Blur alive still, going through the janitor. The plant will be going down shortly, deep in the corner right next to the reinforced wall. There's no opportunity for him to get it, and it's going to be Rise with the very final kill. Vitality grabbed the win. They grabbed the 3 points and they keep the dream for the major in Sweden alive. This is where hopefully this boot camp will finally come into fruition, because over the last couple of stages they've gotten so close, and in that final game every single time, was what put them down. But for now, they're top 4. Let's see if they can stay there this time.
That's it. It's stressed but well-deserved hugs in the Vitality Boot Camp. It shows the strength of being in the same room, the ability to have that energy shared by a team that's been through a lot, but is still yet to go through a major. Will that happen? I suppose that's on them and some of the other results, because we're running out of Playdays and they're still teetering on the edge. Before we get to that though, we'll take a quick ad break and then be back with our analysts.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this third episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Vitality victorious. They keep it up and they get all 3 points on bank versus Na'Vi. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Alex Domenic. With me are Jess and Fresh. And before we have a chat with the team itself, let's talk about Vitality, because today this looked like an effective, well-oiled killing machine.
It did, right after they took a tactical timeout. They lost 3 rounds in a row. Tactical timeout. The coaches, obviously, they're there with them. Pow, pow.
Yeah.
And
they really had them on the ropes.
They got 3-3 on the defense, and the attacks look so good.
Oh, I have never seen a team of Na'Vi's caliber. So when we're talking about it in this way, we're talking about Na'Vi being quite a strong team.
Yeah.
On the ropes, taking as many body shots as Vitality were dealing. I'm talking rogue speed, but times 20, but with weird coordination that doesn't make sense that it moved in unison the way that it did. Think about the Finker with the LMG on bottom floor, just swinging. I mean, Na'Vi had no idea what was hitting them. Incredible.
And Rise.
Honestly.
What a performance from Rise.
Oh, P4 as well. What?
Really well played.
I'm going to have to watch that match back, because honestly, I just sat there gasping every 14 seconds, almost passed out. So, jeez. It was great.
That's
I
from the
love
pizza
that
we
match.
had earlier.
Yeah, I am full of pizza as well.
So there you go. I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's have a chat with our victors team, Vitality. Hello, P4. Congratulations on your victory. How are you doing today? It's the first time we get to speak. Comment vas-tu?
Je vais bien. I'm fine, and you? I'm good.
There we go. Today is the English practice, and
Yeah.
you're doing great. Let me ask you one question first. This is something that we noticed when we're all sitting together and watching the game and seeing your cameras, because today your lights were down low when you were actually playing the match itself. Is this something because you're all used to playing at home with almost no light when you're in a game, or did we just read too much into it?
Est-ce que je peux avoir la traduction ou pas, s'il te plaît?
Bah, si tu veux que je traduise, je peux le faire en français encore.
Je veux bien, s'il te plaît.
Ok, bon. Donc, ma question, c'était vraiment... So I'll just... Same thing that I said in English. I'll say it in French form. Basically, Aujourd'hui, on a remarqué que quand vous avez commencé le jeu, les lumières, c'est bien descendu, c'était un peu plus noir que le normal. Est-ce que c'est pour répliquer ce que vous avez normalement chez vous à la maison quand vous jouez sur le PC, ou peut-être on regarde beaucoup trop dans les détails?
Bah, je pense que c'est un peu les détails. Après, on a l'habitude de pas avoir tout chez nous, je pense, trop la lumière allumée. Donc ouais, c'est pour on laisse quand même de la lumière pour pas être totalement dans le noir, mais sur un truc assez tamisé pour être bien dans le confort, ouais, comme chez nous, et être au mieux pour jouer.
All right, so it's not too much into the details, actually makes a lot of sense. Lowering down the lights so we have some simulated form as we are at home, but at the same time being able to have good contrast on our space, and yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now, je vais demander sur la map elle-même, sur Bank, pourquoi spécifiquement cette map contre Navi? Parce que on l'a vu la semaine passée ou le lundi. Il y avait toujours des questions. So why is it specifically Bank? We saw it on Monday. There was some questions raised. So qu'est-ce que t'en penses?
Bah, on a choisi Bank plutôt par rapport à nous. Oui, on avait de la VOD, comme Navi a beaucoup joué sur ce stage Bank, mais plus par rapport à nous. Après le premier match qu'on a fait contre BDS sur Bank en première journée, on l'a beaucoup travaillé depuis et on était confiant de la sortir aujourd'hui, et toute l'équipe était confiante, et on s'est dit let's go sur Bank contre Navi. On est confiant dans notre jeu et on a eu le résultat escompté.
All right, so Bank wasn't really about Navi. It was more about Vitality, being comfortable on the map. They prepped a lot for it, like they had it versus BDS, and they kind of wanted to follow up on it. And it just so happens that they had the VODs to work with from Navi's last game. So it fit perfectly into the detail. So my next question is attacking CEO and bottom up. It seems like a difficult thing for most teams, but you made it work today. I just want to ask you how. Donc, ma question, c'est normalement, si on attaque sur CEO, sur banque, normalement, il y a vraiment un grand, un grand spread autour de la map. C'est pas des attaques qui viennent du lobby jusqu'en haut via les escaliers. Donc, explique-moi un petit peu comment vous préparez cette stratégie, comment ça devrait fonctionner dans la game.
Alors ce qu'on fait, c'est que nous on attaque beaucoup plus, comme on l'a vu, du côté main lobby, où là pour le coup Navi a mis beaucoup de stuff, comme il y avait un Wama, il y a un Jaeger qui était là pour tenir l'escalier. Après c'est où on a eu très rapidement, où on a pu se mettre en confort, c'est qu'on a pu ouvrir très vite les deux murs, nous ce qu'on appelle canto, les deux murs sur la longue ascenseur.
Ouais.
Et après, on s'est juste parlé de bien prendre l'information, et après juste de mettre du stuff et de push ensemble sur les informations, et de, on va dire, prendre nos duels sur les premières lignes. Et on va dire, dès qu'on a pris la première phase, le top de l'escalier, on a pris l'avantage, et après on est bien pour déployer notre attaque avec quelqu'un en rappel CEO et tout le reste.
Voilà, so it makes a lot of sense. You see Vitality's attacks mostly coming in from the lobby side. Their effective way of playing it is trying to deal with that canto/elevator spot. Once the wall is opened up, then they feel way more comfortable in lines of sight. And then once they have the top of the landing from the staircase, then they have people on rappel. They can use those positions to their advantage. But mostly it's about handling lobby, taking care of that, and then being able to push onto site. They won the gunfights, that's what they wanted, and it's basically all to circumvent the fact that there was a Jaeger, Omai, a lot of stuff, as P4 says, a lot of utility being laid around the site and outside of it to protect those power positions. Alors, P4, next Playday, you guys, you're very close to the top 4. It's very close. You play versus Secret in the next Playday, so what is there to expect, and is this finally the Vitality going to land? Donc, la prochaine fois, vous jouez contre Secret et vous êtes bien proche. Vous avez les 3 points d'aujourd'hui complets et encore 6 points à reprendre dans la ligue. Est-ce que ça va être finalement Vitality à la Major, à la LAN?
On l'espère de tout cœur. On bosse là-dessus depuis 3 stages, et on aimerait que ce stage, on arrive à aller chercher enfin ce Major. Et on y bosse tous les jours. Comme tu l'as dit, il nous reste encore 2 Playday, le prochain contre Secret et le dernier contre Rogue. Donc c'est pas des matchs à prendre à la légère, on le sait très bien, c'est des très bons adversaires. Donc on va tout donner pour aller chercher les 6 derniers points et emmener Vitality au Major.
So Vitality hopefully at the major, as we're saying, 6 points in total that they can gather. They play Secret, and after that they go up against Rogue. Two good teams, especially in that Rogue matchup, and hoping that we can do our best, just like we've been doing so far, especially in boot camp. So we'll see how well it goes, but we'll be as prepared as possible. P4, thank you so very much. Anything you want to say to the Vitality fans? Quelque chose à dire aux fans?
Thanks for the support, all of us. Mais on va tout faire pour emmener Vitality au Major pour le plus grand plaisir des fans.
So we're going to try our best. Thank you so much for supporting us, and we're going to try to take Vitality to LAN finally, and especially for you, the fans out there. P4, merci beaucoup. Thank you so very much. Congratulations on your victory. Have fun with the rest of the team, and say hello to the entire squad. Can't wait. Hopefully, we can see you very soon.
Pas de souci.
Merci à toi,
Bonne
P4.
soirée.
Bonne soirée. Bye-bye.
Au revoir.
And there it is. P4 for the first time in...
I'm so sorry, but did anyone else get goosebumps listening to this linguist have to sit there? Not only is he one of the best hosts in all of Rainbow Six Siege, he's also finalist, award-nominated host, so please go vote for him in the Esports Awards. But the man just translated his own interview so that we could have the absolute pleasure of hearing what P4 had to say. I'm sorry, but if you think there's a better host out there, then yeah, bring him forth, because I just don't believe it.
Thank you very much, Jess.
Oh
I very much appreciate it. One day we'll do it in Arabic. Who knows? Maybe when MENA becomes part of the
Wow,
league, maybe by then my German will be better. But fresh, I mean, they're looking so much better, and they're hoping for that spot at the major.
Yeah, and I think it was just a blip on Monday. You know, a little bit of boot camp blues, should we call it? They just
I like
boot
that.
Camp. There we go. Boot camp blues. There we go.
What was the other one you called? Like, not drunk, the other word? Hungover.
Hungover. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too.
you like
Got all the
hangovers.
words for it.
Okay.
I love it.
Yeah, they looked really good, and it was a very... I'll come back to that timeout. It was a very critically called timeout.
Mm-hmm.
After round 3, they did not look good. And round 4, we both picked up on it. When they won round 4, Rise literally jumped out of his seat and went and gave Shinka a kiss.
You know what, it wasn't just him out of his seat, it was multiple.
Everyone.
Yes.
And you know for a fact, and I'm glad we got to speak to the man of the hour himself, P4, who absolutely went nuclear. The finger plays from him were the key for me for that entire push. I think there was a lot of times that he made space beyond what was even necessary for him as a player and in his role. But furthermore, there's probably something to be said about the fact about, you asked about the lighting, thank you very much. I actually think that's a critical ergonomic question to ask, because that is something that players live by in their bedrooms consistently.
Yes.
But furthermore, their coach, Lewin, may have said there, if you went around, I want to hear you. I want next door to hear you. I want down the road to hear you. I want you clapping each other's back. Where are the vibes? Because let's get it going.
It's an absolutely huge thing, and I'm going a bit more general here, but like at LAN, when teams, and especially the Brazilian teams, when you hear them at LAN, they are so loud. And it's to pump up everybody in the team to get that extra 10-20% performance. And you saw it there from Vitality. They call a timeout, they win the round, they go absolutely nuclear inside of that room. Everybody in Paris could hear what they were like.
That's exactly what we want to have in Sweden. That's exactly what we have from the teams. Again, ergonomics is very important when you're playing, even you playing at home. Make sure I mean, we've done a lot of research in our own spaces that we have. I had a whole ass paper about it in uni. It's very important for you to be comfortable in your space, and it translates very much for some of the best athletes in esports out there. So look out for it. Fresh Chess, thank you very much. That was Navi Vitality. When we come back, my friends, it'll be time for game number 4 out of the 5. Kovana versus BDS. Man, I cannot wait for this. These are the top 2 in the league. And I know Vitality Navi was match of the day, but either one of these two could be matches of the day. We'll see you in a moment.
just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our memes, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. They're all our best laid plans.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. We are past the halfway mark, and we're at game 4 out of 5. Kavana Gaming versus Team BDS. One that I am looking forward to, especially with these two at number 1 and 2 here in EU League. Man, it is gonna be a banger. I really hope. I think I've already jinxed it at this point. Welcome back. I'm Lush, the medic host of the show. With me are Jess and Fresh, and we're going to have a chat about these two squads. First up, Kavana Gaming, a team that you've been banned from ever picking as your prediction forever. So, Fresh, talk to me.
Well, if I'm Mr. Officer, I'm probably not that happy right now because all the teams that were just below them in the standings for the major have won.
Yeah, that is the worst case scenario.
Vitality won, Rogue have won. It really puts Kavana's back up against the wall. They have to win to stay. If they win, they go back up to, is it second? And they can kind of be in for a shot with a major, but it puts the pressure on them now because all the other teams before them have won. Again, they're being led by Benja and Sloth behind him. Sloth said last week, when Kavana are having a bad day, they've got an 18-year-old fragger who can just pop off, and that is exactly what Benja can do.
He is the second highest rated player in all of EUL. When we're talking about Rookie of the Year, this is the kind of numbers that we mean for someone who's had an extraordinary debut. So he has been elevated. Even with the sledge bans, he's been able to overcome that and put up numbers that are unbeknownst to people who have debuts of his caliber. So, yeah, he's doing pretty damn good if you're wondering what it takes to be some of the best in the league.
I mean, and today on his 7th debut. It's incredible that he's going to be able to pull this off. At least we hope for him. BDS on the other side, I think it's very clear. They need no introduction whatsoever, this team and what they have to offer. Just today, though, it might just be their toughest game yet.
Yeah, I think that if anyone's really going to stick it to them, it's either a French team, which happens to usually be their kryptonite, or a team like Kavana, who has rebuilt themselves into such a massive machine that almost can't be stopped and has redundancy after redundancy after redundancy. That's the scary part about Kavana as a roster, is that, as you said, if you kill the front line, there's another line waiting, and then there's another one waiting after that. So I think for BDS right now, if you're a BDS fan, you're so happy because their blip on the radar was an overtime win. And losing 1 point out of all the points they could have accrued from all their matches thus far. And that's their blip. That is an amazing blip to have, and on anyone's radar, they're not going to care that that's there. So 17 points. They will care about whether they finish first or second. However, seeding does exist. Things do change up when it comes to things like the major. So that'll be something that they'll be thinking about.
And with a win or an overtime win, they will confirm themselves for the major in Sweden. They'll be the second team confirmed should they win tonight.
So, overtime?
I believe an overtime win would confirm them as well, yeah.
There you go.
So at least a couple points today, and you're good to go. All right, I'm very excited for this, though. Let's see which map we're going to have for this matchup. Again, our 4th out of 5.
Come on.
And we're going to go to Coastline.
Des is cursing himself right now.
He really is.
Honestly, he's starting to like it.
He's really happy with Coastline.
The changes have made it less chaotic, let's be honest. It's not like a coin flip like it used to be. I do think the defenders
Yep.
have a much better chance.
When we say coastline, and it's like, oh, coastline again. Usually, the idea is two teams that are just scrapping away,
slogging it down.
And it's I get it. Sometimes it can be exciting, but most of the time it's just end it, please. This is not one of them.
Yeah, I think as Rogue have proved specifically over the past couple of play days, that you can play coastline with a strategic aspect.
Yep.
You can play for the objective, play for plants, and it doesn't have to be as kind of chaotic team deathmatch style that we've previously seen over the past 12 months or so.
Because of pre-Benja days, Kavana still smashing Rogue 7-1 on it, like in previous stages. I do think that they've got a good history on it, and by adding Benja to the mix, it just makes it even more powerful. So if there was a map you could really stick it to BDS, Coastline and Chalet would be the ones I would throw into the mix there that way, yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely leveler maps, I think, so...
It's going to be an exciting one. We don't usually see BDS get put on the ropes because their strategy just holds up so well. Their fortification is so strong. You strip that away on Coastline.
That could definitely be the help that you want. Fresh, this is not official predictions. Would you go for Kovana?
Yeah.
It doesn't count the same way.
Now that we know the map.
No.
See, I can't.
No, the thing is I've watched BDS go from this team that were good with a few flaws to a team that are great with some flaws to a team that just don't appear to have any flaws.
Yep.
They've worked on every mistake that they've identified. And like I said, they might lose a game in a league by exception, but it is completely by exception that they would lose, and it would be because of them not putting in the performances they expect.
Yeah, I wouldn't change my prediction. I predicted BDS, and I still, regardless of the map, probably wouldn't change, even though I want to see the best Benja I can see.
And that's BDS with all that they have roster-wise, plus having their support staff, which added Bios to a huge veteran of the French scene and competitive Rainbow Six.
Speaking of Vitality.
To them, so... Ex-Vitality player way back in the day. It was when Furious was a player for the French fans that are out there. This is how long ago we're talking about. So that's a lot to work with. Let's see if Kovana can measure up to it coming in as the underdogs in this game. Jessrest, thank you very much. Let's go again to sunny Ibiza one more time. It's Coastline. We got Ace and Des take us through it. Enjoy.
I've opted to try and do a Tim and do this all the way up. And I just feel like I'm being choked all the time.
Is it getting a bit too hot for you?
It's like Navi's season, it just choking, it's horrible. Anyway, Coastline's coming up, BDS versus Kavana. This one is going to be... I had to get it in there somewhere. Let's see how it shapes up then. Two of the greatest teams... Stop laughing! Two of them...
I had no idea it was coming. I didn't even see it coming. You sold it. You had me hook, line and sinker, Des.
To be honest, I didn't really plan for it. It was just as they threw, I was like...
You had me hook, line and sinker. I thought you were just trying something new with your wardrobe.
Well, it started that way, and then my brain's like, what if you make a joke about someone choking? I thought, okay, well, let's keep it like PG for a start and refer to a team, and that's the path we went down.
Okay.
It's coming undone now. I can't stand it. It's doing my nutting. I don't know how you do it. Fair play to you. Anyway, enough about that. Let's talk about Coastline again for the second time of the night. Kavana versus BDS. I have bigged these guys up for the longest time. Both teams saying, for my money, BDS was the one I was saying it about exclusively before. For my money, the greatest sum total of gun skill on any team in the world. It just always seems to come unravelled at the most dire of moments, especially at big events. That may change. Now they've, of course, got a coach on board, and Kavana are fast approaching that benchmark as well, for my money. Now, there's a couple of things in the team still you'd look at. Not at all to put it all on one guy, but Anarchic is their supportive player, isn't regarded as being an incredible gunner. However, that has been improving this stage. We've seen a few multi-kills from him, some big clutches coming out. We saw it against Empire. We saw a 3K come out of him last week. They are starting to shape into a phenomenal team after that dip that we saw after the end of stage one. And I'm starting to think Kavana could be, if they carry on at this rate, one of the new teams to beat, and they could really start it today with a victory against the French side that so far look unbeatable.
Let's not forget, Kavana looked like that in stage one. Kavana came out and really did look dangerous in stage one. They had a dip in stage two, and they seem to be back to that team that looks dangerous, that looks like it could cause problems. If they can take points off BDS here, particularly with an overtime win or a regulation win, as much as it may feel a little unlikely, a little bit of a mountain to climb, which it is for any team in EUL right now because BDS are flying, if they can do that, they start mixing up those major positions again, Des. They'll force Vitality out and they'll move up into that fourth spot. I think they can even challenge Empire for the third spot. I'll have a look as the game goes on. But Kavana can certainly certainly mix things up here, but they're going to need a very good performance in order to do so. They start on the defence, which might not be ideal for Coastline. BDS, I would imagine, we're going to see come in with a very strong attack now.
I mean, that's it, right? You might just see a team that comes out and completely shuts Kavana out. I think I'm the only person in the team that has staked a claim on Kavana being able to do this today. I genuinely think if there's a day, and if there is ever going to be a day, it feels like this should be the one, where someone like Shaiko falls quiet and the other side really step up. This would be that day. Just imagine Benja dropping 20 kills against BDS. What a first season that would be for him. Or a first stage of show, I should say. But it's not easy against the French squad. Anyway, let's see how things shape up. Looking out towards the comps on either side. No Jaeger present coming through, but there is still that one Mai. And naturally, you're going to see the side of Kavana get a little bit cheeky here and just try and shut BDS down in the early round. It's been the one thing I've always said about BDS. For teams that get up in their faces and disrupt them, that's when you often find wins. If you leave them with all 5 left alive coming for the execute, well, start saying your prayers, get ready for the next round, because things are definitely not going to go well.
Rafal just collected his drone there now, then Sloth's going to... No! He's gone wrong! He's missed his impact nade! Sorry, I've got to call you out there, Sloth. I've got to say it as I see it. And that one wasn't ideal. He was looking for a run out there, I think. You just hit the corner of the barricade with the impact nade. It disappears. You jump out. It's a very quick way of jumping out without knocking the barricade and giving that sound warning. But Sloth just missing the mark there. It happens to the best of us, does. Or maybe he was just trying to worry him. It's
all about sending a message. Ain't about getting the kill or even breaking open the barricade.
I mean, breaking the barricade would still send the message, I guess, but, you know.
This is a different kind of message.
It happens to the best of us.
It does. Oh, C4 below, potentially. But Renshi starting off on to Sloth, the man who we saw trying to be a bit of a rat. Not really living up to his animalistic name there, but it's one that you'll take as an opening kill on the side of BDS. And now you're probably wondering where the second entry is on the side of Kavana. Normally that is Benja. C4's already been deployed here, so not really anything to come off the back of it. Worth noting, by the way, the 3 C4s on the side of Kavana are stacked in to help them when it comes round to the potential post plant, or sorry, the plant going down, because look at it, there is no smoke on side.
Look at this from Grizzly. What? Gets himself out onto the roof, back inside, finds a kill onto Elems, but Playday looks alive, spins it round and hits the man on the turn. Gets himself a good kill there, but Elems was the Hibana taken down, so it's going to leave that quad wall closed. There'll be no angle opened up, but I'm not sure BDS are going to need the angle, Des, as Renshiro finds one, Rafal finds an R-kick, 1 versus 4. It's all up to Benja. We know he's got the talent. He finds Rafal, but shut down by Renshiro on the window. That's going to be an opening round for BDS, and you can see, I always love, you've commented on it as well, there's Renshiro, he's always so animated. Every round they win, it's round 1 and he's in there celebrating it.
Which is funny because he looks like such a quiet guy normally.
He's generally, yeah, very, very sort of laid back and quiet.
Yeah, I wish Fresh was like him sometimes when we just, you know, be quiet, pipe down, play the game, do his job.
I think we all wish that.
The way. Sometimes we do, but alas. But yeah, big first round coming out of BDS, and all of it on the back of Renshiro. Well, not all of it, but 3K coming out from him, dealing with Sloth being, well, Sloth and running out trying to be aggressive around the map, and then 2 coming in from the hookah window, and all Benja could really do was cross his fingers and his pinky toes and hope for the very best. But BDS aren't the kind of team to let up there and let you pull off a 1 versus 4 clutch. Good convincing first round, and Kavana going to have to buck their ideas up a little bit.
I'm going to make a pretty big stake a big claim for Renshiro here, Des. We often talk about the best players in Siege, the best players in the world, the best players we've ever had, and it generally, a lot of it revolves around frags. You look at players like Nesk, like Palu, and just their absolute slaying ability, Pengu's flexibility particularly, and, ability to just win unwinnable situations. But Renshiro, I want to give a shout, as for my money, and I always say one of, because you can never claim an absolute top spot for anybody, but Renshiro is without a doubt one of the most consistently good players that we've ever seen in this game. The consistency that he puts up numbers with, he may not come in and beat Shaiko for frags, but he just gets 2Ks, 3Ks over and over again.
The thing is, we must have this conversation every 2 weeks about a different player on BDS. Like Breeday's up there, as a supportive player. One of the best support player, if not one of the best players, full stop, even amongst a sea of fraggers, like Shaiko being on side, Renshiro, as consistent as he is. Even looking towards, Bilem's had a bit of a rough couple of stages, I'd say, but definitely starting to get back in form now that he's able to focus on what he's doing in the game. And even Rafal, a player that many would look at and go, arguably the weakest player on BDS now.
Not a chance, not a chance.
Look at the stats. Consistently ranked second and third in the team, just always behind the player that's popping off in the stage. And speaking of popping off, Benja with a 2K in Hall of Fame, one trying to push in, challenging off towards the window as well. This is the kind of early disruption I was talking about, and what person better to do it than Benja himself?
If Benja manages to get himself to a corner station at some point and juice back up, which after he's got a third, he's not even going to go near one, Des, because he's got the diffuser down. He's waiting for the next challenge. That's 4. He's absolutely unstoppable right now on a complete tear in round 2, and he's torn BDS apart.
I so badly wanted to do this. He's only called Benja in game, but Benja Master was his full name for the longest time, and he's about to demonstrate mastery over BDS if he can find the last. Renshiro is alone inside of Sunrise, and I'm wondering if Benja's going to go on a lurk here. You know, this one's going straight into Twitter bio if he does net it out, but either way he looks at it, it's a team-based game first, and there's 90
He's
seconds
playing the diffuser. This is what I love.
He's playing a smart man.
He's not thinking about the ace. He's not thinking about getting himself back to a corner station. He's playing on that diffuser because he knows that Renshiro has to go for it at some point.
Nope, he's down now.
No, forget it. I want this.
Boys, please. An R kick, please. Go on, then. And off he goes trying to see what he can find. Now, Benja isn't the healthiest himself, mind you, right? He's one shot away from death. Renshiro, he's a good shot. You give him the time in the fight. Oh, the shot coming back in.
He's a good shot, Des. He's a good shot.
I thought Benja had surely seen him first, but no. The dreams of the ace BDS out of his line here, not in the thoughts anymore. But Renshi's still got to deal with 4 more members of Kavana inside 45 seconds. And I don't have to be a fortune teller, Tim, to tell you that's going to be a tough task.
Certainly is, and it's an unlikely one at that. He's using the vertical angles up through the hatch, see if he can find anything. He's going to get caught out on Cool Vibes if he pushes up, because he's got an R-kick led prone with a shot in hand. And Sloth, very clever there. Clever play from Sloth. Just putting a few bullets down onto Cool Vibes stairs. I think to take Renshiro's attention away should he try to push up. He's naturally going to be ADSing at Vars there, and it's going to give an R-kick an absolute freebie. But Renshiro decides instead to take it to the outside. He's going to head to Hooker Deck and see if he can find anybody in the building. Cannot, as Gorgona shuts him down on a head glitch from the bomb. That is going to be Kavana tying things up, and I genuinely think we could be on for one of the Stage 3 classic matchups here.
I want more of that round as well, you know. I mean, I don't want it from BDS's perspective of 4 of them just walking into the meat grinder that was Benja in the round. But that kind of intensity coming out of, again, a player that only recently joined Tier 1 play and, you know, is blowing everyone's away, expectations, everything. Surprising everyone. We love to see it. Penthouse Theatre going to be the second site of the match because, of course, we just saw Hookah and Billiards repeated twice and the Mirror being 6th picked in. On the other side, it's going to be the Lion. I did wonder if we'd see something like a Jackal or the Lion being brought out to deal with these roamers, knowing that you have players like Sloth and Benja both getting off site and looking to cause trouble.
Penthouse Theatre it is then. Immediately Wamai magnets being placed near that double window. A Rooney laser gate as well, which should just tell you how much emphasis Kavana are going to put on trying to keep control of that double window. Most attacks onto this site are orchestrated from there. You want to get a man on the rappel, because you can pretty much control the top side of the site. You can control master bedroom if you've got double window. And at that point, there's a nice little corner just on the right-hand side of your screen. Thank you very much, where you can get that diffuser down just inside of that double window and just try to get it locked out. And that's got to be something that Kavana deal with. You know, they're going to try to keep hold of VIP because that gives them angles to challenge across master bedroom and onto that exact area that I'm talking about. Left-hand side of your screen now. They've also shot the floor out on the default plant spot, Des. So they're already thinking about the potential of that diffuser going down later in the round and how they can challenge onto it.
Yeah, that one that you're seeing on the soft wall, you may be wondering, well, why not the reinforced wall? It's because he can play on 90 there and rotate between the two as he wants to, which will make this a real high-traffic area in the round. BDS surely wanted to get in there and force the members of Kavana away from 90 who will be playing on it. And I was going to say first focus will always begin up on the VIP wall, and when a lot of teams would look to remove things like electro claws and go for a more conventional breach here, it is going to be the Maverick of Playday starting to do some work. They've also got the rappel they can play on, let's not forget, so you can play the kind of lines as you would do if you were lying on the beam in, say, I don't know, Big Tower in Oregon, seeing your way down through Attic, a much similar sort of setup. And you've also got Rafal holding off on this double window. So already restrictions coming in against Kavana on where they're allowed to play in the round. should make things relatively comfortable for the side of BDS, at least to begin with. That is until, of course, the shooting starts.
Explosives go off inside of VIP, no damage done. We've got the Maverick hole opened and the defenders pretty much forced back to 90 corridor, but there's two of them that are staying there and looking to challenge. They've got a peak hole and a rotation hole that look in there, but Shaiko says, I'm not going down so easily this time, as he finds a kill onto Grizzly, but it's not his choice, Des, as Benja steps in and says, oh yes you will, finds himself a headshot once again and just continues the onslaught that he brought in round 2.
Just doming Shaiko like it's nothing as well. The trade straight back in. Shaiko shut out of the round. Benja moving his way up to 6 kills in 3 so far. Great start. But him being dug a little bit deeper in here does mean it's going to be these longer angle fights into Hall of Fame as they start pushing in. You can see from Kavana as well how devout they are to holding down 90. They want that control. I did want to touch on the drones about 60 seconds ago. There were only 5 left for BDS. However, they've kept all 5 alive since that point. So not too bad so far. I was worried that Kavana might completely shut down any intel game they had on the go. Well, they can see the site is clear. It has been vacated, but now you've got to worry about the longer angles and those mirror windows that Kavana have got set up.
Renshiro just trying to push into VIP there, but he knows that it's still contested. Benja just playing on those vertical angles that I spoke about. They were opened up in the prep phase to allow challengers like that. Now they're aware. Stepping forward, and Renshiro absolutely deletes Benja out of the round. Gorgona manages to get the trade, and that's something that Kavana have done well so far. They've managed to keep themselves level. 3 versus 3, 23 seconds left to go, and BDS, they've got to find a way here, Des. It's a tough nut to crack right now, is this defense. And Elems, he gets cracked for 99 damage as he finds himself on an absolute sliver of health remaining now. Sloth, he's just going to hold on to this angle. In comes the EE1D scan to try and help BDS into sight. It does get them moving, but 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. It's down to Sloth, and he's going to win it based on the time he manages to hit 1 kill. And there is nothing the final member of BDS can do with that diffuser down cold on the ground.
It's so tight between both teams. Like, even looking at execute, you know, one player gets a kill and it's not like they're following up with a 2, 3, 4K. It's just constant trades coming back and forth from the opening kill from Shaiko with Benja getting it back. So that one there for Gorgona getting the kill in towards Hall of Fame, only to get traded out straight after. So it's a game of fine margins, it's starting to feel like, as we warm into this one. 3 rounds in, Kavana do have 2 on the board. Kitchen and Service, the third site of choice for the game. I'm wondering if there's anything else spicy coming out from either side in terms of the lineups. The answer really still is standing as no. This may be a much better case, I think, for the Lions to be in, because for Kavana in that last round, they were all based around the site. No one was off roaming really far off across the map. Outside of Grizzly on the Jaeger being caught out by Shaiko, it was a pretty turtle-based round in a way. Not so much playing on the site, but playing in very near proximity to it to be able to defend it well.
Kavana looking great so far, coming and making a real matchup of this coastline. I said at the beginning I was a little bit concerned about if we saw BDS come in with a really strong attacking half, exactly how the map was going to look, but so far so good for Kavana. They've been able to really shut them down and sort of keep them at bay. That last one was a little bit close, down to a 1v2, but Sloth nice and cool in those last few seconds, able to close it out, and you always felt like they had it in control at least.
You said that earlier on. Kill down, wasn't it?
Cool down.
Kill down.
It's because you've laughed at me for this before. Words like cool and school, I use 2 syllables in there, so instead of school, it's school. It's like 2 syllables to me.
It's just bizarre. Between that and laser gates, mate, honestly, I'm full of it. You're just full of entertainment.
Benja, is he going to find his man on the upside down rappel? Absolutely not. Alem's able to take the Thunderbird down, and there's going to be no more kills for Benja in round number 4. He's going to have to settle for 6 in 3, which is where he currently stands. Alem's able to open up that penthouse hatch. There's a real option now for BDS to come in, swarm through this top floor, take control, and start getting those vertical angles down into sight, and they've done it very quickly, Des.
The nice thing is, of course, you have the Sledge and the Buck both still alive at this point too, so that is a lot of vertical destruction to come singing through. Of course, you had the 6 frags on side, 1 already consumed, so you'll happily go down to 5. That is quick maths for you. And I'm just thinking here, with that kind of pressure already removed away from Benja, it's going to be a lot of time cut away from what would normally be a heavy roam game. And
How do you win those?
A 3K in the round, all the roamers decimated on the side of Kavana. The 5 versus 2, and surely that's going to be a shutdown.
I've absolutely no idea how Elems goes in and wins those 2 fights, particularly the first onto the man at billiards table. He was at every disadvantage in that gunfight, but managed to turn it around. Gorgona making a challenge onto Hall of Fame. He refuses to give up, Des. He's not giving them VIP easily. Diffuser is down. There's a man on double window. He's caught out in a crossfire. And Rafal is the one to finally get the kill. 1 versus 3. And this is a situation we've seen a little bit too often recently for my liking on Kavana, Des. A Narkic in these final moments facing a 1vx situation.
Imagine being bared down on by Shaiko, Alems and Rafal as well.
Not ideal, is it?
Enough to get the nerves going for anyone, I think. But let's see what he can pull off here. Yet to find himself a kill in the game. It's not going to start here either. Alems with another shutdown and making it a 4K for himself in the round. It's like, you hit us hard, we'll let you back double fold.
That's the thing. If you're going to hit BDS, you better be ready for what comes back, because you know there's going to be something. They do not get steamrolled, and they are keeping themselves nice and competitive in this one. It levels things up at 2-2 now on the scoreboard, and we are poised for a spicy affair here. There's absolutely no two ways about it. We're going to be heading to kitchen and service once again. Kavana feeling like there's maybe a little bit more they can offer for that side. I think if they can keep top floor control for a little bit longer, maybe it goes differently. They find themselves very quickly at a man disadvantage there.
I just love the individual moments of team play that we saw in the round, and also the micro nuance out of Alems here, because when he gets this one opening kill, he's already far back to the left-hand side of Luggage. So that line of sight that would normally come from Luggage to guarantee the trade here doesn't exist. So Kavana are trying to make a 2v1, and they're playing it completely right. They're swinging at the same time. They want to get the trade play off. But Alems, that micro step to the left is enough to keep himself safe from the would-be aggressor in Luggage. It was beautiful. And as I said earlier on, you leave BDS with more men left alive at the end of the round, they are going to slap you about with brilliant execution and team play. Look at Gold, for example, when he was inside a penthouse.
Beautiful.
2, 3 angles all shooting onto it once, lion scans, drones at his feet. He could do nothing to stop that coming in. And that is the kind of team you're coming up against, where even the small details are getting them kills that arguably other teams would not find.
Oppressive is the only word that you can use to describe that situation, particularly for Gogona. He was just absolutely wedged in a corner. I think he was ultimately shot through a soft wall as well. It was just all about the clarity of the communication as to his exact location. Now, Benja getting active inside of the map once again. He's going to squirrel himself off into security for the time being, but he's definitely going to be looking for one of those deadly rotations where he can move and try and hit BDS on the flank. Now Shaiko going straight to service door, using I think the Gon 6 just to clear out a little bit of utility there, so we could see a slightly different push coming out from BDS this time.
Yeah, I always speak about this security hold that you can do, or inside a lobby with the whole angles up in towards site, and you just play for the long denial points on the side of the defenders rather than worrying about all playing inside of sites itself. No doubt once he's here again here as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. I believe we got Easy this game, I want to say.
It is easy. It is.
Easy. Oh,
Easy's doing game 3 and 4
1, 2,
today.
5, and then Easy does 3, 4. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Easy. So you can see that wonderfully long angle, which is why Kavana want to be holding inside of the lobby and holding security. That's why you've also got some pressure coming in from the east side. I believe that's from Shaiko playing out on the service entrance doorway. So, as always, multi-angled attacks coming in from BDS. It's not a simple one-point push. They want it all. Renshiro's in. Oh my god, surely he was going to dome the man, but it's a Narkic finding the reverse kill. A little bit of a low aim coming in there from Renshiro, expecting the man to be crouched, and simply wasn't the case.
No, an Narkic there just changing his stance and managing to look at that from Alems. It was almost casual as he shot the Nitro out, but it doesn't matter because Grizzly was even more casual with the headshot that he got onto him. Don't want my explosives, that's fine, take my bullets instead. 5 versus 2 now as Gorgona manages to find Rafal, and this is another round that is just going all in one team's direction. It just seems that either of these two teams have got so much capability, just grab a hold of a round and really take advantage of that fact. Now 4 versus 2, Kavana coming into that final minute, and Shaiko and Playday, they got to find a way.
Still don't know about the man, I think just inside of the lobby here as well. One crouched down behind the desk. I believe it is Gorgona, just waiting for someone to step in. It's got the support and backup of Benja just behind him too. And everything just freezes. It's not quite a server crash, ladies and gents. Don't panic. Is the player's just taking a few more seconds. A drone coming in. Surely Shaiko can't find Gorgona. Gore gets the shutdown. A 4v1. It looks like Kavana should be able to pull us up to 3 and 2. I'm really excited about seeing how Kavana's attacks go, mind you. It's where we've criticised them a lot in the past of being a little bit uncoordinated. That could be where BDS pull ahead.
Gorgona just showing us perfectly how to play off of a Melusi Banshee there as Shaiko pushed in. Just gave him all the information that he needed to pop up from behind the reception desk and check him out, let alone check him in. Now then, Gorgona, he finds that final kill as well, moving his way back in. He's going to pick up the man inside of the bathroom as he tries to push in through service entrance. Kavana take the round and they are now up 3-2. And apart from that first round, Des, BDS haven't been in the lead yet.
No, you are absolutely right. It's been a bit of a rough affair, I want to say, for them. I mean, expectedly, again, you're against a very good team in EUL. You can't look at this game in any way and say, BDS slipping out of form, not being able to win games. They're against a very good team. It was expected that this would be close. I just didn't quite expect maybe this close so far. Penthouse and Theatre going to be the final site we jump into for the defensive side of Kavana. We saw them go here, of course, back in round 3. A very heavy reinforcement strat set up around 90. No one on the BDS side really pressuring it at all. We saw White Window potentially being repelled on. We saw the focus on the big window, Hall of Fame being a push, also inside of VIP. But that was almost exactly what Kavana wanted. They were happy playing in 90 and saying, hey, we've got 2 mirror windows here. You want to step inside? By all means do so. We can see everything that you are doing. And I expect this round is going to be no different.
As you say, probably going to be a very similar setup coming in from Kavana. The question is, what can BDS do differently? They need to get in, I think, and get a man advantage for starters. They don't want to be pushing into sight like they were last time at maybe even man count, 10 seconds left to go, and it all gets a little bit frantic. BDS for this site need to be getting good control over VIP, force everybody out, deal with the players in 90 corridor. As you said, they're going to keep peeking you from behind mirror windows all day long if you give them the opportunity. That needs to be cleared out. Maybe a little bit of a presence in hooker and billiards push across from there, and Shiro is having absolutely none of that spawn peek from Sloth.
It's one of those games where Sloth's playstyle, I think, with how erratic it is, how kind of wild it is, a structured team like BDS are just going to deal with it. They'll see you on flank drones. They'll be prepared, watching every window going, and they'll have a way to deal with you. Benja trying to do much the same, and the man running past him on the other side of pool entrance, if he'd stayed a bit longer, may have had a freebie into the back of the head of the new Wonder Kid on the block. Got to rotate himself back away here, playing on the downstairs entirely by himself. This is where a lot of it just comes down to intuition on when is the right time to retreat. Where could the drones be, for example? How long can I keep myself alive?
Benja, he's going to take down some of that information utility, getting himself a drone from Cool Vibes stairs and just looking to pressure up onto the flanks. And I questioned whether BDS maybe try to get some presence in hooker and billiards and work from that side to deal with 90 corridor, but right now, that Nitro is going to be a little bit short, I think, but the information coming out, maybe that he's just a little bit deeper. Benja's holding on to it for the time being. It's as if he's just waiting for a bit of information, Des. I don't know necessarily what they've got set up there. He's not going to have any joy as he gets shut down by LMs, leaving us now 5 versus 2 as BDS take a commanding lead here. And as I said, they needed to on this site. They need that man advantage, and now they can think about pushing into site.
Right idea of thinking what they were looking for, but unfortunately just not going to play out for Benja. Notice how the mirror window's been rotated away ever so slightly, by the way, this time onto the south side of Theatre, rather than looking into VIP, almost like they expected the change to come in. LMs with another kill onto Gorgona puts us in a 1 versus 5, and Arkit, not really the kind of guy, again, to win out fights like these, will find himself a down, but is down to a slither of HP, and has got it still to do against 4 players. Flashed out white screen, easy shutdown. It's going to be a flawless round for BDS.
You got a feel for an Arkit there. In his movement, you could feel the pressure that he was under. It was, you know, he was turning this way and that, but everywhere he went, he knew he was stepping into a line of sight. And even then, when he managed to find himself the small, minute bit of cover that was available in 90 corridor, he gets full white flashed right in the face, and they come in and get that final kill. Levels things up 3-3 on the half, and that sets us up for what could be fireworks in this second half. Does BDS go on to the defense, and now what are Kavana's attacks made of?
Well, you're about to find out. Hopefully more of a battering ram than whatever they were last stage, that's for sure. It didn't look too hot for them back in last stage. I referred to it a lot with being C-forward from below, with long angles not being covered, and attacks just generally looking very fragmented is the best way I can describe it. Like there wasn't quite a full team unity piece behind it. I'm hoping here we are going to see more of that stepping in. Benja, of course, with it not being banned away, over to his good old main in the sledge. They've drawn 2 bans, I believe, this stage onto the sledge purely because of Benja playing on this operator. They saw him in week 1 or 2 and was like, right, sledge is getting banned away then. None of that, thank you.
The problem is it's a little bit like when people used to ban Ash to target Shaiko. Benj is the sort of player that will just take somebody else and kill everybody on the map anyway.
still do
And that's,
plenty
you know,
fine.
that's what we've seen. And it's no surprise to see, you know, Benj is new to Tier 1. Teams come in, think, right, yeah, let's try target banning him, see if he's a one-trick pony, see if we can slow him down. But unfortunately, I don't think that's really the case with a player like Benj. His aim is just so good that, you know, he'll find somebody else. He'll find a way to find those kills.
He has been very quiet since I think it was the 3rd round where he got his 6th and final kill of the half. Didn't get anything in rounds 4 to 6. BDS just, I think, beginning to adapt to him, getting the 2 rounds on the board they sorely needed outside of round 5, which did kind of come off the back of 2 very good kills from Anarchic and Grizzly in round number 5. Looks to me maybe a rush getting set up here as well. They're starting to squeeze themselves up. Here we go. Straight in there, trying to blow out the Banshee, and in they go, charging the way forwards. Out comes the Lion Scan. They're in looking for kills. Surely you see him behind the bar. You know that he's there. 2 kills out of nowhere, but the Vars player is still up. Sloth gets to shut down Trey coming in into a 4 versus 2. The question is, where is the plant? Anarchic, now's your time. In front of the reinforced wall. There's one on Cool Vibes holding in. Starting to push his way up. Grizzly has got the window. Surely they can stop him, but Shaiko finds Anarchic. That's exactly what you're looking for. He's come up behind them, gets shut down by Sloth. He finds a 3k in the round. Going to stick out the plant. Alems, the 1 versus 2. Can he do it all inside a hookah? I think Sloth doesn't really want to go for the plant. He wants to look for the kills, and he goes for it. Forces the man to run into the nade. And how many times we've said it this game, it's another 4k. Benja in round 2, Alems in round 4, and now Sloth in round 7.
Well, what a play from Kavana, coming in and taking BDS completely by surprise there. How many times have we seen that Kavana rush, Des? We know that it's something they've got in the locker. We know it's something that they like to deploy. Sometimes you like to throw train sounds over the top of it.
Stole my joke. I was going to say they hit teams like trains, I was going to say.
And they've just done it again there. And they've shown a great mastery and understanding of how and why it works and when particularly. Will they get away with it again? No. BDS will be ready for it, but Kavana won't even try it again. The fact is that it's worked. It's got them around, and if they win this match by 1 round, Des, that could be the round that it got them.
I'd pay to see them try it again, though.
I'd love to see it tried a second time.
I've never seen a team try 2 rush rounds in a row, just on the basis of, like you say, there's a bit more expectation and preparedness on the other side. They'll be a bit more comfortable and ready for it. And sure enough, here we saw the Malusi Banshee popped out pretty much straight away in the prior round. As soon as the sledge smashed open the door, the drones identified there was a Banshee on top of the pool table, and they dealt with that pretty expertly, and the rest for them there was a straight charge forward. A comfortable round for Kavana, but it is just the one, and we've seen how back and forth this game has been so far. I'm not convinced that's quite going to be their path to victory just yet.
Possibly not. We've got a couple of players underneath at the moment. Reinforcements are still going on. We're into the action phase. That quad wall is just going to get sorted out inside of sight. Renshiro, I think, has just moved his way back upstairs, and we've got Alems underneath, and we've got Renshiro's still underneath. Actually, I thought I'd seen him just
3 on the roam,
scarpering back up Cool Vibe stairs, but absolutely not. It's Shaiko who actually returns to site first, which makes sense. Shaiko doesn't too often play too far out on the roam. He prefers to hold his spots, his angles, and just let people feed into him, which they so often do.
Perimeter player is what I like to call him. Yeah, Alems is normally the one you think of going out on the roam, although obviously a second ago you saw Shaiko out in luggage. That's because in case a rush did come in again, at least that time around they'd have an answer.
That's
Shaiko
the angle I'm talking about.
And look at him, found himself tucked in the corner here. Can anyone else find him? Benja wins the trade back in. Sees the man step out, but can they get a nade around the corner here? And Arkic still looking to challenge. Nade comes out, straight into the ADS. Grizzly into another. There's no one there, Benja. He's long gone here, buddy. Look out towards Cool Vibes, but you've still got Shaiko playing off down towards that side, I believe. In fact, I'm a liar, and I apologise, because Breeday's still dug in. He was just on the deck, so I didn't see him on the corner of my screen, you silly Billy. Alem's working his way back up, has got the visa control, and they're expecting something from Hookah, and fairly so, but it's still a 4 versus 3 for Kavana, and we've still got 100 seconds left, Ace.
This is it. Everything has just slowed down for Kavana, and that's not the end of the world. They've gone in, they've done the damage, they've found themselves 2 kills, and now they're on the drones. Now they're reassessing, and then they're going to reposition. They're going to go for that execute later on in the round. They're certainly not going to rush this now. They've got the man advantage, and this could be big, Des. If they get this round, they're 5-3 up, and they've got some breathing room now. Gorgona, he's going to start the next phase of this push. He's looking to get himself into Aquarium. Spotted out by the default cam, so BDS will be well aware that he is pushing in from here, but he's just going to look to hold the angle onto the rotate there. Doesn't have a line of sight through to the man on the back of sight. Goes in, trapped in the Banshee. Lems finds Benja. Can Gorgona deal with the man behind the shield? He doesn't need to, as Anarchic gets it. Grizzly finds Lems. Grizzly finds Renshiro. And Kavana, they find round number 8, and they find themselves with with a 2-round lead against top of the table, unbeaten BDS.
Like I say, you've just got so much, what can I even say to describe it? The passion behind the two teams, the gun skill, everything. This is the peak siege that you will get in EUL, I think. These are, for my money, although the rankings don't always show it, two of the best teams that we currently have. And one thing I was just about to comment on it, and it's just been changed in. The smoke for Playday. He's been bringing the Chanker an awful lot in a meta where Finka is more popular than ever. You're seeing her brought by basically every single team all the time. The healing that she brings, the nades, the Gone 6, you name it, so much that she brings to a team right now that I'm kind of surprised we aren't seeing more smoke being brought along. And you might wager, well, especially at the pro level, a lot of teams will chuck out the smokes, the attacking team will back away. They don't really inhale the smoke, so it's not really that valuable. But I just think if you can force a couple of difficult situations in the rushes, in the plants, whatever it might be, where Playday is often the last one left alive, those smokes could be pivotal.
Well, the thing is, you sometimes get those situations where a plant's halfway going down and then the toxic babe comes out and the planter can stick it because they can take a few breaths of it, no problem. You add that Finka boost into the mix and all of a sudden that isn't really a viable option anymore. So at that point, the attackers then need to be much more cautious about making sure that that utility has been dealt with and that it's not going to come out, or they need to be very careful about controlling how and when they use those nanobot boosts from the Finka. So as you say, Playday this time bringing along the smoke. We'll see how much of an impact that has. We're heading down for a BDS defense of Kitchen this time, see what they can cook up here in round number 9. They're going to be looking to get around here, Des, because if Kavana take this, it's guaranteed overtime as a minimum, and it's a potential 3 match points.
Oh, the El Clasico here for Kavana as well. An arcade droning sloth all the way through into security. They see a man up there. Grenade comes out as well. Will they catch him? Yes, they will. Ooh. Freebie onto LM's the only way I can describe it. You'll be asking questions maybe as to why he couldn't quite find the kill. Sometimes that happens. They miss shots. Sloth is still down to about 40 HP. Rafal, the second line of defense. Shaiko surely would have been another, but Benja's on a tear. He doesn't stop here. He doesn't stop there. Unless Playday shows up, in which case and gets the shutdown. A 4 versus 2. And again, 2 minutes, 10 seconds to play with Ace.
This is it. Kavana are just completely utterly out-aggressing BDS. Now, Playday finds one. Can he find a second without moving his feet? Rafal's on the drop down into courtyard. It's 2 versus 3. And BDS, they need a big play from somebody. And Arkic's going to take a lot of damage there. He manages to dip himself away and live to fight another day. He's actually getting the diffuser down. Can Rafal get into a position to make a challenge here? No, he cannot. And it is secured. Playday moves in and gets the kill, but it doesn't matter. And Arkic's job was done at that point. They've got 2 more to find, but they can't get Gorgona before he finds Rafal. It's all up to Playday now in a 1 versus 2. And this could be a lifeline that BDS just desperately need. He peppers shots through the blue bar wall, but he will find nobody. He just misses the peak into the main corridor, and with about 10 seconds left to play with, he's got 2 kills to find. He's got a man on kitchen window. This is done, Des. There is no way that BDS win this round from here. He manages to take chip after chip after chip onto Gorgona, but the only one left fried is going to be Playday as Gorgona hits the deck, slides out, finds the kill, and Kavana take themselves onto match point.
We love a competitive league, Ace. Is the only thing I can say. This season has been wild up and down, and Kavana are running away with it. They've got themselves sat at 6-3 against BDS. That's a dream scoreline. The French side have got to take a time out. They've got to figure out what can they do to fight their way back in. Otherwise, that crown they've got at the top of the table suddenly doesn't look so clear. I believe if they won this game, they would be guaranteed to be going to the major in November. That's now not guaranteed. There is still, albeit a very wild outside chance, a possibility they couldn't make it.
Absolutely that. If we have a look at, I'm just going to have a quick look at the standings as they are. BDS are on 17 points. And when you talk about them potentially not making it, you've got to look at the 4 teams below them all getting ahead of them effectively. Now, the problem for BDS here is that Kavana are the ones beating them. So those 3 points chip directly away at that lead that they have.
And the head-to-head.
Exactly that. So Kavana go on to 14 points, meaning that the top 4 teams then would be, aside from BDS, would be Rogue, Empire, Vitality and Kavana. Vitality would have the least points of them on 12. There's 6 points left available. So if all 4 of those teams, Rogue, Empire, Vitality and Kavana, were to win out and BDS were somehow to lose the next 2 games as well, they wouldn't make the major. It is still an outside shot. I'm sure BDS are going to be fairly comfortable in their position for the major. But the reality for them is the opportunity is there to secure that position here and now. And it's not looking likely that they're going to do it, Des, and they're going to have to take it in to week number 8.
There was a fun little chat going on in Discord earlier, actually. I think Fresh was involved with someone called D, and they were having a discussion about BDS and saying, right, is it time to start predicting them to win SI? To be fair, Fresh didn't say that. D was saying, come on, Fresh, get on the hype train. And he was like, let's not jump ahead of ourselves just yet. You'll go with it. All right, well, Fresh is staking his claim early as they're currently 6-3 down, saying that they're going to win SI. Not too sure how convinced I am by that, but we'll give it good time. They've still got time to work with naturally as well, don't forget. They've only had bars with them for, I think just before the major, they said that he joined them and started working with them. This is a team that has still got more room to grow, and we know that. But that's the problem, is that everyone else around you also continues to grow, and Kavana are showing they are one of those teams that want to be up there at the top.
This is the thing, you know, I at the minute have to put BDS into the same bracket as Team Liquid, and that is one of the most able and talented teams that we have had that haven't won major LAN events.
Always the stage, but never the spotlight.
Exactly that, and we don't want to see it. I'd love to see Team Liquid win an event. I'd love to see BDS win an event and have those moments and cement those legacies. And hopefully in the future, at some point, somewhere down the line, it may be something that we see. But right now, it's not looking likely that Team BDS are going to be getting themselves a win secured today, at least.
Let's see how this potential last round plays out then for the side of Kavana, pushing their way in relatively rapidly. I mean, relative to other rounds, no, this is incredibly slow, like snail-paced. But compared to other teams, you wager maybe quite quick, with the Lion Scanner assisting them on their way in. A couple of players, Grizzly and Gorgona, off on the drones here, making sure the supports can get themselves inside the building as well. So, you know, it's kind of supporting each of the move and cover, back and forth. And Lems, the one on the Vigil, looking to cause a bit of trouble, but not being given the option to do just that. The focus coming in from Kavana is going to be this north side, but they want to pinch onto a roamer or two by the looks of it. They see the man downstairs, a bit of damage lands onto Renshiro, but none of those bullets hitting the head means he doesn't find himself dead just yet.
No, he'll live to fight another day, and we know that Renshiro can do an awful lot with just a little bit of life, so they need to still be very aware of the Malusi and the damage that can be done. Benja's getting into billiards now, starting to open up the floors. As you say, they're just on the chase of these roamers, wanting to force them back to site, or better yet, find kills onto them and get themselves a man advantage before they have to push in. They're going to be looking to get a plant down again, potentially, and Arkic was able to secure that for them last time, and the Gemini clone just moving into office there will force the man back, and the BDS line nowadays is completely off to the south side of the map.
Yeah, being moved around but not dying, which is the most important part, right? They are moving as the pressure comes in, but not quite giving up everything. They're making Kavana fight for the ground they want to get control of, which is completely understandable. That's why you've got two defenders hanging out now currently on the south side towards luggage. I spoke about these, I always say luggage, security. It's why you've got two hanging out inside of bars. They want to play those longer angles. They're playing the same sort of game that Kavana did, but Kavana haven't yet applied enough pressure to really make it work for them. They're going to have to panic a little bit here, and this is the kind of round I look at where I say, okay, at 25 seconds left, it's a 10-man game. I don't see how Kavana walk away the winner.
Make that a 9-man game as Rafal manages to get himself a kill onto Sloth to open things up, and that tactical timeout for BDS is looking like it might just have done the job, Des. They are looking much better inside of this round, completely slowed Kavana down and taken all the sting out of their attack, and Arkic found himself in a 1v5, able to find one but then shut down immediately. BDS, they come out from the tactical timeout fighting, get themselves around, and it's 6-4, and it really feels like it could be game on.
That was a really masterclass in my mind of how to defend without throwing your life in there. Just forcing Lion scans to come out, a couple of nades to be tossed around, time to be consumed without losing a single man or barely even taking, well, giving no damage over to the other side, full stop, really. Just very well played by BDS to run that clock down and force Kavana into a difficult predicament in the final 30 seconds or so. Let's see then how Hookah and Billiards goes. This one a bit more direct, as we've seen out of Kavana. I'd love to see them just try and say, well, you know what, let's rush again. We've got a couple of bites of the cherry. Let's use one of them to go for something a little bit chaotic, and seeing that come through.
I tell you what,
this could be that kind of round.
It certainly could be. And the thing is, it is the kind of thing that could work. We always say you won't get away with it a second time. But as you say, if the defensive teams are of that mindset as well, then maybe you do, because maybe they're not ready for it. But some barbed wire has gone down on the default plant spot from the Maestro, so that would at least certainly slow things down a little bit. But they were very prepared for that last time, Des. If you remember, the Gon 6 shot came straight in to clear that sort of utility out. It was aimed at just underneath the billiards table to clear out anything that could be in the path, and there goes the second one. So I think they are definitely planned for.
Big difference though is 2 sets of barbed wire stacked up on this side of the bomb as well, whereas before it was none the first time, it was 2, but 1 the second time, and now it's 2. Imagine you'll also find yourself with the Banshee being deployed off here. Maybe you'll see Shoko out towards luggage again, just to have the side angle in case we do see that kind of push coming in. In fact, right now he's even playing downstairs on the below, but I imagine he'll rotate away. Doesn't really want to get himself caught up in office with the potential of this round and how it could break down. Of course, a big one to look at is the number of Hawaiian magnets and ADSs that are also stacked around there. They could rain on the parade of Kavana if not careful.
Kavana certainly not going for a rush here. They're going to take things, I think, reasonably slowly. Benja looking to potentially move in underneath, just make sure everything's clear. You've got to be careful of those nitros and vertical denial. We could see during the prep phase that BDS have got the default plant spot prepped. They've opened it up with a shotgun. They've got the vertical holes if they need to get underneath and try to challenge with weapons onto that spot. Now there's a nade about to come out. I think the Wamai should be pretty safe there. Duranshiro not going to take any damage at the top of Cool Vibes. Benja may choose to try again, but he's not going to find anybody from that position just yet.
Not just yet, no. They've got this below control, which is important if you're looking for a hookah plant, which is what this begins to suggest. Look at the 3 of them all crawling around down here with that control on the ground floor. And Arctic, now done with his drone duties after 60 seconds, is out of support jail and is allowed to get his way in towards the building. The rest of Kavana starting to set themselves up here. Ranshiro with a bit of a challenge coming in from Cool Vibes. Sloth, a couple of shots coming in, but not enough to fully scare him off. A couple now pushing up towards the hookah door. So you've got 2 or 3 playing downstairs, a couple playing up, but it's Playday with the opening kill. Benja shut out the game.
Got kills just raining in on either side as Sloth manages to get one in between Breeday's double, leaving us 4 versus 2 while Shaiko locks down Gorgona. And now it is all in the hands of BDS again, Des. They are fighting back like crazy and they are winning this game 1 round at a time if Kavana are not careful. Grizzly, he's just making all the challenges that he can from the hooker door there, but they know that he's out there on the deck and it is going to be very, very difficult for him to find anything from here. He just looks right through the rotate, manages to find Rafal and puts the Jaeger down. There's over a minute left, so he does have time on his side, but he doesn't have life, Des. Just as I say that, Shaiko manages to find the angle out onto him, gets that final kill, and that is BDS bringing this back within 1. We are going to see all 12 regulation rounds.
They've really bounced their way back into this game, haven't they? That's just how close this is starting to look. And overtime could most definitely be on the agenda if they keep up at this pace. Figures a tactical timeout's a pretty good one for you. Does the work, Ace, is the best way to describe it. Blue Bar and Sunrise where we head to next. This is the off-site here that we haven't yet been to because of the losing streak. They went on with 3 rounds going the way of Kavana from 7 to 9. The last 2, the way to BDS. So things have really started to heat up and even up. But Penthouse Theatre is not their off-site as choice, as we saw coming out of Kavana in the first half. So still some teams who aren't fully convinced by the prospect of going to Penthouse Theatre.
You mentioned that tactical timeout from BDS, and I was just wondering whether we were going to see one from Kavana or not, and I believe that is the case at the minute. So they're going to take the opportunity just to try and have a chat. The thing is, I was going to say slow things down, Des, but I don't think that's necessarily what Kavana need here. They've had success when they've been able to get in there, get in the faces of BDS, cut them down early and get that man advantage. Those are the rounds that they've won. But somehow, since that tactical timeout, if you've noticed, it's been almost like BDS have been able to force Kavana to play through syrup. It's been like trying to force their way through this liquid, this swamp, this mire to try and get at BDS, and the rounds have just completely slowed down.
It has. It's been, like I say, it's a masterclass by BDS. Round 10, especially for me, was a really good way of using Roam to waste time without necessarily having to get kills. That last round was a much pacier attack out of Kavana. They got the downstairs control, 2 up on the hookah balcony. And then they did try and make a push up Cool Vibes. I'm just not convinced it was fully coordinated as a team like they needed it to be, even if it was 2 players looking to play off the trade. Playday got 2 kills, and that completely killed any kind of momentum or break in the armor that Kavana may have discovered. So this round is going to require a little bit of, I don't know, more of the same out of Kavana, but a bit more coordination around what angles are being pushed and when and by who.
So it is going to be Blue Bar, it's going to be Sunrise, and it's going to be BDS's off-site, we might say. They've taken Kitchen, they've taken Hooker. This is now their third choice. And Des, what timing to have to go to your third choice site. You've got to keep yourself alive here, and there's no mistakes available. If Kavana take this round, you're done, you're dusted, the game is over. BDS, however, can send us through to overtime. They can push us to the distance here where we will see a further 3 rounds, and whoever comes away with 2 of them will be the winner. They'll only take 2 points though. There will be 1 point going to the loser rather than all 3 to the winner.
Of course, depends if we get to that point. They have got to get over this round first. The offside, as mentioned, means they've had their 2 priority sites, and this is now their 3rd, so a little bit less favourable for BDS, you'd probably be thinking. But who knows what they or what Kavana have got cooked up. The only way is to watch the round play out from this point forwards. Looks like Renshiro is going to be the one trying to contest down inside of office, and with the drone at his feet for a second, then through the doorway, they'll know that he's around. The diffuser down outside suggests that maybe there is a plant looking in towards Blue Bar, but first they need to remove him from being settled inside of here, and he's got support from Alems, who's taken a bit of chip damage himself as well.
Just for a second, my heart fluttered then, Des, as Renshiro wheeled around an ADS onto Alems, but he didn't pull the trigger. Now then, there's only one person pulling the trigger, and that's going to be Sloth. I think getting a bit more aggressive than Renshiro had maybe planned for there. He's going to lose his life, but what a vertical angle there from the Aruni of Shaiko. He's going to make a nuisance of himself from above. Will he take the choice to drop the hatch? He's not going to be quite that aggressive just yet. Alems is upstairs, having taken a lot of damage as well, and we're in a 4 versus 4, but for the time being, the brakes have just been put on Kavana again.
Yeah, B-Day shutdown, I think, reminded them that they are mortal, that there are rounds where things can really slow down a bit. Ben just found himself inside. Just got to watch out for those verticals, because there were 3 or 4 punch holes opened up, plus the hatch as well. So it can be a bit of a dangerous zone if you've got someone playing in there. In fact, Shaiko opening up more up above here as well, and no one really yet going up to push him. You had one repelling off earlier on. I think it's a reminder that Aqua isn't a safe place to be, but there's no one on big window, for example, of course, because where the site is, they'll be able to comfortably see out of the sunrise window. Does mean this can be a little bit one-dimensional, so Kavana have got to play it really carefully.
Shaiko's going to sit there all day unless they force him to move, because he's up above the default plant spot in behind the Blue Bar, but Kavana could go for a big brain play here and try and plant elsewhere, but it doesn't look like they're going to do. They're opening up that default plant spot, and rather than rushing through to the small half wall that we see them plant on sometimes, if they go default, Shaiko's going to open them up.
Like he's just done right there as well. Only 1 drone left on the side of Kavana means they are riding blind into the final 60 seconds of this round. They have managed to work their way in, mind you. The long angles, the one coming in from the bar. Sloth in and aggressive, as we're so used to seeing out of Kavana. If this cross angle is there, he's in trouble. Sees the man, but can't quite get the kill. Playday, this man does refuse to be moved. You cannot break him open. 3 in the round. Gorgona left alive. It's going to go all the way to overtime at this point, Ace, and my God, does it deserve it. 4 alive for BDS, and surely the closeout comes through in just a few moments.
We said at the beginning of the game we had the feeling that this was going to be a close one. It was unexpected when Kavana almost ran away with things, but a tactical timeout just before round 10 has been the momentum swing that BDS needed. They've won every round since to bring it back from 6-3 down to 6-all overtime. It has been a great performance over the back end of that game from the French side.
And they get to stay on defence as well here, so it's going to be rinse repeat what we've just seen in the last 3 rounds. We are starting hookah billiards, mind you, and no big changes coming through for either side. It's all in the 6th pick flex, it feels like, for either team, but nothing coming in for the side of Kavana. That line sticking out as well, and as I say it, the Wamai is moved away here onto the Goyos. So something a little bit different that we haven't seen really any team playing much lately. But in this round for BDS, clearly they're thinking if we can waste time and make good use of those Goyo Vulcans, why the hell not?
Things are going to be a little bit different then on this defence to what we've seen previously on Hooker and Billiards. I think continuing on the same side and BDS starting on the defence, for me it suits them down to the ground at this point. They've just had 3 consecutive rounds on defence. They are rolling right now. They're going to be happy coming in on that same side. Had they had to switch out onto attack, you start wondering, you start asking questions then. Are they going to be able to continue that, or is it going to be the perfect break for Kavana? Whereas on the side of Kavana, mentally, your troubles continued as the war is still there. You've not had a round for the last 3. You've thrown away 3 match points without locking it down. You've still got to come in on the attack. We've seen them win this site, but only really on the back of a rush. Other than that, BDS have been solid here.
It's all about the pace that we spoke about before, right? The slower the round, the more BDS seems to capitalise, and even when Kavana rushed, it's gone from becoming a near guarantee they'd win to being a bit of a coin flip is the only real way I can describe it. Shaiko playing downstairs, almost kind of challenging Kavana and saying, look, if you want to look to try and play a site, you're going to have vertical control as well. The prior round, we were on the downstairs defense. He was upstairs. Now that we're on the... So Benja almost losing his life. But now the site's on the upstairs. He's playing on the down. So what is the challenge that's going to come in for the side of Kavana here? Can they force Shaiko to move? Benja now being taken out. Shot again from the same spot.
They absolutely cannot force him to move as he finds one after the other, and that's going to be a double for Shaiko to start the round off. The man stepping up exactly when his team needs him, and that's that talismanic position that we see him in so often. Finding himself a double, he takes half his health bar of damage, but it doesn't matter, Des, because he still finds an unreal headshot onto Gorgona, and that was spectacular. And Arkic able to finally shut him down, but it's too late, Kavana. The damage has been done.
You say there's still 100 seconds to play within a 2 versus 3. It's far from, dire and completely over. However, there's only one drone on side, so it's very much going to be a let's step in and go for a peek onto certain positions and pray that we find the right person. It's looking dicey is the best way I can describe it, Ace. But with this much time, maybe they can pull something together.
And Arkic looking to join Grizzly on the south side, get themselves established into Aquarium, and then have an option to push into site. But given that BDS have pretty much fallen back nowadays, they look content to hold their angles. I think this is going to be a very difficult push, especially with the Maestro and particularly the Alder on side for Playday as well. It's not going to be easy. Grizzly looking to push forward here. I think BDS are well aware of his position, though. You just see the man inside of Hooker there, just dipping down beneath those peak holes that have been opened up. That tells Renshiro everything he needs, and that right there, Des, is a long time spent playing this game. As soon as that flashbang comes out, he knows exactly where that Kavana player is, steps out and absolutely decapitates him.
Like you say, textbook. It was almost robotic in response as well. Perfect to the millisecond. Beautiful play coming out. And this is the kind of round that will now move them up to 7 and 6 on the side of BDS. And Arkic has got a lot to do inside 20 seconds. And as try as they might, it looks like this is one of those ones that the might is going to have to be maybe for a long time. Even got the zaps coming out from below here. So Arkic truly is true. They know where he is. He's got Evil Eyes bearing him down as well. No idea where he's being challenged from. This round is done and dusted. 3 left alive for BDS. And across those last 4 rounds, they've now won back-to-back. They've only lost 6 members across all of the mates. It is dominant, is the only way of describing this team right now.
It absolutely is. BDS just a little bit late to wake up into this one, but when they have, boy, have they woken up with a fury. And Kavana, they're on the receiving end of that right now. They must be wondering just exactly what's happened over the last 4 rounds. The head's going to be in a spin right now. BDS with their first match point opportunity. They haven't been ahead throughout this game since the very first round. They won the first round, and since then it's all been Kavana with the opportunities to close it out, but they failed to do so. They failed to cross that line, failed to make it over that final hurdle. And right now BDS, they look like punishing them, Des, and you just feel like all the advantages sit with the French side right now.
It's a bit of a coin flip as to who walks away the winner in this round is the one I'm thinking of, because now that Kavana are back on the defensive side, they put the challenge to BDS, and all the onus then falls on the French side to be the ones who come up with the plan, the pressure, just kind of flip the mentality just for a round to switch back in round 15. Heaven knows which way it goes if we get there. But you are right, I think that momentum has built up across the last 4 or 5, so again, it's just so hard to call. You just don't know because of how the rounds have gone throughout the whole game, right?
Exactly that. Exactly. It's not, it's not that straightforward. It's Kavana, have got wins in them. They've got rounds in them. It's just whether they can get this one done. They're going to be going down to Kitchen now then. When we've seen them defend Kitchen previously, the defensive half was 3-3, so there's no real clues to be found there. But looking at Kitchen particularly, BDS were able to win it in round 4, Des, on the attack. Round 5, Kavana managed to lock it down, and it's only a 50-50 win rate for them on the day on this site. Shaiko taking a ton of damage though, and that's not like this BDS site. We've already seen them punish potential spawn peaks, but Shaiko went running in there without that double window being checked. Benja took full advantage, and he very nearly got the man's life.
Kavana, if nothing else, are a constant reminder to BDS to check your damn windows, get them drones out early on, find out what's going on. before you just go peeking into things. Now they know there's one off to the south. They knew that Shoiko came in from the northeast. They've got at least a read on a couple of members of BDS here and some idea as to what's coming.
Benja's just on the roam of that top floor still. They certainly don't want to give up that top floor presence and allow BDS to work those vertical angles. Benja finds his man but gets shut down. Renshiro has done so well on those counter peak plays today, and it could be a critical component of a BDS win should they be able to get this round done. Sloth, however, will come in with a very late trade onto Renshiro with a headshot, leaving us 4 versus 4, and right now it's time for Kavana to batten down the hatches.
It is, because one's already gone down here. The 4 versus 3 stepping in for BDS, and this is another pacey round coming out, but this time from the French side. Maybe instigated by Kavana being as aggressive as they are. That's disgusting, by the way. The blind spray into blue picks up the kill, and it's a 3 versus 3.
The thing is, ammo is not necessarily the problem, Des. You got the bullets, put them through the wall. You never know what you might find. And that time Gorgona managed to pick himself up a freebie onto Ilems, and it could well just keep Kavana fighting. I said they needed to batten down the hatches, and you just get the feeling that in the next minute there's going to be a serious storm coming from this BDS side, Des. They want to get this locked down, and you know what they're like. This is a team that when they smell blood in the water, they go after it, and they will be looking to get it done here and now. However, there it goes. Rafal, kill onto an R-kick. It starts now as Gorgona takes an awful lot of damage, but somehow manages to wheel around and find a headshot onto Shaiko. 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1 as Playday takes what little health Gorgona had left. Grizzly manages to find one through the soft wall. It's 1v1, Des, but the diffuser's down. Rafal, he's got to do something. He's collected the diffuser, but he's unlikely to get it planted here. Grizzly manages to do some damage. It's 1 versus 1, 28 seconds left to go. Rafal's going to have to play this smart.
Back inside the kitchen as well. His move site for the plant. Surely Grizzly has to read on this. Goes for the spray. Rafal, nerves of steel, is sticking it out here. Does he get the side profile? Oh, he missed it by a narrow second. Surely. Rafal, can he clutch this one out? Yes, he can! BDS taking him round for 14. I was going to say 15, but 14 was the one. It comes down to the wire, but the French team hand Kavana another overtime game. The difference being this one is a defeat.
What a beating for Kavana there. It was unfortunate. 6-3 up. And they allowed BDS back into things after that tactical timeout. And BDS, wow, they showed why they're the top of the table, Des. Able to grind out a result against the odds, turn it around, slam the brakes on, and win every single round from that tactical timeout onwards.
6-3 to 8-6. It's crazy. One of those games that we'll look back on, I think, throughout the stage and say that was, again, one of the most thrilling games I think we've seen. Dominated by 3Ks and 4Ks in those first 8 rounds. And then BDS reminded us all why they are at the top of the table. Domination continues, and with that, they should have locked their spot at the November Major, I believe.
They certainly did.
Seeing them in Sweden.
Congratulations, BDS.
That's one to look for. Kavana has still got a bit of a war to find their way into that top 4. We'll see what future play days bring. For now, let's go to a break. When we come back, our analysts will break down that game.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. BDS fighting back against Kovana to take it on Coastline in overtime, and they get 2 points out of it. Kovana with one at the end of the day that they could be happy with. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Dometic, and with me are Jess and Fresh. And we await our interview, but till then, let's have a chat about this because... man, the way BDS fought back in that final round, I was screaming my lungs out.
Unbelievable how many wall bangs came out from Kovana. So shout out to Kovana, you had an excellent game. But I mean, I think the talking point of this entire game is you take one timeout, you've got a brand new coach. Okay, he's been working in the background in the shadows for a little bit, but now he's out into the limelight. You take one timeout, you win the next 5 rounds in a row. You obliterate the opponents that look like they were obliterating you on match point. Oh, is this one of the best teams in the world or what?
BDS is...
incredible.
Yeah, genuinely. And we see the value of timeouts. We saw it from Vitality. We saw it from BDS. And like I say, even when they're kind of down, this was not a good game from BDS by any stretch of the imagination. But they found a way to win the game, and that's the sign of a great team.
What's the deal with this 3-3 split at the half?
I think Kovana came in with a lot more... I'm going to use the word gusto. A lot more gusto than BDS expected. And they're like, whoa, what is this? Left, right, left, right. They didn't even know where to look half the time. Shaiko's standing in a corner, swinging his mouse wildly, having a negative KD at the half. I mean, that is unlike Shaiko for the kind of entry player that he is. So I think they definitely got pushed on the ropes. And then when they took that timeout, everyone turned around and they said, just hold angles. These people are running at us. Let's just hold angles, get the kills, and then move on. And then that strategy worked out for them.
I think from Kovana's point of view, and I speak to the Kovana coaching staff a decent amount, they will be really frustrated from this because obviously it's not just a throw of a kind of 6-3 lead. It's also throwing some kind of rounds. They felt very soft in the rounds that they threw. And it was the same as, when they went overtime the first few games of the season. They lost a couple of those games in overtime. They should have closed those rounds out.
All right. So that's Fresh and Jess. I'll be back to you in just a moment here to kind of break things down in even more detail. But first, we got our victors on the line. Let's bring up Elems. Hello, Elems, our BDS captain. Congratulations on your victory and loving the Pokemon plushies in the back. How are you doing tonight?
Hello, Milos. Thank you. I'm feeling good.
So if you go to Coastline, usually we're expecting, a bit of a huffle and everything on Coast, and it ends in a very odd way here for Coast, where halves are split evenly between the two sides. It's how can we try to explain that? Because the defense in this match specifically was having a bit of a better time than the usual. It's quite odd.
Yeah, I think it's the way we played the map in Kovana and us. I think Kovana played the map very aggressive, like they denied the entries, so it makes it very hard to enter the map. And obviously, or at least when you enter the map, you have to face someone, so a gunfight, and it's either you win it or you lose it. And I will say Kovana won the gunfight at the start, and then. We decided on defense after we saw the way they played to play more aggressive on them, and we completely dropped the normal playstyle we have on Coast and try to be a lot more aggressive like they do, and it worked.
So tell me what happened. What happened during that timeout?
So what happened? It's like we're, oh my god, they are so aggressive on us. What we can do, blah blah blah. They rush. Like the worst part is that we are expecting those rush, but we got destroyed on gunfight. So it was kind of weird, but it was that. And during the timeout, we were just so we were discussing at the start, not knowing the timeout was there. And then Bios took the timeout and said, guys, I took the timeout. So now, I won't say what he said, but he said something. And then we find the solution together. We were arguing during the, talking to each other, right? And trying to find the solutions and how we can play, what operator we can play. That's why, for example, I bring the Vigil to counter the Lion and be a bit more annoying. And yeah, that's it. The timeout was helpful for us to chill down a bit, to see what we can do for the next rounds, and start the comeback.
So kudos to Bios for recognizing that was the right moment to pull you guys out of the game and get you back in good shape. You were able to string back round after round after round to OT and then 2 rounds in an overtime. It was very impressive to watch, but you went back in. What was that confidence and rejuvenation? Was it just, okay, we can take the gunfights as well, or we're going to bait them into lines of sight for us? How was the adaptation from your side?
I think it was more of they are doing what they want right now. We let them up control, we let them rush, we let them do what they want. So now we are just going to pick into them, not let them do what they want. If they want like a zone, they have to fight for it, like we did basically in attack. And that was the main adaptation. There is like other small things, but I won't say it.
Fair enough. Well, Lems, with this, you're officially going to Sweden. Are you ready to try out some surströmming?
What?
It's pickled fish.
Ew.
Ew. Ah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, people will say I'm weird, but Sweden is always a country I wanted to visit. It's like I'm a bit fascinated by the country and the people and the culture and stuff. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to have the chance and the possibility, thanks to playing, to visit all the countries and especially Sweden this time. So yeah, I'm very happy and thanks to my teammate and to all the staff BDS for giving me this opportunity.
Can't wait then to see BDS hopefully lifting the trophy this time at the major, right? Maybe, perhaps? There's still no trophy on that board.
No, we got 2. We got August Major and the French League Finals. We got 2 trophies. It's better than 0.
Okay, fair enough.
But I agree. I agree. It's not a major trophy. I agree.
There you go. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Well, next Playday, you guys are going up against Rogue and against G2. For now, it becomes, do you guys hold on to first place or not to make sure you get the best seed possible for the major? So anything to expect in that next matchup against Rogue, especially with their performance? And then anything you want to say to the fans? Up to you.
I would like to say good luck and have fun to Rogue and G2. We are expecting a good match as always, and to all the fans, thank you guys for the support. Thank you for trusting us and motivate us and giving us energy. You guys are insane, so thank you for all the messages and stuff. Thank you. Thanks to you, the casters, of course, for casting this amazing game and this is amazing Pro League match. So thank you. And merci à tous les gars. On va en Suède les gars, c'est officiel, ça y est. C'est vraiment grâce à vous qu'on va en Suède aussi. Donc voilà, on va vraiment tout faire là-bas pour vous rendre fiers et en espérant de faire mieux que les précédentes fois. Et puis voilà, merci à tous. Je vous fais plein de bisous au nom de moi et de BDS bien évidemment, de mes coéquipiers, du staff. Voilà, bisous, merci beaucoup.
There you go. Many kisses from LMs and the rest of the squad to all the fans out there. Team BDS tweeting back-to-back major appearance. Vi kommer att åka till Sverige. So happy to be in Sweden. Well, I can't wait to be in Sweden. So vi är kommer, so we're coming to you, Sweden, I guess. My Swedish is very rusty, so we're going to have to work on that once we get there, LMs. So, hey, a lot of
all
questions are still in the air. I know. So how was your Spanish when you went to Mexico?
Muy bien.
Una cerveza, por favor.
Oh, no.
It worked, eh?
No, it's okay. I was not that good in school, I will say. But when I went to Spain, I will say, to Mexico, sorry, I had the chance to talk a bit. So I'm a bit better, but not that much.
All right, then. I can't wait to share the scores at the end of the day. Lems, thank you very much for all the fans out there. Rogue versus BDS is our third matchup next Playday on Monday. Make sure to tune in and check out that banger of a match. I am very hopeful it'll turn out exactly how we'd like it to be. Lems, merci beaucoup. Thank you so very much again. And good luck in Sweden. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye-bye. And there we go. Lems, happy.
Yeah.
His Spanish is getting better. That'll help a lot in Sweden.
Naturally, I'm sure the Spanish speaking people in Sweden are just so
All 7
rapt
of
that
them.
he's coming. Yeah,
They can't
all
wait.
7 of them, they're outside. Woo! I don't know what the word is for congratulations in Spanish, but I mean, we're all set. We don't know the Spanish people out there. Let me know. But there was something he brought up in the interview that I actually wanted to talk about really quickly was the rushes from Cavana. I actually have a clip of one of the rushes, one of the most well-coordinated rushes I've actually ever seen on the EUL in Coastline specifically, and you don't usually ever see it on an aqua push. They're droning it out. They know what they need to do. They time the EE1D, the Gone 6 onto the Banshee, and the rush perfectly in onto site. This was just brilliant. I just could not believe kind of the ferocity that they were going in on this first round of their attack. They really brought it to BDS, and by the time they were in, I think there had been like 32 seconds on the round, and it was just almost done at that point. And Narkic's able to get the plant down. I don't think in the end there was, of course, a overwhelming win. I wouldn't say it was a domination by any means because of the kills, but I will say that that was quite a good round. We don't have to necessarily play it all the way through. I just want to show the coordination at the beginning there to get that Gone 6 on the Banshee, to pop the E1D in perfect timing, and to take out that pink cocktail bar player so they could get in and get that plant.
And almost always the best time to rush is the first round or the last round of the attacks, when the opponent is pretty much least expecting it.
They expected it,
They expected it, but they still didn't deal with it. Not at that kind of pace as well. And,
no way.
BDS, to come back from that, again, it's signs of a really, really good team that knows exactly when they're just being beaten. The coach pulls them back out, pulls the time out, and they win basically every round until they've won the game.
Well, Renshiro only just manages to reach the average expected player performance to make sure that the entirety of BDS is able to walk away with above the average expected player performance, with Bride topping the charts there alongside a Lems, smashing off with the kills, but Bride had the higher cost, which is why he's able to walk away the MVP today. And for those wondering, I do have it listed here. The player on the side of BDS who usually gets the MVPs is Shaiko. He has 3. Bride snatched out the first place out from him. He would have had #1 most MVPs in the entire league if he had got it today, but not to be, because they're sharing the mantle.
And we highlight Bride so much just because he plays all the quote-unquote ugly operators. He does the ugly jobs, not physically ugly. The jobs that people in teams don't want to do. He breaches, he plays support, he plays smoke, Tachanka, Maestro, that type of stuff.
Ace would disagree. He thinks that's the hottest job in the world, holding down F.
But Bride does those jobs, and he does them to such a standard that he makes them look good on Coastline and comes out with an MVP. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how good he is, and that's how good a support BDS got themselves.
He is the new standard. We had Goga in the past. We've gone to Bride now in competition.
CCI plant 2, CCI plant, shoot, disable, retake, clutch. I could probably go through 17 other statistics in Bride.
Literally anything.
Yeah.
Anything. The man can do it all. He is, in my opinion, the most flexible player in the entirety of
He can
Europe
also do
over
the
past.
splits. I mean, the man is just incredible.
I can't confirm.
Did you confirm that? Or did you just make that up?
I baited him so bad.
I was disagreeing. I was
He
like,
looks
really?
to be, how you say in French, like quite svelte, like someone that could actually do gymnastics.
Bride, if you're listening, let me know. Can you do the splits or not? And if you can, oh my God.
Out in Sweden, he's got to do the splits. Simple as that.
Would you believe I used to do splits when I was 17? I know. What happened, eh? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that aside, it's been 10 years, right? It changes a person. When we come back, it'll be time for our final matchup, G2 versus Heroic. We'll see you in a moment.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League. It's Playday number 7. 6 more points, but there's 3 extra, a total of 9 that either one of these two can make. G2 Esports versus Heroic. And man, they both need every single thing that they can grab. And let's talk about these two. It is, you know, kind of the final match where you have the two kids that are against the wall the whole time and are like, come on up, let's have a chat. This is my teaching moment, I guess. That's.
I'm trying to follow the analogy
Because you're a
appropriately, 'cause I
teacher
don't know
in the
where we're
class and you're like, no, you two are disturbing the class. Please.
Why are they against the
corner.
wall?
The corner. No, you've never had that? Man, I was in a Catholic school.
There's some weird schooling going on over here.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
Well.
Yep.
Yeah,
Back onto Siege.
The trauma runs deep, my friends.
Oh
Let's
my
have
gosh.
a chat about G2 and Heroic. First up, G2. Fresh, I turn to you for a bit of info on there. What is going on and what could happen now?
A difficult stage for G2. It's very unlikely they make the major. They would have to win every game and rely on other teams helping them out with results.
Yeah.
It's fair enough to say that their stage is kind of done for. You know, they might not make EU finals. They might not make Invitational. It's a very difficult place that G2 are in. They played against Rogue on Monday on Coastline and put in a good performance. You know, the rest of the team, it's been difficult to talk about anybody but Citizen on this team. Citizen is the kind of shining light, puts the big numbers. When Citizen has a good day, G2 have a chance. But on Monday, you know, the supporting cast around him did put up decent enough numbers and they got over the line against Rogue on Coastline. We saw how good Rogue were today on Coastline as well.
Oh, God, yeah.
So that was no mean feat. So hopefully they can kind of finish the stage off showing the team that we all know they can be.
Yeah, I think there's been probably multiple areas of indications that there are problems in the background. Hungry alluded to it in his interview, not just once, but twice now in 2 separate occasions. And if there are still persisting problems, well, that looks like it's going to be something G2 has to fix.
Heroic on the other side.
Oh, the stakes today. Stop. Okay. Do you want me to say it or are you going to say it?
This is some prime cut beef today.
Whew, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the desk to say that if Heroic do not win this match, that's it.
At all? Like
At all.
Regulation?
They must outright win this match here today. Otherwise, Heroic will be auto-relegated out of EUL with 0 hope for the coming entire year, which of the season takes an entire year to get back into stage, 1, 2, 3. Doesn't matter. Their 2022 season will be done.
For each that leaves, there's one that must...
This is just so sad. I can't even talk about it.
I mean, he can. He's experienced.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I mean...
I did say this.
You were
G2
the
have
last
the
one to be
opportunity again,
relegated.
the second year in a row, to auto-relegate a team.
Oh, that's right,
They
because
get
the
opportunity.
OGT relegated you
They
last
relegated
year,
Chaos.
and so
This
now
time
they
last
can
year,
relegate
it was about this Playday
Heroic.
last year as well, yeah.
Huh. Okay, well, where are we going for this relegation? I can't. Voy,
Honestly.
come on, my man. You have
She's
got
been
this.
begging every Playday in the background that Voy turns up. Maybe
Please.
today's the day.
This is probably Heroic's best shot, honestly, with how things are. Let's see how it goes on our map, which is...
A worry.
Chalet.
Oh, jeez, okay.
Clubhouse
Yikes.
banned out by Heroic to take us there, and they're starting on defense, so G2 picked attack starting side with that fresh.
So my biggest worry about this game was that Heroic and G2's map pools look similar. So G2 basically are good on Coastline, Clubhouse and Chalet. It's a very similar story for Heroic. So if you take G2 outside of those maps, you have success, but obviously Heroic haven't been able to do that. G2 consider Chalet one of their better maps, even if results haven't shown that.
I mean, recent results have been pretty trash for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Like bad. Like, I'm talking like 7-2s, 7-3s. These teams are struggling in Tier 1 to play this. Only thing that sprouts my mind about G2 was when they were at the major and I was sitting there watching them play DZ. DZ was slapping them across Chalet like it was an
And they were
absolute
doing it with
playground.
ease as well.
Like, they didn't even get in the building, and G2 was freebie. So, maybe Voy can get a positive KD today by just watching the windows. I'm talking about Voy because he's my old player. I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to poop on any other player like I can Voy. It's
yeah,
like
at
a
least
motherly
know him.
love.
I mean, it's something when you know a player, when you know somebody, you can, actually
little jabs.
Yeah, don't take jabs at people you don't know.
Yeah,
like
that's uncool.
just don't. Honestly, it doesn't work the same way.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why I take jabs at these two because
Yeah.
I happen to know them.
I've already had 2 jabs. My 2 jabs this
Yeah,
summer.
I'm 5G and
ready.
so hard.
I am so ready. Well. Fresh Jess, thank you so very much. That's Heroic G2 coming your way. Is Heroic going to be able to take this one and upset? At this point, is it really an upset is the question on everybody's minds. We're going to go to the French Alps. It's Chalet, and we got Happen Amp6 through it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And from the desk, saying don't take jabs at people you don't know, to me, the person they put emote mode on for a lot of the times. We're going into Chalet, the final game of the day, joined by Hap.
I don't know why Fresh is laughing this much.
This was a good joke.
Oh, I didn't understand it.
You didn't understand it? I mean,
I think I might
it's
have.
gone
I'm
past
not sure.
now.
Yeah, we'll forget about it.
Yeah.
At least I will. This, yeah. Chalet, let's go. Okay, let's see. Are we going to have a relegation team on our hand?
I guess
Are we
time
going to get another chance?
and a selection of rounds will tell. It is a bit of a tricky fight. It is, I mean, the best chance, or one of the better chances that they have. They find themselves here, obviously, on Chalet, a great map for them, and an average to poor map for G2. So,
Milos is looking at us with his new haircut. Have we given you a compliment yet?
No, we
yeah,
didn't say
you are.
anything.
Nice new haircut.
He's doing his teacher
There you go.
stuff again. I like the when he was talking about whatever analogy he started all of that with. Were you the kind of kid that would always hand in your homework?
I never did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. The
And the teachers didn't care because I always had good grades.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was the kind of kid that got in a lot of trouble for talking. If you can believe that.
Please,
But if you can believe I was a class clown,
I wouldn't believe that.
No.
Totally not.
Well, look at me now, teachers that said talking a lot on video games wouldn't get me anywhere.
Funnily enough, my teachers did say playing video games doesn't get you anywhere either.
Look at us now. Teachers, educators, just shows video games more important than school. Valkyrie, Goyo.
This is no legal advice, by the way.
And Switch have been the four that have been removed for this showdown here. A second Twitch ban today.
Yes.
Another one of those plays against the hefty utility points.
Jess is in absolute shambles right now after our advice.
Citizen, by the
Citizen? His new name. He's been renamed.
He's
a citizen now instead of a citizen. Either way, Chalet is underway. G2 on their attacks. And let's see how that win from the last Playday will be helping them. Heroic still trying to look to find that success because you just feel it coming. It is up in the air somewhere, but time is also running out, right? It's like T1 was with APAC North. Like at some point they are going to get that win that they need. Of course, they aren't completely winless. Let's just put that up, right?
No.
It always feels like the win could be, like another win could be coming in to hold them in a relegation fight. And it's just they do get close every now and then. But then they're also not close at the same time.
It's close. But, as you said, not close enough. And I think that's the main sort of spiel, because once upon a time it was seasonals. We'd see a lot more relegation, we'd see a lot more fight and a lot of back and forth.
Yep.
No more do we have those rules. It is a year-long season. It is a long time to be out of Tier 1. It's a long time for not only the players, it's a long time for the orgs. Luckily in EU we have a very solid Tier 2 that bleeds into a Tier 3 zone, and obviously that all kicks into gear very soon. So there is still eyes, there are still opportunities, but still, for everything that you've played for everything that you've worked for years worth of effort, and sure, it's been a struggle, to now have a definitive game to say this is one where it will directly result in something that will play for the next year of our lives, there's a lot on the line.
There's definitely a lot on the line, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on these players as well. And you know, it does happen very often that as soon as that pressure is alleviated, suddenly they play out of their minds. And you're like, where was this team beforehand? And unfortunately, you know, that time it's already too late. Of course, it's not that far yet. It's Heroic still an opportunity to fight for the spots. Not to go up to EUL 2022, but to play the relegation tournament rather than straight out being kicked out of your spots. And the teams they have after this are, well, Na'Vi and Kavana, so it's not the two easiest teams. That means they have 3 very tough matches ahead of them, which they all need to win, and Secret need to lose theirs as well for it all to happen. But, you know, you need to start now. If you slip now, then none of those other matches really matter anymore.
Well, the device is going dark. Stop those ADSs, the pop and the explosives. Drop the shield as well. It was very well played there, and obviously with Thatcher on the board, the swap and the removal of those 2 aggressive operators means some of these holds, if you get creative with the Thatcher, might be easier to dig through. There is one such example, and it's actually Virtue that gets the opener there. Shukri gets taken off the board. Blaz quickly followed up by Yonka as they go for a hefty push across the top. They're clearing the caverns that are built around the sides of the library. They're making sure that they have the full read on everybody in every book that's inside. One more player needs to be disheveled, and they were pushed down by the drone. Puts them into a flat fight with a vertical control and a minute left.
There's a bit of verticality here for Heroic to try and play with, but it's not going to be much. And Citizen, well, he gets the opportunity to rotate back out towards the fireplace, whereas the rest of Heroic are looking to dig themselves in even deeper into the right positions to make sure that, you know, they are in these safe opportunities to go for these crossfires and potentially turn this round around. But as the pressure seems to be arising and, you know, the bar door soon will be breached by these G2 members, it can all be over soon.
Voy up close and personal with 20 seconds, throwing off the mantle of those flashes and doesn't find the first. Yonka gets the swing and gets the opener. Thunder from in the small box gets the cross on the mudroom drop. Suddenly, Chaoxis has found one, but he's gone down, only 10 seconds. Citizen is looking for the idea on where Thunder may be as Virtue tries to stick the plant on the far side. Can't quite get the angle and not quite sure where things are going, so goes to try and potentially smoke the corridor and pass it. That'll give an idea as to where he is. He is boxed in, although Citizen is still looking. The fire is more of a passive hold. stalled for a second. G2 take the first round with a bit of a storm.
They have it. First round on the board. G2 started off strong here, and they are in need of it. It was mentioned before as well. They might not make SI. They might not make the European League finals, and they, well, aren't looking too strong for the major. Of course, major is still possible. Same goes for the European League finals.
He's living up to his name. He's eating.
He's eating?
What's he eating?
Oh, let's see. Can we... it's like he heard it. He's laughing now, you see?
Are you eating
He's a bit
hungry?
shy. Pasta?
It's spaghetti.
Spaghetti, all right. We managed to find out what he was eating.
He's eating spaghetti.
Spaghetti and meatballs, according to medics.
He's trying to, I guess, get in the Sweden mindset. Can they still fight for a major
I mean, he was
spot?
also the one that... They can. Of course they can, actually. There is still going to be
What's the
that
chances?
opportunity.
Give me the numbers as we talk about the fact the man
I don't have the numbers right
was
now.
A, hungry, living up to his name, and B, potentially eating spaghetti and meatballs.
But let's just put it like this. G2, if they win this, they go to 10 points. They play Empire next week, who are on 13. So if G2 win from that, suddenly they're on 13 as well. They take the head-to-head over them, and then they face BDS in the very final Playday.
Okay, it's not the easiest.
It's not the
landing.
easiest.
Not the easiest.
Just like Heroic's journey to potentially have the relegation match. Not the easiest. I think their focus is going to be more on the European League finals, so they can compete to win that for a second time in a row.
Yeah.
And that is potentially too late. I'm not quite sure. I'm not an admin. Either way, yeah, that doesn't matter, Citizen. It depends on when you request it.
Yeah, I think it... I mean, I guess it's one of those things. We're not admins.
No, we're not.
But the admins maybe made a decision?
It seems like it.
Seems like it. I guess potentially if the player couldn't call that they had disconnected during prep because their entire rig lagged out, maybe
there is an opportunity in that case, maybe. Yes.
Maybe. That's the only thing
I've no clue, but we are going for a rehost.
I can't read. Didn't read the rule book. There's a lot of words in there, but I'm sure that I would hope the
very
admins
capable
know them
admins
very well.
name, for example, Coppet.
Well, Coppet and capable is two words that I don't know if I would put together. But Lesto,
Lesto indeed. He's Dutch.
Lesto's
but
capable.
He's actually Dutch.
Is it because he's Dutch that he's capable?
I would like to say yes.
Okay. Then I'll let you say yes. Hey, look at this cool camera. If you're new to the players, the team on the left is G2. The team on the right is Heroic.
We've got Big Virtue and Big Voy right now.
Big Virtue, Big Voy. This is actually to scale.
Yeah, this is scaled indeed. People in Australia are just bigger, except for Jess.
Apart from Jess.
Yeah.
That's why Jess moved over here. I guess Virtue also.
He also moved over here.
Maybe.
But the shrink didn't come in yet. Like,
is Hungry finished? Has he finished eating?
I don't know. I mean, this would be the perfect time to eat if you're in a tactical timeout.
You can tell that Yonka disconnected, or he's just very good at staring competitions.
Maybe
very
he's doing a
intense.
staring competition.
It is very intense. Down
Who's he staring with? Let's see. Is there anybody that's staring into their camera?
No. Nobody can match that stare.
No, they already gave up.
Now, actually.
Oh. Yeah, it's Virtue and Yonka. Who's going to be winning this epic battle for the ages?
Staring contest. Okay.
Virtue
Yonka won,
lost.
Virtue
Yonka
Blink.
won.
Yonka won, Virtue Blink.
Well played.
Well played.
Bartosz, give him the trophy.
If you're all at home, I hope you're also having a staring contest with Yonka. Put it in chat if you...
Yeah, put a 1 in chat.
We don't have cameras on you guys. You'll just have to be honest whether you beat or get beat by Yonka.
But if you put a 1 in chat,
if somebody has kept their eyes open for this whole rehost until we get in...
Imagine if it just starts moving again right as we get in.
And he blinks. There's nothing that we can reward you if you don't blink, but it would be impressive. We'd be impressed by you. You'd have a little bit of our respect. Not that it's worth much, but you would. We're in a rehost.
We're in a rehost, yes, actually. We've just had 1 round.
It was a quick round.
It was a quick round. G2 managed to obliterate the roamers in Heroic. I think that's the right word.
I mean, it's a very powerful word, and it was pretty true, too. The use of the Thatcher to sort of drive the top of the stairs. If you're unfamiliar with how that attack comes together, there's pretty much 2 power positions on the second floor that you need to lock off first. It's behind the chimney, on the top of the rafters, on the walkway, at the same time as sort of putting the pressure onto the top of the stairs. One cannot truly really exist without the other. You need both positions to have the player inside, if you want to play inside the library, safe, but it's not always that simple. It's not always that easy. It has to be well put together. For some reason, Des is now at the desk.
Hello, Des. How you doing? He's just waving.
He's just waving. He's not talking, thankfully. Yonka...
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. I assume everybody blinked. If someone's in chat saying I didn't blink, A, you're a liar. Or B, go get medical help. Because you shouldn't be able to go that long without blinking. That was like a solid 4 minutes.
So I'm pretty sure Milo should be able to correct me on this, but the blinking mechanism, is actually a way to protect your eyes. So you need to blink.
Why did you say the blinking mechanism?
I'm a robot.
Why didn't you just say blinking? Why did you have to throw in the mechanism part?
Okay, so the lore is that I'm a robot, right?
Yeah.
So
but you haven't been a robot for a while, but I guess now maybe I believe that you are.
I'm just living up to the lore, Fell into a well, got picked back up, back to my true robot self. Haven't had the full reset yet.
Yeah, we'll get you reset. Voi's puzzled at this. Voy doesn't understand.
He's also he's very confused about this.
No, they can't hear us. They're delayed. We'll be back in just a moment. It's the last game. This is getting you guys your packs.
Like, actually, I think it was Gotcha that said, like, oh, very cool, we could see the timeout of Vitality.
Yeah.
If only we could hear them. And then people are like, it's in French.
Yeah, it's just like, well, it's in French.
And then Rise was like...
passionate French.
And Rise responded, we speak in German. I don't know what you're talking about. Same would be the case here, of course, with Heroic. Not so much with G2. Pretty sure that would be in English. Unless they all find another common language they speak.
I tried to think of a funny language there, but...
Simlish.
That is just the Netherlands.
Can confirm.
It sounds similar. Hey, we're back in the game. We're back in the game. Master bedroom and office.
Yeah.
As we find ourselves heading to the top floor, obviously, because of when the crash happened, because of the rehost that was called. They have to pick the same operators, have to pick the same site. They have to approach not in the same way. That they can tweak, but everything else, everything that is a choice made has to be remade the same way.
Well, technically, approaching this side is also a choice you make.
Yeah. But
I know what you mean, don't worry. Anything that would impact the round too big.
How many operators have helicopters? 3 operators.
How many? What?
There's
where does this come from out of nowhere?
Because that's how they're going to approach. Obviously, Thunderbird has a helicopter.
Yeah.
And then Thatcher slides down from a helicopter as Maverick.
True.
You assume Maverick's on a helicopter. It's just a big pipe. Could be a crane, actually. It just comes down on a crane on a big pipe.
Could be 2. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Nomad, I would assume, knows how to fly a helicopter. I'm not sure if she owns one.
Well, I don't think they own it.
Also, I don't think you can fly with 2 or 3 fingers.
Hey, it would be difficult. There's the setup. There's the prep. And we're going to go into the round now as we find ourselves finally finding a bit of boots on the ground and a bit of pace to be applied here. The Thatcher might be a bit of a consistent here. Because if you think about how...
I was actually going to break that down, but we just completely derailed.
Yeah, I mean, break it down. Give it to me.
I was just going to say, like, those power positions we saw at the top of the stairs, like... That's literally what the entire hold revolves around. Being able to hold that out for a minute, minute and a half, maybe even 2 minutes. And then G2's like, we got Thatcher. Let's just toss in the... And everything is gone. The entire hold just collapses right afterwards. And that's what allowed them to pick up these kills quickly. So let's see how the Thatcher is coming in. It's an operator that does get banned quite a lot. So having it available is definitely a big up for the attack.
It's definitely one of those things as well where... Obviously, Heroic led in with the Twitch ban. They took out Twitch, first of all. It puts you two in that moral dilemma of we could do a lot with the Thatcher, and we hope that we can do a little bit more, because if we can put a big distance in...
Good shot.
With some great holds and great takes, such as that, as Kayak is able to catch them on the bottom of the Solarium stairs on the attempt on the rotate, well, that gives them momentum to carry them onto their defense, because they know that they're going to be facing a Thatcher as well. They know they're going to be facing those sort of tough breaks on their hold. This site, not as much, not as sort of dedicated, but if you're looking towards potentially the bathroom or you're looking towards that swing in the solarium, well, maybe it played a role in how they forced them out as the grenades start to head their way through.
Actually, very cheap kill that was. A singular grenade and a singular flashbang were eventually necessary to get the kill down there as the ACS 12 starts ripping down. Blaz, however, taken down by Junka. As Voy quickly checks the Evil Eyes, he realizes he can get a couple of sprays down onto Hungry. There's absolutely no clue where that Evil Eyes plays. He's quite low. Just a couple zaps left and he would be losing his life. However, it is a bit of a rotate to come out from Heroic. Thunder waiting at the bottom of the Solarium stairs. A Citizen gives away the game right here, knows or lets them know that he is currently watching. Do not try to go for a bit of a flank, and as the Gemini gets shot out, he now knows someone is down here as well.
That's it, and we saw another player playing underneath, but Shukri's actually found his way back round to offer some support here because they're in a bit of a dicey situation. However, 30 seconds. If they can stack themselves up around and get the fight, it might work together. Hungry gets the first. With a sliver of health, he's still able to take the fight against Voy and finally get some revenge for the zaps he suffered slightly earlier. Shukri heads towards the swing out on the balcony, but barely gets there before he finds the fight against Kayak. No! Dropped. Yonka was the one that got the kill and got the take. Kayak couldn't quite land it, but didn't need to in the end as Yonka locked it off. And now around the back stairs, Thunder sees if he can try and just bite at the heels of the planter. However, they're far away, tucked in the corner, and they don't get close as Virtue locks it off.
Very well played here, and this is the second round actually where G2 leave it to the very final 20-30 seconds before they really hit the site. Yes, they take care of most of the players. It's only 2 or 3 left in both these situations, but then they take their time. They make sure they get the right angles and they start moving in. But with, those 20-30 seconds left, that is when time starts to tick. That's often when some teams start to panic. They need to make stuff happen. But they stayed calm here. They kept their angles, whereas Heroic went on for a bit of a hunt. They knew where the diffuser carrier was going to be coming from, tried to take him out, but lost their extra members on the way, allowing G2 to go for a plant at that very final few seconds.
2 in a row. G2, they've built themselves a good bit of momentum either side of obviously the rehost that they had to call for the disconnect player. And Heroic, they found themselves a bit slow. But as we sort of talked about and highlighted, the Thatcher on the board for this is going to make the attack presence that bit easier because what Chalet sort of developed for a lot of these sites is these power positions, is bathroom, is the top of the blue stairs, is these sort of tricky angles and tricky corners to break their way through on, and it just makes a lot of that utility burn a much easier game. Don't be surprised if we see an even more attacker-sided Chalet than we usually do, even though these two teams haven't had the best attacker record recently.
Yeah, definitely something we've talked about with G2 lately, but this so far the attack seems to be quite on point. It seems nice, cool, calm, collected. Like, it seems like they're in total control, and even though it comes down in the final 20 seconds, you do not feel any panic, you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like they are still going to have that round under control because the diffuser slowly starts to move in, the crossfires are there. Of course, it did come quite close there with Shukri almost being able to pick up Junka in that last round, but it does overall feel quite controlled by G2.
Well, now as they're sort of fishing for the possibility of a body of Heroic, they're trying to go for a different take and a different clear here. They want to draw a different focus and focal bout of attention as they spread themselves a bit wider. Kayak's been able to slip his way towards the big open fireplace room, and with Virtue steadying himself underneath, he's actually going to rotate round, go back and double down somewhere else. They've got the clear and the control of this half that they want, and Heroic aren't interested in trying to keep onto it, trying to offer a bit of a fight back. It's a minute gone so far, and they've at least been able to do some work in terms of potentially controlling a future lurk or roam. However, it's going to be the start now as they eye up box and the pressure they can apply on the top.
Hungry opening up that window is going to allow Shukri to try and challenge. A bit of damage done towards Hungry, but it's going to be enough to force him out. Scarlets will be coming in, and that will make sure that at least an opening will be there on that top floor into the box. It's not the direct site. It's not their main priority. They still need to go down, and that is why they don't use all their Excaros. It's just to put up a little bit of pressure now to allow the main force later to start moving in. Because as soon as you have that control, that is when you can start moving in even further. That's an ADS as well. 2 ADSs actually catching up some flashbangs here. It's just Shukri left on that top floor. It's a minute left on the clock. And this time, no fallen people, on the side of Heroic.
So Hungry got the barb, didn't quite get the shield if they're aiming for that as well, but now they've got a bit of a focus to pay here. 2 bodies still around the top on the backside of the bathroom, and Hungry's just going to keep himself pushing along the side. Did not see the body, but saw the gun barrel as Yonka goes down in the meantime in a frost mat by the piano, sitting and waiting and watching. However, there's nobody from Heroic in a position to capitalize. Kayak in the meantime strikes like the sun on the back of Solarium. They slip on by 30 seconds, and now we've got to see if they can actually start their approach towards the site as well. Heroic have done a heroic job making sure that they keep enough of the time wasted, enough of the time pushed all the way to the end, and all the work that G2 needs to do on the top has to happen quite sharpish. 10 seconds, and they've finally been able to find a couple more fights as Virtue goes down yet again. Now, can they actually build themselves towards the site? 5 seconds and 4 as we see another body fall. It's a 4 versus 1, but they can't connect. Heroic lock it off.
Unironically, it was Citizen who managed to lose the one gunfight. That would have been enough to lock it off. It was the last member, Blas, to come up from blue. Managed to win the gunfight on Citizen, and the rest of G2 was not in range to quickly enough put that diffuser down on the ground or manage to get that final kill. Heroic, as you just said, is going to be able to pick up that first round as well. On their side, and now Bar Gaming again to be brought out. The issue we saw here last time around was they put a lot of pressure, a lot of emphasis down onto the top of the library stairs, and of course the chimney as well as the 2 main power positions there are on this map for this hold. However, G2 found an easy way around it. Just single EMP tossed up next to the window, followed up by a grenade to get rid of the shield, suddenly forced Heroic to fall back into secondary positions, which were being watched and quickly dealt with by G2. That forced them to play a 2-on-5 situation. Of course, 30 seconds left in the end, just like we've seen basically every single round so far. Time seems to be quite an important thing, so if Heroic managed to hold on for just a little bit longer, and with this ADS placement, they just might, because if that grenade bounces in again, that might catch those grenades, those ADSs, and I think that might be just outside of reach of an EMP.
It's it. It's a clever adaptation. It's a clever way, and it has to be droned out. A drone can get an idea of where things are being put, or, most importantly, can tell that there's not anything immediately close there. However, they're going to start their way somewhere else. Yet again, a steady attack and take here. There is a body in blue. That's the difference this time round.
Oh,
and they fight for a double thunder! And they hear it ringing through their ears as he hits just as heavy as the weather can. Now, he's toying the idea of pulling himself a little bit further up the stairs, goes for a third and tries to pepper, but gets shut down by Yonka, who suffers quite a lot in the fight.
Virtue and Hungry definitely Thunderbirdies now, right after that one. Definitely afraid of the potential SMG-11 that just came through. Able to pick up both those kills. Beautifully played out by him. Of course, it's still the smoke you lose. It's valuable utility that you got rid of, but you managed to take out 2 players instead. It's also a bit of soft breach gone, so 2 grenades as well. Those shields suddenly are a little bit safer, and G2, well, they need to reconvene, try and figure out if they still want to go for a default take or if there's a new plan they would like to approach.
Well, they have an idea on the player that's inside, and Carix is just going to slightly maneuver and move themselves somewhere else. The Wamai, the longer obviously this goes on, the more powerful he's going to get. On the top of that stair set, more than enough, and one still in pocket to burn anything left that can otherwise be thrown their way. They still do have the Thatcher, but we've still got to remember that they're playing in a slightly different angle and setup. Citizen's been able to sneak and snake his way through closer towards the side, as Yonker is also matching that on the opposite side. Kayak finds the next fight, pops up, drops Shukri, and then goes for a big rotate. Citizen's going to open himself up the rotation now to give himself a cleaner route, as Heroic sort of waits with the verticality that they've got.
A minute left on the clock in Heroic. Well, this round seems to be going in the right direction for them, but they cannot be quite complacent yet. G2 still on the board. A lot of damage done to both Kayak and Yonka, but the Citizen is pushing in from the different direction here. Seems like the main force of G2 will be coming down from that basement right into Fireplace, hoping to directly storm into the bar, and that's where Citizen comes in. He needs to get this flank off. He needs to sow some panic on that top floor, and as Kioxis gets Kayak, it's Void that takes a little bit of damage and manages to drop the diffuser in the side. It's just Citizen now in a 1-on-2 situation, uses a grenade to get rid of the Surya laser gate, but it allows him to continue moving, and as he tanks the damage of the second, has a couple of vertical angles to work with.
Voice pulled himself back to the back line to make sure that they can have the 2 versus 1. The grenade is going to be attempted in a swing. It's a dangerous bounce around the corner. Pre-fires, but can't get the connection he wants. 10 seconds. Yet again, they're out of time. The crossfire was there, and Heroic find themselves their second round in a row. This game is just beginning.
Yeah, it's only just beginning, and well, Thunder with a really big impact there in the early round. The opening came in from Hungary, and it's basically an opening they've been making every single round. It just sledges open that snowmobile garage for a bit of a quick entry, and Thunder this time was around. Managed to pick up the double kill, both him and Virtue. And mind you, there's a lot of the soft breach potential gone from G2. Just at the snip of your fingers in that case. Either way. 2-2. We are all equalized again. And Blast this time will be playing on the smoke. We will be going up to the master bedroom, up to the top floor yet once more. It's also a sign that G2 managed to win once, but just barely again by maybe 5 seconds to spare. And that is something that Heroic, well, previous round I showed they managed to find an adaptation. Of course, they didn't quite see it come into play due to the fact that Thunder just basically shut down the entire attack already before it even started. But let's see if they manage to find something for this site as well to deal with the attack and approach of G2.
That gun goes bang, 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 bang. We talked
Very
about the
loud
audio
bangs.
of that gun before.
Yeah, I love it. It's just so loud.
It is just so loud. In, like, the best way, though.
You cannot put a suppressor on that, can you?
I think if you tried, you would shoot it off. I think the gun
Little
audio...
fire suppressors.
bangs are too powerful for a suppressor. You can just still hear it going off on the side. 2-2. And as we said, it was a good start from G2, but they found themselves slowed. Twice it was a bit of the pressure of the time that came back to bite them, but both those times, they went for their approach all the way from underneath, down by the snowmobile. Just keep hearing the ACS. It will never stop.
You're never going to unhear it now. As soon as you hear it, you're always going to be thinking back about it.
But can they find themselves a little bit more pace? Can they get a little bit of a cleaner entrance, a cleaner landing into Chalet itself?
Now, the way that G2 has been dealing with the Solarium stairs has been quite strong. Just get that grenade in. Now they know someone is actually there. A bit of pressure coming down from the long angle. Kioxis also knows what happened the last time around, so he's playing smart about it. Heading into the bathroom instead of playing, well, next to the, what do we call that? Like the plant closet. What was it?
What?
I don't know. The fucking the freaking sorry thing that with the plants in it, like the closet with the plants.
The things Hap say.
I'm trying to figure out what it's called. The plant closet. No. What's it? I don't know the word for it now.
I don't even know what it's talking about.
It's top of Solarium.
Top of Solarium?
Yeah, no, on the corner here with the grenade getting tossed. There, the plants in that thing.
Oh, I think every team's got a call for it. And
yeah,
the call right now is let's put pressure on the bathtub. We'll talk about this later. Hungry is trying to find the fight here against Kioxis. He's got himself into a tricky situation, and they're both well aware. It's the problem that is very bulletproof. You've got to force him, because time might become a danger. Yonka gets Shukri on the main door of the bedroom. They're putting the pressure in as they throw themselves down with the drone. The pings are consistent. They're well aware of where each other is, but the only thing that might be able to dismantle Hungry is what Blaz is attempting. Those smoke canisters just are out of range and out of lung of Hungry, who's going to steady and drone himself around the pop. Gets locked and dropped, and Kioxis, he drives close, cannot quite win it out. Hungry is finally able to find that body as they set themselves up for the take. Yonker almost gifted by the hefty backpack of Void, but it doesn't quite connect.
Blaz just waiting around the corner here. Is in a very good spot to pick up some kills, but he's the last man standing. Give away his position. He's going to be able to pick up one of the kills, hoping to find more. Tries to get the shots out, but it's completely surrounded. Yonka is the one who finally gets it in the end here. Swings around the back, all the way from the office into the bedroom. And that is going to be G2 to lock off that 5th round. That puts them back in the lead here. 3-on-2. We're heading into round number 6 now. See if they can lock it off with a 4-2 half, or if Heroic is going to get the opportunity to bring it to an even split. That is going to be what they're aiming for, at least. Kitchen. Still don't know what the plant thing is called.
It's just the pot, right?
It's not a pot. No, it's the cabinet with the plants in it. It's
I think that's just a very over the top. Everybody knows a plant person. There are loads of people who know a plant person that will have.
I just want to know what the cabinet is called. Like there must be a name for it.
Cupboard, surely. It's
a cupboard. All right. Well, next time I'll just call it the cupboard. There was an ADS next to it. That was the point I'm trying to make. There's a player that plays on that cabinet, cupboard, closet with the plants in it.
Plants cabinet.
All right. Well, back to dining.
Back to dining.
Which is where Heroic found their first success, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they can do that again, because back then it took a lot of time for G2 to get that top under control. Now they need to do that again. And then after that, they went downstairs. Now, that is when they started running out of time. They almost managed to, again, drag it across the line. They managed to get some of the kills through, but just not the last. You don't really want it to come down to that. So let's see if G2 has a different point of attacking now. Maybe directly hitting onto the site and, you know, trying to put someone upstairs afterwards to deal with potential vertical angles that they could suffer from.
That's it. That's the main thing that we sort of have to look into here is it really that Heroic took and won those 2 rounds, or was it that G2 lost those 2 rounds? They were slow-paced. And I think that's something that, I mean, they noticeably cost them as well. They were in a 4 versus 1. And they still lost it because they just ran out of time in terms of getting the diffuser down. They've gone for a slightly different take here. They're not going for the deep dive all the way onto Snowmobile, as it did cost them twice in a row. Instead, the pace of the top floor is something that actually plays better to their hand. They're winning most of their gunfights right now. They're getting in with the locks and the control on the loose players. Outside of a swing round from Thunder earlier on, they've generally been ahead of the entry. Can they drive it here from Solarium?
Trying to push into the bathroom here. Quick drone game coming through. Just to guide Citizen to a potential first frag. They need to get these early kills. The pings are coming through and a grenade is going to be pulled. Masked by the shot of a gun sound. ADS will save Shukri's life here, however, goes for a pre-fire and quickly rotates out to the library hallway. Citizen for now will just hold. Shukri actually managing to make his way back into the piano room and just goes out again. He's just not quite sure what he wants to do around this position, and as the drone continues to go on, Blaz might be unspotted here. He will not be. Hungry gets that kill. I thought he was not spotted, but Shukri in a very good position now to potentially deal some damage on Highway.
Well, Hungry finds Chaoxis from above, but it's Void that battles back and gets Virtue. Now, Shukri has just sort of kept on retreating. Void has a bit of the cover. It leaves just Thunder around on the site right now, and that's potentially going to be cooled down because at the minute 10 mark, the pings are starting to come towards Solarium stairs. G2 don't need the full control of the floor, and that's what they're playing on now. They've got just enough. They've cleared up to Piano. They have the verticality that they want for the plant that they need, and they have 2 players at least still watching from above. Thunder goes for a bit of a rotate and a dip, but gets caught by Hungry from those verticalities. The last grenade is going to roll down under the box that reminds you to shave, but it's just still close shaves. They haven't quite been able to connect with either of players. However, Hungry, Citizen and Jonka even are both quite damaged. The diffuser is being attempted, and that is being pinged, and the fight is aggressive and scrappy. They're able to connect it with the floor, and they can't quite get more than that 3 versus nobody as Citizen locks off the double at the end.
I was going to say, it doesn't matter if you lose that gunfight down there in the kitchen, as long as you waste the time allowing the diffuser to be put down, which eventually, of course, came through. And G2 lock it off with a 4-2 half. Now it's up to Heroic to go over to the attack themselves, and G2 to test out their defenses. You know, it has been quite shaky for them for the last couple of play days. Both the attack and the defense, we have to say. So let's see. The attack was quite proper, I have to say. Came down very often to the very final few seconds, but they managed to stick it, and now we're going over to the defense themselves. They will play the game of time in, you know, themselves. As Heroic is bringing the Thatcher as well. You can only expect it to be used the same way. Power positions, just throw an EMP in. Suddenly the ADSs don't work anymore, and a single grenade is enough to get rid of it. At least you hope so.
Well, the mantle of Thatcher is in the hands of Thunder, combined with a bit of the pace and explosivity. I still think we're going to see more from Heroic on their attacks and their defense. I think that the current bans lean into that and what Chalet can do, and they can be very good on their attacks. They were quite good at punishing some of the other teams that they've gone up against on this map, and I guess it's just the momentum of G2 right now. Is the 4-2 position, is that going to be enough for them to try and hold on? They've been pretty good in their 1v1s across the board. It's a bit more of a showing from players like Kayak and Hungry, who we haven't seen so much of recently in terms of getting in and getting involved in fights. It's sometimes been a little bit lackluster in their ones. Here, they're showing up, and that is a big thing for G2's possibilities right now.
G2 on their defense. I'm not seeing the roaming smoke, or not really roaming smoke, but the FMG smoke coming out from Citizens, something we have seen before on this map. For now, he's just playing the P10 Roni. Gunna also is going to receive a bit of a change in the TTS in terms of the recoil. Heard it's not that bad, actually. It just goes straight up a little bit more, you know? So it's good to know.
It's just a lot of angry Crutch players.
Well, I've heard Crutch players saying it's not that bad.
Oh, then we're right.
I think one of them was Compet. Oh, that is going to be the first kill. Blaz takes down Hungry. Not quite sure if that was a punch hole that he was looking through or if it was just a good ping from a drone to come through. Either way, it's going to be the first kill in Heroic side. Let's see if they can also catapult themselves on the back of it to win this round successfully.
Yeah, great strike, great positioning. They're now going to put the pressure towards Junker, who's just going to pull himself slightly further away. As the Arena Gate gets popped open, it gives them more option to try and pop their way around. But there's nothing that is immediately following. They're still waiting for Thunder and Void to recoup and reset themselves up alongside the potential push. They might even be able to reactivate that gate by the time the pressure starts to come around. They're still in a place to swing against this, as Hibana is the next. As we said, these pellets are needed elsewhere, so they're just opening up a little bit of a pressure rotation, the possibility to put an angle through onto them, and Thunder waits at first, expecting potentially a swing, but more drones, more intel, more waiting for G2.
Definitely more waiting. Time is in their favor, but an impact will be opening up directly onto the site. Shield, however, gets spotted out. It's the one line of defense that Kayak has right here to look more into the hallway, and as the rest of Heroic is seeming to put up a little bit of push up to the top floor. It's going to be up to Citizen and Co and Junker to make sure that they are going to be able to hold us off for as long as possible, because we just said time is of the essence here, and the longer they manage to stop Hero from pushing onto this top floor, the better it will be.
They have a Maestro cam looking down towards the default plant spot as well. They have the opening there, just keeping atop of the box. As I said, you need to clear just enough space so you can safely try and get the diffuser down, and Junker is going to do everything he can to hold on to the double door here as the pressure and grenades start to bounce around the corner. They're not quite connecting. Shukri goes for a bit of the split on the balcony itself, with Blaz still bouncing the pressure. Junker wanted to go out for a hop out for a second there, but decided against it as Blaz keeps pushing all the way along to the bathroom. There needs to be something that drives Heroic forward. Hopefully behind this Finker and the push of Shukri, they might be able to connect. They don't quite have the angle on anybody, but 10 seconds. They've got to drop down a second story. Thunder finally finds one and hits and connects as they angle themselves towards the kitchen itself. The diffuser still hasn't been collected though, and that's the blow right now. Virtue goes for the fight. Void finally finds it, but cannot get back in the room. Time, that cruel mistress once again strikes.
Once again strikes, and Virtue able to stay hidden up on the top floor inside of the walk-in closet. Just able to just sit down there, wait until the very final moments, and that was when he decided to start coming out, just trying to get these kills. And even if they would have cleared everybody in the bottom floor and they would have planted, it was barely enough time to get yourself into a better position. Chances were pretty big he was going to be able to actually get the kill from the hatch. Of course, didn't really matter as much in the end as it could have. And now is G2 leading 5-2. Heading over to the master bedroom and the office as their secondary site. They basically had a big hold just up there. But it was, of course, for the actual bomb site. It was one floor down. So let's see how much different this site will be.
Well, G2 taking their first and taking it without having to really put themselves in too high pressure. An environment puts all the pressure on Heroic. We talked about the importance of this game, how necessary points were for them to avoid relegation. They are fighting for a year's worth of Siege career And it's not looking easy. That's the danger right now. That is the trouble. Chaoxis, Voy, a couple of players with huge potential that haven't quite been able to dig themselves into the firefight. As I said, a lot of these ones are going against them, and sure, we're only really getting a fresh taste of the attack, but that sharpness, well, it's currently not in their favor.
It's currently not in their favor indeed. G2, well, they have a lot to play for as well. They want to make it to the EUL finals. They want to make it to the 6th Invitational. And, well, you know, they want to give it everything they got to potentially make it to the major, even if it doesn't seem likely. Heroic, even if they win everything, they could still be ending up in the other relegation spot here. That is just the sad truth of it. They are going to be relegating or playing relegations nonetheless. Either they play it or they instantly get relegated. That's literally what they're playing for at this very moment. So there is a lot of pressure on them. They need to perform now. Otherwise, that dream of staying into EUL this year is over. Confirmed that that's someone still making rotations and angles. And Blast just catches him off. It's a minute into the round. Why?
One of life's big mysteries. But twice Blaz has been able to do that. He's been able to sort of creep his way into that little swing connector towards the dining and get a kill, whether through the wall or around it. It's good intel. It's good droning. And now they've got to see if they can actually try and turn it into a good attack, a good finished execute. Gate popped. Yet again, mirror images of how the approach started before. This time, the difference is G2 have to hold on to this better. The claw.
EMP'd. No, the second EMP came out, so it's not going to be popping up there. Was able to be denied. That one might actually be picked up by some of the EMPs here as by the electric climbing. No, actually, I think they might have destroyed it with the first set of Excaliburs. So
must have.
Yeah, the second EMP came through to deny that. Then the Excaliburs destroyed the electric claw, which meant that, you know, they're going to have the opportunity to open it up now. And that is going to be even expanded on right now as Blast playing from below, looking to try and put some damage onto the player that could be behind the mirror window. However, not really the case. And Citizen gets some spots out now. He is on the hunt and manages to put down a little bit of damage onto Blast. He's quite confused as of where it exactly came from, and then sees that the default cam was still on. It's a rookie mistake. Citizen, unfortunately for him, wasn't able to pick up the kill, and that means that Blast lives the fight in another minute, really.
Oh, well, another minute, and they've got to pretty much take it. I think if they even just get to OT, they're auto-relegated, and, well, Voy is going to start the drive here. Virtue is the next to go down. The upside-down repel is picked up by Yonka, who's quickly traded out by Shukri. They're going to see if they can drive the diffuser in as Thunder looks down to the ground and starts to try the stick. Citizen is underneath, but he can't get the angle that he wants. They're not in the default, so instead, he's got to go for the fight just after. The pings are coming through, and, well, it's a 1 versus 4, so he's got to try and fight his way through pretty much the entirety of the team. The first peers over the top. The second tries to meet it, fights through the ragdoll of his teammate, but then realizes it's a 3 versus 1. Don't need to overextend. We have the cover from the library. We find another round.
It's getting quite dangerous there. Citizen able to pick up 2 headshots without really taking any damage. Blast, however, fortunately for Heroic, was on the flank in the library, waiting for him to pass through the hallway. There's just no time in a 1v4 post-plant situation to literally clear out every single room and every single angle. And Leslie decided to just go for it. Try and chase the one player. You knew where he was. Just no information on Blaz and his current position. 5-on-3. G2 still in the lead, but Heroic managed to pick up their first attack themselves. Rotation continues, and Bar Gaming is the next site we shall visit. And let's see if we're going to see the same dedication in terms of power positions up on that top floor, which could easily be dealt with a single EMP that is being carried, well, 3 of them by Thunder. We saw how effective it could be in the hands of G2, so let's see how effective Heroic themselves will be with that exact same gadget.
Well, there's only 2 rounds between them right now. Heroic have been able to find their second attack chance, and it came through pretty well. The 2 opening kills were without recompense, and then from that point onwards, it just became a scrappy fight that they ended up clearing enough room to get the diffuser down. Another site, another position and location. We can see the drone work is coming through pretty solidly. As we've cited many times, the hold is hefty up here. Can Thunder be the drive that removes some of the potential of the ADS? It's a doubling down. They know the game. That's why the Wamaya is also on the board. It's the burn and the weight and the sort of playing around the long firefights alongside the arena gates that make this a troublesome approach.
Laz just holding the window on the library. Looking to see if any of the G2 members like to go for a bit of a rotation again, or if they were still doing some setups so he can pick them up freely, because that's something he has been doing over the past 2 rounds. This time, a bit of a roam. The bottom floor is always creating some opening inside of the snowmobile garage, allowing them to, of course, move through. There's 2 ADSs, 2 reinforcements, I have to say, no ADSs, that have been used on this this wall, just to make sure they don't have free entry in it, and now 8 Excaris pellets have been used on it. Of the 16, they are carried.
Citizen is going to see if he can hold himself here in this backbone position to offer the support to the other players that are playing around the top of the stairs as well. They are in a complete synergy. One cannot truly exist safely without the other where they are, and the first pressure comes towards the top of the shield. They're burning the ADSs, going for a standard approach on it instead of the Thatcher play that we saw played before, because you don't really know where those are placed, and obviously him being on the board isn't the most common. You have to adapt. The burn on the gate up top as they start their ascent and their aggression towards this back line. They still haven't been able to catch it, but it's just this sort of guessing game is what are they going to push on next? It's Citizen. Chaoxis on the back line is able to get the opener as he rotates around. He's got it deep from the window, which gets re-barricaded and electrified.
Now, first and second EMP got used. A single kill came through from Heroic so far, and Virtue just hiding inside of the box. The top floor, directly above the side, has been taken into control by Heroic. However, there is still a flanking opportunity, and as Shukri is making his position known and is looking to be pushing in from the office side, it's Virtue that has the opportunity to pick up a free kill, but he whiffs it! Shukri gets it. It was a freebie there for Virtue. And he misses the opportunity, brings it to a 5-on-3 situation here for Heroic. Kayak about to be pushing up from the snowmobile stairs. Spotted an open window, Hungry inside right behind the bar. It's just 3 G2 members left. There is an opportunity to try and go for a clutch here. You still have the Panther in the full control as Hungry does take quite a lot of damage from the actual double window. But it's going to be Blast that is in a very important position. If he manages to strike, if he manages to sneak in into the bar area, he has the opportunity to shut down anybody playing inside of the pantry.
38 seconds, and they're going to start their approach down to the back line. The grenade does a lot to Yonka, but it's Chaoxis that finds Hungry in the meantime, puts them in a tricky situation as Kayak is isolated, and now he's all that's left. He's going to try and swing his way up the stairs. The first fight is the bottom, but he doesn't get anybody. Locked off by Thunder.
Oh, sorry. I know which one you're doing. Thunder.
Da 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 da.
I was like, what? This is the way you go with this. But
I was paused. And we have a technical pause.
See if Yonka again wants to start a staring contest. No, this time he's blinking. Never mind.
That's the check. But 5-4. Heroic. Cannot drop another round.
Yeah, that's it. If you drop another round, you're out. As harsh as it may sound, they need the full-out win here today. G2, of course, themselves, they kind of want to at least get 2 points to put themselves 3 points ahead of Kavana in the overall standings, which is important for the European League finals, where, of course, the top 4 will qualify. Currently, I believe it's 21 points total, Kavana. No, I'm saying that wrong. It's probably 31 points. You know what?
You check.
We've got this beautiful thing called technology. With a Wi-Fi access point, you know. So,
wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't flaunt everything.
It's not even 30. It's 41 points currently for G2. It's 40 points for Kavana. So just 2 points will put 3 points between the two, which is, of course, a bit of a buffer, like a game of a buffer with the final 2 days to come along for that final spot. So, did I hear correct that medics just say this is a G2 timeout? Or is this... I'm quite confused. Medics was
It's a G2 timeout, but they called it in a strange way.
Okay.
Confusing. And we're just actually repeating what we hear.
We're just repeating what medics are saying, yeah.
Are up to speed. Obviously, it's time for both teams to talk. To be fair, it makes sense. G2 had moments slipping away from them. The dropped opportunity from Virtue, I mean, that should have been his kill. I can only imagine the reaction of Jess.
I'm not going to repeat the word she would be.
Well, I don't think she would on broadcast either.
But yeah, that was it was a difficult situation.
He should. I mean, the bottom line is he should have had the kill. He didn't, and the position that he would have been in if he'd got the kill entirely took out the back line of that attempted push. They would suddenly have to either try and take that fight or
ignore it and maybe
ignore it and dive towards the site, which suddenly turns every other firefight into more of a pressure situation, because then suddenly you've got to win all of them. So that moment could have been the one that could have defined the round, but coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't. We're still not over yet. G2, they need 2 rounds to win. They only need 1 round for Heroic to not be back next year, I believe. It's just if they get to OT. If they get to OT, can they still...
believe? No. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, you're the numbers one.
And what? Technically, I'm not an analyst anymore.
No, but your color.
That's true. And so, 6 points currently between Heroic and Secret. Which is still, you know, if you get a point here today, it's still doable in that sense.
Still doable.
If Secret loses both their games.
There's 6 points more up for play, but Secret have the head-to-head. Right.
Yeah, so I would assume so.
All Heroic need to do then, potentially,
is a single point.
Is a single point. So it's not over yet. I was incorrect. Thank you for correcting me. That's your job.
No worries.
Heroic. But you're after more than that. If you get 3 points, suddenly survival becomes much less dependent on wins in max games versus your upcoming opponents, because I don't believe they've got an easy route through. Nice camera drop.
That was a very elaborate way to get rid of the camera. But it worked. I'm not quite sure if there was any other piece of utility potentially placed there, but aside of G2 that have been taken care of, that would be pretty worth it if you manage to get it like that. However, I doubt it, considering the way that we're currently set up. By the way, pressure seems to be put down towards the Solarium again. Just a couple of repels up there, some drones to try and figure out where the players are, and Yonka just rotating in and out of the bathroom. He's being spotted without he even is aware of it.
Yeah, they're able to get the read through the holes in the floor. He was obviously the first that suffered potentially from some explosive that didn't quite fully connect with him, but they still have to deal with him because of the position that he's in, because of the pressure he can put down on the approach from underneath. They're sort of stalled and stemmed right now as they angle themselves up and try and pre-place their drones. They're going to see if they can wrap around on the other side as Yonka actually goes wide, shoots out most of the X-Kairos. Not enough.
Forgot
they're
one.
Still able to open.
Got one of the X-Kairos to come through, and now a new set is being tossed on here. As Heroic is looking to complete their push. It's we've got smoke being tossed out there to try and cover. Well, he tried to go for a peek on Yonka, but Yonka getting the better hand out of it. Flashbangs are being tossed out, a grenade's being tossed in, and actually landed right between the bars and picks up Yonka, who tried to take the fight onto Blaz. The smoke canisters are now being tossed out. A bit of damage will be done to Hungry, who's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here because he's being peeked from the left, he's being peeked from the right. Just Prisma is trying to give away some of the game as Blast is taking quite a lot of damage in the entirety. Heroic is.
Heroic have dug their way all the way through onto the kitchen. He's hopped around the opposite side, pops up, drops down, traded off with Kayak on the back line with the Alder. That goes Burr. The big grenade doesn't quite get the lock off with Solidity. 10 seconds. And suddenly it's just Citizen at the top, but also it's just Citizen left in a 2 versus 1 versus 1. Finds one more kill and drop the double. Solarium is his.
Able to just pick up that final one. Managed to get the first on the actual site, which was necessary to stop the potential diffuser to go down in a later stage, forcing him to drop and suddenly play against that verticality that he managed to use himself. 6-4, G2 are on match point. They have the opportunity to take up the full 3 here. 2 more rounds they have for this occasion. And Master Bedroom in the office is going to be the site they want to do it at next. See the mirror coming out. We see the Thunderbird coming out. Of course, there is still the opportunity for the 6th pick, and it always hurts me when the mirror goes out and it becomes OMI this time around. No, actually Mute. Not doubling down on a double grenade. Catching projectiles. Of course, the Thatcher being on the board is an easy way around that. You just get the EMP close and suddenly there's nothing left to stop those grenades from flying in. So instead, going for the mutes. Maybe that is more helpful, especially in that roam game. Stop Blast from getting an early entry. especially on the floors below, whilst Hungary is still creating those little lines of sights on the bottom.
So now we've talked about how if Heroic got to OT, they might still survive. If they don't, if these next 2 rounds
I'm going to find the head-to-head
don't go their
right
way,
now.
I believe the head-to-head is in Secret's favor.
I would assume it is, but, you know, maybe we will be surprised. I'm on it in the meantime.
You get on that.
Yeah, I'm on it. All right, so it's Trainhard actually won from Secret 4-7 stage 1.
Stage 1.
So that's 4-7, all right? We
4-7.
got to keep rounds into account. Actually, we don't because...
Or 7 to 4. Stage 2.
Yeah, exactly.
As we find ourselves looking
for the next score. Am I just missing it? A Knights. Ooh, 7-4 for Secret as well.
7-4.
So it was 4-7, 7-4. So literally, stage 3 will decide.
Stage 3 decides, and as you double check that and build the momentum, Kayak is the one that's suffering some of the momentum of his own. Drones from the top and the bottom with Virtue offering a little bit of cover and support, but instead of saying, let's hold on, let's drop back, Blaz is trying to do the game that got him 2 early kills before, but can't quite connect, so heads up the stairs. What is it?
It was the first game they played and Playday won. It was 8-6 for Secret. So the head-to-head does go to Secret.
6. 2 rounds, Heroic. 2 rounds to keep yourself in. The fight for Tier 1, not auto-relegated, and it starts here. The 2-minute mark passes and they begin their approach towards Piano. They're looking to see if they can dig something out as the pressure comes from the top and the bottom. Pre-fires and sprays round every corner just to get a glimpse or a connection, but nothing is being handed to them. Hungary's underneath with the C4 Citizens, the back line. They cannot find that early bite that served them so well.
Is this C4 meant to go through the window all the way through if someone wants to go on a bit of a rappel here? It definitely seems like it. There's no other way you want to use that C4 unless someone is up there. Of course, Hungary also has the opportunity to just quickly rotate down towards the default plant spot and try and get it in from there, but a grenade is being tossed in instead. It's going to be quite long. This gives away the information to Hungary that Blaz is on his way again, and he has been many, many times, and let's see if Hungary this time will be winning out on that engagement.
Chaos is so close to connecting with the loose backline player, which was Citizen. It would have been a huge take, but now we're at the 2-minute mark, and now only one remains, one left to see if they can actually start their approach and start trying to pull these bodies out. The gate falls, and Kayak finds himself blinded behind the piano, pre-firing to every angle possible. It's canisters over the shoulder as Yonker adds a bit of support and sustenance. The sprays are just not connecting fully. Kayak has a bit of health, and all the cover and support. Virtue goes down. Chaoxis and Void get one apiece as they keep a bit of split control over the big window and the piano side. Kayak's still a problem, and Hungary a bigger one that's dropped instantly. Blaz underneath gets the response and revenge. The backline for Blaz, and now it's Kayak as the only one left trying to dig in. Cannot. One more round, Heroic.
One more round and you keep the dream alive for now. It's by no means that you are in a good position in that one round, but at least it's a fighting position, a position where you have an opportunity to, and you know, there is definitely some tough matches ahead. They are playing against Natus Vincere and against Kavana in the next couple of days. Whereas Secret, well, they play against Vitality and against Virtus Pro. Difference, as mentioned, currently 6 points. They're looking to make that to 5 now. It would be even better if they get the overtime win, bring it back to 4. That certainly is a little bit more doable. Like every point will be so helpful right now for Heroic. Every point but none.
Every point but none. And there is one round that separates them from that. This is their final chance, and it's going to be the same site. G2 are going to set themselves up, potentially not with the double shields. They still have the one to play against Piano, but they don't have, I'm not sure where the second one's gone down, but it hasn't gone down on the Piano. There it is, to offer a bit of a back line towards the box plant site and the long arm possibility of it. There was obviously the single player of Blaz who came up the back stairs and got the double in the approach, so if they're not able to pull that off, they might find that backline a little bit sturdier behind that shield.
Yokai's this time in place. I'm not quite sure how effective it will be in terms of, well, plan denial. Most likely will be used to try and guide your roamers a bit more. People like Virtue. or Citizen if he decides to go on a bit of an adventure to make sure that they have a bit of an advantage over whichever attacker may be trying to hunt them down first. Seems like Kioxis and Blast are already trying to go on. It's Blast to get a first grenade and Kayak to bring back all the way to 1 HP. Relocates himself into the closet. Now waiting for Citizen, who's actually trying to actively contest that window to potentially pick up the kill. Ooh, that might be very detrimental here. Thunder drops. And that brings it into a 5v4 situation. And I believe as soon as damage is done, there is also no opportunity anymore for a potential rehost.
Then not could be worse, so they're going to see if they can drive themselves in. Voy around the back line goes for the potential of the spray. The Gon 6 leading them in, drops the default and tries to find a body, but it's Kayak that finds the first. The spray comes through for Voy. He's looking to put the pressure on the back line, goes for the fight on the second, but has to try and stick it. In the meantime, the cover doesn't connect. It's Citizen, puts them in a 4 versus 2. Shukri and Kaoxis are trying to build themselves, but the spray cannot quite connect over the top. One either side of the 4 remaining players. They're looking for anybody that they can pull out into a tighter aggression. Shukri with the slow creep call towards the piano swing here. Gets knocked down by Yonka. Kaoxis is all that is left. It's all she wrote. G2 take the points. And they needed them. But heroic.
A very unfortunate moment to lose one of your players in that round. They decided to make up for it. They decided to go for a quick push throughout the back because they knew that was going to be clear from Solarium into the bedroom. But unfortunately, the round didn't stick. And that means that Heroic will be auto-relegated over to the Challenger League for 2022. And it's painful to say because when they came up as Easy Dream, it was a delightful team to watch. They absolutely had refreshing playstyles, and now, unfortunately, after a year of, well, basically bad luck for them, you have to say, with everything that went on, it's time to say goodbye.
And it is such bitter sorrow. It is tough because it's such a talented team, and there's no two ways about it. For all the hardships that they've been through as a roster, for all the effort that everyone on that team and everyone behind that team has put in, they have truly been heroic, and they have truly put in a fantastic fight. And it took, with only 2 play days left, for them to be cemented on the bottom of the board. And it's a heavy heart that we have to say goodbye. But the players, this is the beginning for them for sure. This is far from the last thing we will see. We still have 2 more play days to enjoy their company, but they are only just starting to make waves in Siege. We'll throw to a quick ad break before we find ourselves on the desk.
What does it take to create a vibrant, thriving community? Join us on this 3rd episode of I Call Next as we discover how to create inspiring content and hype up an entire gaming scene. PayPal. Press play.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU League G2. So close, but able to make it here. Unfortunately, that means that their opponents of Heroic took a bigger L than the usual today. My friends,
Yeah,
before we go to the eulogy,
Yeah, I was like, pass it to Fresh for the eulogy.
G2 time. What happened?
They attacked well, which has not been something we've said about G2 recently. The whole cast showed up, which is it was a promising, especially on their attacking half.
Yeah.
The whole cast showed up and they put in good attacks, so it was nice to see. There was a couple of slippery moments on defense, but they got the job done, and that's two play days in a row in a super week that they got the job done. They're clearly not there yet, but it looks like they're on the path to redemption as a team.
Yeah, and it's good to see, as you said, I want to harp on the fact that the whole team felt present in their roles, in their jobs, in that game. Yes, okay, on their attack, on an attacking sided map, of which I think is about 56 or 54% attacking sided at the moment, as it currently sits in EUL. So far, things are looking okay for G2. But looks like it is a really bad day at the office for Heroic. So bad that it's ended their entire Tier 1 experience here.
This type of scoreline has been a typical Heroic scoreline, and that has been the problem for all three stages. The amount of times they've taken a team 12 rounds but got 0 points out of it, even when they've gone to overtime, it's tend to be overtime losses. And they're able to win rounds, they're just not able to win games, as Ace has been telling us for about 2 or 3 weeks. And it's the same old story today. And obviously, I know too well about when your performance is kind of over a prolonged period not good enough, you get relegated.
That's what it is.
And that's the same with Heroic. Unfortunately, it's just not clicked for them.
Oh, Kayak has had a few choice words over social media and beyond over the past week, considering that, well, rightly so, we've been highlighting the amazing plays of Citizen and, well, the underwhelming performance of the rest of the team, who sometimes we say have been carried by Citizen. Well, fear not, Kayak. Not only are you the MVP today, but you did more than enough carrying alongside the rest of your team who all stepped up today. This is the G2 we expect. We expect a G2 that's able to come in formidable and strong, and Kayak has done that today, even on that, sort of flex support roles that he's been playing today. He was very vital in multiple rounds.
And free entries as well, playing Thatcher and Maestro. A really good performance. It feels nice to talk about, players that aren't Citizen for G2.
Correct.
It was a really... And that's the more relieving thing, and I think probably for them, is that was a much more complete team performance, and that's what they'll be striding towards.
Yeah.
Well.
We'll come back and do sad stuff after.
Yeah, we're waiting until we get the final okay, but...
Who is going to be on the interview? Who's our interviewee? Citizen?
We'll be stepping in.
Okay.
So...
Cool.
Yeah, we got to see how it goes in there, because G2, at least now, in their minds, we're not going to be able to fight for the major in Sweden.
They can.
Yeah, they currently have 10 points.
They could.
They bounce
can,
back.
right?
They're
they've got to
literally
win
in
the
6th
next
position.
Two. Yeah.
Which, if you don't understand, 4th position is
VP.
held by Kavana with
That
12
Kavana
points.
spot is the spicy one that looks up for grabs. I think Rogue
That
will
is the one
probably
that's up for
save.
grabs.
Empire with another win will be safe. But it's kind of Kavana, Rogue, G2. Kavana, Vitality, G2 fighting out for that 4th spot.
It is,
realistically,
absolutely.
yeah.
All within one regulation win. In fact, if I'm looking at G2's scoreline here, did they have the head-to-head against Kavana? No. I believe not. I'm looking at all.
Yeah, they won in overtime, right?
There you go.
Was it 8-7?
So things are getting even spicy. That
Was
means they
8-7
could
in
get an overtime win and have the head-to-head over Kavana, meaning they would snag that 4th place position. And that is not the first time we've heard not only G2 knock someone into relegations by doing that today, but them gatekeep major positions as well by having really crucial point wins and head-to-heads.
They play Empire and BDS, though, G2.
I mean...
It's a tight... Gotta be close.
A close game against the auto-relegated team is not a good resume moving into very tough opponents. So, I don't know.
Let's see. We'll leave the eulogy till later, as you
Please.
said. But first, we have our interview. Citizen's ready. Let's have a chat. Hello, Citizen. How are you doing? Congrats on your victory. How are you feeling tonight?
Thank you. I'm feeling good, finally getting some wins in the bag again.
So, you got your win Is it against Rogue in our last Playday on Monday? There's a close one that went to OT. But talk to me about you and the team. Kayak stepped up today. So you think the team overall is feeling better in this Playday?
Yeah, I'd say so. There's a lot less like individual players going on and more like team cohesion and team play now. I obviously think that's one of the reasons why we started to improve as a team again.
Were you expecting Chalet to be picked up here? Because it was Heroic's final pickup.
Yeah, we was expecting that. We was fully prepared on that map for them, so.
So fully prepared? Is that why we saw the Buck and the Goyo removed?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they use Buck quite a lot, and I think they love the Goyo, hence why other teams are banning it against them. So we thought, might as well just hop on the bandwagon and carry it on. Yeah, it worked.
What do you think about Heroic banning the Twitch away from you?
I don't play Twitch on that map anymore, so it didn't really bother me.
Anybody else on the team bothered by it, or not at all?
No, we just can't. Well, I mean, we were shocked more than anything, because the Twitch against just like Secret wasn't even good anyway, so I don't know why they chose to ban it, but.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, as Jess was just explaining, you guys bump up to 10 points. So actually, you are in 6th place and actually could make it to the major in Sweden. So next 2 Playdays are going to be extremely important. You're facing off against Empire and BDS, 2 rivals of yours here in EUL. What is there to expect?
I don't know really what to expect from them, because obviously Empire are playing good and so are BDS, so obviously trying to counter them is going to be hard. I guess we'll just have to, play our own game and keep up the good vibes, keep up the good team play, and make sure we turn up on the day.
Very excited then to see what G2 can still offer. It's definitely not a finals or a major or an invitational that is without G2 in there. So very much good luck through it. But yeah, anything you want to say to all the fans out there, Citizen?
I just want to say thank you for supporting us. Obviously, even though we're going through hard times again, your love and appreciation towards us, we all see it, we all appreciate it, and keep doing it to us, because keep the fire burning, and maybe you might make the major.
Just a side thing, I liked your tweet after you took down Rogue on Monday. That was...
Thank you. Pre-planned.
Do you plan them for every single time you play Rogue?
I mean, I don't plan what I'm going to say, but I'm just thinking to myself, I'm going to win, so I'm just going to say something funny, get in their head, Living there for free now for the past year. It's all good. Loving it.
Loving it. Thank you very much, Citizen. For all the G2 fans out there, you can watch them playing against Team Empire. That is game number 1 in our next Playday on Monday. There's 2 games or 2 Playdays left in total. 2 games that G2 will be playing, one against Empire and then BDS as this Monday and the one after to finish off this entire stage and the competitive year 2021. Citizen, thank you so very much. Congratulations again, and good luck next week. Till then, good night.
Thank you. See you later.
There you go.
It's G2, and now it is time. Can we get some somber music?
Yeah. Do you think production has sad music for this moment? Yeah, maybe you could just do the background. Okay. All right. This is the beginning of the eulogy for the team.
Wait. Are we under copyright for this? It's too old to be under copyright.
80 years, right?
Yeah.
80 years?
Yeah, for copyright.
Statute of limitations applies, so sure, let's get on that bandwagon.
Funeral march.
Yes.
Which I don't think is copyright.
I mean, always got to make sure.
Okay.
All right, well.
All right, go ahead. All right, so for the players on the side of Heroic, by the names of Chaoxis, Blaz, Voy, Thunder, and Shukri, their coach Spoken, their manager Tortank, our love goes out to you. You've been an absolute pleasure to have inside of Tier 1 EUL play, but unfortunately, their time has come to an end here in the league, and I'm hoping you have something nice to say about their plays here, because, thank you, this is really helpful, Milosh, not gonna lie. Because let us not forget that when they did join the league, they were one of the first teams to bring true innovation strategically on maps like Coastline, bring us new things that we had never seen before. And now, even in their new iteration, they were bringing some fun, fantastic players. And we might not get to see that again.
Yeah, and I think back to, I obviously went up against this team in their old iteration, kind of 2020. And they were one of the first teams to ever kind of pioneer not running a hard breach on Villa,
Correct.
for example. And they were one of the first teams to do the penthouse
Yes, with the
defense
long-
on coastline
yes.
with the long angles.
Yes.
And also on the hookah side, they would open the hookah wall, play the long angles towards luggage. They had some really nice ideas about the game, and they stayed up during 2020. They went on a great run, obviously, much to my demise at the time.
Yeah.
And then now, obviously, they've gone so close in so many games, but they've just not got over the line, and it ends up catching up with you over the course of 3 stages.
Thank you, guys. You've been a pleasure. I'm sure you'll be back in some way, shape, or form. So
This is not a team that anybody should be sleeping on.
no.
So hopefully things are reformed and they'll be back because they have had a rough past year through all the changes, org changes, everything. So I'm not surprised, but at the same time, hey, there's a lot of talent, and we always want the best talent to be in here in EUL, no matter where it comes from. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our final matchup for today. There's still 2 more play days. Let's talk about our next one, but first, here's what happened today. Real quick, those are our scores. We had 5 matches, best of 1 series, 7-4, Empire taking down their Russian comrades. It is VP going down 7-2, then Rogue versus Secret. Our match of the day was Vitality versus Na'Vi, and it was Vitality that cashed it in versus the UK. Massive. BDS versus Kovana, absolute banger, 8-6 for BDS. And then finally G2 eliminating Heroic to go down and out of EUL, the second team in the past year that G2 has knocked out of the league in relegation. There it is. But what is there in store for us in our next play day? Day 8, the penultimate day of EUL Stage 3 and the end of our competitive year, at least in regular matches. G2 Empire is up first. If there is one Classico in Europe, if you've been a fan over the past 3 years, this is it. G2 Empire, do not miss it for the world. Kovana versus VP, Rogue versus BDS is our match of the day. Still, things can change up in the top 4 and who can move up for better and better seeding, and maybe Rogue can solidify their spot even still. Na'Vi versus Heroic, and finally Secret versus Vitality to round out our day. And you see G2 Empire, you're thinking, man, I really love this game. I want to see what it's like. Well, don't worry. We got a great teaser for you. Check it out.
Empire versus G2, 2 of the biggest names.
If you want to be the best, you need to beat the best, right?
Perfect 7-0 from G2.
The Empire strikes back. Our world champions at G2!
Oh my! Oh me, oh my, what's happening? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, only, not in cinemas, but only here on twitch.tv/Rainbow6 and on our YouTube channel. Yes, Emmy.
They heard that?
No, I don't think they did.
Okay.
What did you say?
Nothing.
I was in tears.
Very loud.
Honestly.
I wasn't loudly shouting into the microphone, everything that was on screen.
Never done.
Our poor sound guy is probably like watching everything like Eagle Hawk eyes, trying to make sure he allows the sound at the perfect time.
If he doesn't already have me on a very big compressor, then he's already deaf, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
And then he doesn't care what I do. I could screech. And I do.
You do that, actually. That's...
Milosh said doo-doo.
I'm just liking the idea that we've now got a sound guy.
Let's see if this works. Be ready.
Oh, are we really doing something?
Production, can you show the trophy?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Go on.
Oh, that was loud.
So that's That's why, ladies and gentlemen, I have only one ear in and
I'm
plugged
now
into
deaf
the
in my
system.
left ear
Yeah.
only.
You could have given me.
I'm deaf in my right ear.
You wear it in your right?
Oh, wait, am I right?
Whoa. Was this worth your drop for today? I really hope it was. Did you enjoy that?
Oh my god.
Let's take a look at our rankings because we know there's one team that's out. And Hap, I know you're holding on to your pants right now, just trying not to talk about
not.
points instead. Just show us the rankings, please.
I love how he put his hands up.
I'm holding on to my pants.
Wasn't me.
I'm sitting down.
There's our rankings. BDS at 19 points, 15 for Rogue, 13 for Empire, 12 for Kovana and Vitality, 10 for G2, 9 for Virtus Pro, 7 for Na'Vi, 5 for Team Secret, and 3 for Heroic that have been knocked out of the league at 10th spot. Steinhappers.
Yeah.
Or as the Uber driver called you, Stygian.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's not your name.
I do not listen to that name.
Stygian Harper.
I just wanted to give you a compliment, Milos.
Well, she said it.
No, but I know. You just joined as well.
No, I'm merely stating a fact.
I just want to say you can read very well off the screen.
Thank you. Why?
Because he read the
Named all
numbers?
the numbers.
I was like, why?
Is this an insult?
No.
Oh, okay.
I do want to derail this really quickly.
What do you want
I was
actually from
asking
me?
him.
I don't
How
know.
can you derail a derailed train?
Oh,
You didn't
sorry.
ask me anything. You just said Steinhappers.
Can we read
Yeah, and then
I thought you would ask something. My apologies. Go ahead.
which is why you said Stygian. All right, fair enough. Stein, what do you think of the top 4 right now?
Pretty solid. I don't know. I think there's a lot that can still change.
I don't know.
It's like, look, there's a lot that can still change, right?
Yeah.
Nothing is set in stone because we have Rogue, who went from somehow again last place to a major spot. Somehow, I don't know how they do it. It's amazing.
You're such.
So amazing.
You have a
Have a way with words.
I know.
Yeah,
Wait, wait, wait.
great.
But yeah, no, like everybody from 8th to 2nd can still either go in or out. So it's
You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself
musical
around.
chairs.
That's what it's all about.
Thank you very much.
At the end of
Thank
the
you.
day.
No,
Thank you.
we can't do that. What were you saying?
I was actually-
derailed the train that is
She's just
derailed.
derailing.
I actually legitimately want to know, if you don't answer me now, I'll ask you after, who you think from Challenger League will take Heroic spot now that they are in auto relegation.
Oh, that's a tough one.
I think whoever comes out of the top of Group D.
Can we show the Challenger League graphic?
do we have
I don't know.
it?
I'm really putting production on the spot here.
I won't screech for this one.
You know, I'm going to give you the unbiased opinion that is not British.
Yes, please. Who do you
In the
think?
pre-show, I was just like, all the British teams are going
I
to do
said
well.
Gamma.
I know, but I mean, Fresh was like, oh, this British team.
okay.
British team 2 will do well as well. I think, okay, I'm going to give it to Eminem. I think they're going to have a
Really?
good shot.
Says he doesn't want to be
as in-
British and gives it
no,
to
I'm just
Eminem.
saying I'm going to give it, not the entire league. I'm just saying they're making it out of the groups.
Oh, okay.
All right? Like,
Are
they're
we doing
making it out
groups
of
as
the
well?
groups.
Yeah.
I think Totem has a good opportunity of making it out of the groups. I think that's a very solid one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have some faith in Helios, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I think they might be a bit of an underdog.
Yeah, they finished 5th in the French league, right?
Yeah, it's a very competitive league, so I think they might be able to pull up some stuff there.
What do you think of Gamma?
Well, they'll probably make it up until semi-finals and then they choke again.
I just wanted to hear it from him.
They did actually play the best. I think the best theme park that we ever saw was Gamma against. It was against Eminem, right?
Honestly, yeah, it was against Eminem, but I'm so destroyed
was a
about that
fantastic
last
theme park.
round where you saw every single one of them just shake in the final
Yeah.
gunfights. Like you saw it and it's like, no.
You could go to Clubhouse before that, a year before.
Honestly, if you go to Clubhouse, it was also an amazing game where
Until
they
that
were
last
in a
round.
3v1 post-plant situation. Avage has a Monty shield, gets shot on the back of the head by Cryin, and somehow they make it back. And
yeah,
then run it back and Monty gets banned and suddenly...
They ran it back on Clubhouse that day because
Yeah,
it was
and
2
it-
times best of ones.
Exactly.
That day,
That's
yeah.
right,
You
yeah.
never run it back.
And then you never ran it back.
We have learnt that today, haven't we, ladies? Never run it back. That's it. My choice is
They've
Makers,
definitely
by the way.
been... I don't know. I think.
I know they.
Listen, there's
Yeah.
a lot of pressure on Makers, and I mean during SI, people were like, "They're a tier 3 team. Like if they go out, no one blames them. If they get success, then it's amazing.
Yeah.
But now everybody, after they beat TSM, is like, if they don't make it to EUL,
Right. Okay. There's expectation as
there's
well
a
as
lot of
added pressure.
expectations on
Yeah.
what?
There is.
No, it's just.
What's really strange for me is how nobody has talked about Nubbles, right? Because that is the team that dropped out of EUL last year. Chaos became Nubbles.
Wait, you want to talk about the team that you got relegated?
All
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying is, in theory, they are the #1 seed,
What
right?
group were they in?
I mean, I've seen some
C.
I've seen
Group
some
C.
seed lists that are wrong because people are trying to base a lot of stuff, but I think that they always underestimate EUL teams, and CL teams is the same thing. I think our national scene is very strong, and there's no way to watch it all. There's no way to divulge it all. But you have to take into consideration the fact that I know it's always an argument like, oh, these tier 1 teams are playing in these tier 3 leagues or whatever because they have to or because they need to or whatever. And sure, that whether it changes or doesn't in the future, for now what it's done is help shape a lot of these tier 3 teams into very strong, surprising teams. And in the meta that we have, that is driven by attacking surprise and that's driven by quick play and think of all of the fantastic young gunners that we've seen come up, I think it's going to be one of the most exciting and competitive CLs across all of the teams that we have ever seen.
For sure. And every single Challenger League we go up to, we say, this is the best one yet. This is the best one.
Penta. Just naming a game here, for example. Just the amazing stuff that comes out of it. No, you're talking about the young gunners.
That was incredible. So that was Sisu when they were already out of Challenger League, right? And they beat Penta
and they have Blast coming
and
out.
Consulate, and then it went to...
That allowed August, right, to go in, and they ended up becoming Team Secret, who
and then
every Challenge League is a banger.
Every Challenge League is, and...
It leaves a legacy.
I'm so glad, because obviously I was one of those, and you were that we cut our teeth in Challenger League. We were there.
Yeah, I casted CL as well.
Yeah, but you were in tier 1
in a row.
Count.
No, before.
You were better than us.
No, that's
we were
not how it
just
works.
the peasants looking at your tier 1 lifestyle and enjoying the heck out of CL. And you guys get too soon. Very soon.
A week tomorrow.
A week today.
A week today,
Past midnight,
technically.
it's a week today.
Because we're
I'm so
Friday,
sorry, Mr. Critical.
it starts next Friday, not now. But
It starts at 1 a.m. next Friday.
The future is now.
Yes.
Well,
I thought that's what you were going to sing when you were doing the Saudi-ology song.
Why?
You googly when you were doing the Saudi.
I should hope not, because that's awful.
It's like Michael Jackson.
Well, the
was just-
future is now.
The future is now.
It's
We got
in
the
the
futures
background.
now?
Yeah, it's literally on in the
We
background.
do have it in the back. Well. What a day that we've had here in EUL. And it's crazy to think that we've gone through the stage and we still have 2 more play days to go. That is this Monday and the one after. And APAC North ends next Wednesday. Man. I just can't believe it. The passage and continuity of time.
Man.
I'm voguing.
See.
Oh, I love good voguing.
It's 1989 all over again.
You got the Madonna mic and you're off.
Literally.
Literally the Madonna mic. Well.
Wow.
Let's wrap up our day. Thank you all very much for being here.
I don't have a choice, but go on.
I mean, you
I'm
can't make
chained
the
to the
choice.
desk. After I chained Fresh, then Fresh was like, this is not equality. And so now we're both chained.
Yeah, it's true.
That's how it works. That's how duos work.
Milos isn't chained, by the way. He can walk off.
Milos is wearing very comfy trousers.
See, he can walk.
He is a man who knows that the camera cuts
Okay,
off
now
at his
Vogue.
waist.
Vogue for the camera, my friend.
Vogue for the camera and
Vogue.
fade to black. Can we get the red studio lights as well? It's really boudoir, this.
Well, my friends, thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much, Fresh, Jess, Hap, Fluke, and of course, our casters, Ace and Dez, our observers, Medics, and Easy, and our production team, Ubisoft, all live here in Paris. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you had a lot of fun. We'll be back on Monday for EUL and on Wednesday for APAC North. And I'll just tease you here. Monday's going to be a hell of a night. We'll see you then. We love you so much. Good night.
another mile. And with all of this empty space, I'll never fill the void again and find comfort in your place. Now, just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed. Won't talk about you with your wicked words. I've had it out. And that's why I felt this way. Standing outside of your parents' place, staring at the writing on our hands. And I still know all of our memes, those reps that existed without any seams. They're all our best laid plans. Our best laid plans. Yeah. Ow! Yeah. Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live. And I promise I'm trying to. Before you count me out, homie, let me remind you. They was blocking the shine, now I think it's my time to. Counting them dollar signs like lights, they'll blind you. Let me rewind to. Back when I was broke and I couldn't acquire 2 cents, and now I got 2 rents. They was sleeping on me, homie, must have got too big. Call my phone, I be like, who this? Damn right, hell yeah, I'm brand new. Smell like can too. I'm fresh forever like canned food. Try and tell me what I can't do. I wanna see the world, my vision on Shamu. That mean I got goals that's real big, foes that's real big. Your offer too little, sorry, my soul is real big. Coming into the ring with blows that's real big. I gotta do it big, that's the only way I can live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big, that's the only way to live. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. I gotta do it big. Gotta do it big. That's the only way to live. Come on.